en un mundo. Cuando mueve su cara, tú estás viendo, no. Yo aquí bailando trago y gozándolo. Tú allá mirando feo y rezando Dios. Yeah, tú ya no sabes lo que pasa. Mirando lado a lado, pero tranqui que aquí está en mi casa. Aquí hay masa, puro fuego, me dicen grasa. Está escasa, está level, te sobrepasa. Baila como una maniática, el perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática, con movimiento que asusta. Cuando baila tú estás anormal, y ese paso no la coge. También baila esa y al papá, hace que todo se antoje. Mueven 3, mueven 4. Los tiempos lo cogen, no como un novato. Ella ha ayudado mucho el desacato. Eso porque es una eternidad bailar contigo solo un rato. Tiene ese olor que amo. Me encanta cuando me dice eres mi chamo. La ven es más linda cuando nos casamos. Y en nuestra boda un perreíto, mami, así que lo gozamos. Baila funky, a los perreos. Te digo, mami, yo te deseo. Tú en el party, eres un leo. Porque goleas al mundo entero. Baila como una maniática, el perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática, con movimiento que asusta. Cuando baila tú estás anormal, y ese paso no la coge. También baila esa y al papá, hace que todo se antoje. Baila como una maniática, el perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática, con movimientos que asustan. Cuando baila tú estás anormal, y ese paso no lo coges. También baila esa y al papá, hace que todos se antojen.
Te desvestiste, lo hicimos en la habitación, qué rico mami, pero en cosas del amor mucho fallaban. No veía nada, mi amor, algo esperaba de tu mirada. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Yo no sé ya, si fue algo más que el placer, si me amaste alguna vez, yeah, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que he visto y lo que te gusta, amor de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con él. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Y yo te resumo en el desayuno, éramos pares, no éramos uno ni un te amo. Solo había sexo, nada de cariño, solo pretextos. Estaría fine si lo sabría y no llenaras de fantasías. Ya me dijiste lo que quería, no eran besos ni poesía. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos, perdidos. Sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. Used to feel like I was free. Now it's just broken pieces of me. I don't know why you pretend. No, I don't wanna be at your party, seeing you right next to somebody. Why do you keep on trying to, when you know what we shouldn't do? Even though that I want you, why don't we go figure it? Yeah, 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 yeah. Out on our own. Yeah, I know what we said, I still think we should figure it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Out on our own. I just hope that we'll be okay. It's so difficult to see. Whatever happens is meant to be. Then you'll ask me what is wrong, and I don't even know how to answer. It's time to put an end to our chapter. Why do you keep on trying to, when you know what we shouldn't do? Even though that I want you, why don't we go figure it? Yeah, 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 yeah. Out on our own. Yeah, I know what we said, I still think we should figure it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Out on our own. I just hope that we'll be okay. Nothing here will be the same again, 'cause I know this pain, I'm better off alone. Know that all I ever wanted to was to see you smile. Why don't we go figure it? Yeah, 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 yeah. Out on our own. Yeah, I know what we said, I still think we should figure it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Out on our own. I just hope that we'll be okay. Yeah, 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 yeah.
La patrona la designer, pero mira como vaina, girl. La patrona la designer, pero mira como vaina, girl. Es lo que te llevases, ay, aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style, por eso andamos falla, por eso andamos. De todas las guiales, es la number one, es la buena animales. Yeah, 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 yeah. Me dice que tal si vamos a quemar, you know. Pero vaya, gente que no le gusta que no sea normal, mala. Estamos en la buena, pero con ellos en la mala. Solo tenemos una vida, hay que gozarla, bebé. Hay que gozarla, bebé. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. La patrona la designa, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. La patrona la designa, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. Es lo que te llevases, ay, aquí con eso andamos. Vamos a bailar toda la noche hasta las 12. Vamos a vivir la hippie life, vivimos del roce. Aquí todo es natural, no me cambio mi pose. Y estamos a los J corté porque no me conoce. Tranquila hasta el fin. Aquí estamos flow pues, nunca flow play. Sé que somos happy porque estamos buen güey. Tú siendo mi Django sería tu Jim. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueve las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueve las masas. Patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. La patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. Afro que te llevases, ay, y aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a girl. Está ahí, por eso andamos fire. Andamos fire, por eso andamos. Sé que tú amas ese mal, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llamas, porque ella quiere placer. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama, porque no se lo da él. Mujer, no es un delito tenerte a mi lado, no es un delito estar obsesionado. Hay pecados que se merecen, que se repitan muchas veces. Aportar la gana que tenemos no es seguro. Salen porque salen, baby, es inoportuno. Por eso yo procuro que lo hagamos en lo oscuro, baby. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme. Quieres verme, ya sé lo que tengo que hacer. Comer callado y perderme. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer. Rico, baby, tú haz lo que quieras, nena. Que solo estas paredes verán lo que tú eres cuando actúas en la escena. Ven, pórtate bien. Si tú quieres, baby, que me porte mal. Que de 0 yo acelero hasta 100 y no freno hasta yo verte volar. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme. Quieres verme, ya sé lo que tengo que hacer. Comer callado y perderme. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer. Ella quiere placer, quiere fuego en su cama. Porque no se lo da él. Mujer, sé que tú amas a ese man, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama, porque no se
ya lo saben. Lunes, lunes.
Va cogiendo el filé.
Hi everyone and welcome to the BR6. We have got another lovely night of LATAM for you. We're bringing you all the action. We had a great night last night with some unexpected results and some that went exactly as expected. But I can't do this alone, as you know. I've got a great number 2 and number 3. We've got Gio, we've got Ollie. I'm not going to define which one's which. You bring them on in.
I was gonna ask.
I knew that you were. That's why I'm having nothing to do with that.
Well, actually, I think on my production thing, I am caster 1. So.
Does that equal show 2? I don't know. I honestly don't know at this point. But how you doing, X?
I'm doing fantastic, and thank you for coming to me first as your number 2.
Absolutely no problem. I cannot confirm nor deny that that was the order you were to be chosen in. But Gio, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I will own being number 3.
Somebody has to. Somebody has to. Well, didn't we just have a night of it last night? We had the first female player inside of BR6, Miranda, coming in with a great support performance for Ints. I think we may well see some more of her today, which is excellent. More of that, please. And we had some great matches to boot as well. Producer Simon's going to throw that schedule up so we can have a look at exactly what happened yesterday. And we will break it down and see just what's what in the BR6. We had Team Liquid kick things off against Team 1, and 7-4 for me. It's one of them games where I think it probably isn't necessarily a fair reflection of Team Liquid's performance. They were very good last night, looking really sharp, and Team 1, not quite what we've seen from them consistently so far. I think that you maybe could have been a bit close to that one almost. It wouldn't have surprised me on a different day to go to overtime, but nope, Team Liquid came in and they mopped up. No problem, 7-4. Match 2, so Furia against Ints, and as I said, we had Miranda in there as the first female player in BR6, making history, and we also had a better performance out of Ints, and that's what we wanted to see. They mix things up a little bit with that change in the roster. VNX unavailable due to health reasons at the minute, so it just forced their hand a little bit, and they came out with a good performance. Furia, however, were still able to best them and got that 7-5. Rocketing Furia. All the Furia fans are excited right now, and I'm with them. Up into 3rd place. We'll see exactly how the standings are in a second. We've got Faze versus Santos were match number 3, 7-2 to Faze, as expected. Honourable mention to Santos. That scoreline does not do them justice. Cameraman picked up on it in his interview afterwards and said Santos actually played really well today. The problem is that Samba played a lot better than anybody else, and he just had an absolute field day. An ace in round 1, and it just went from there. You can imagine if you didn't see it. Match 4, W7M versus Black Dragons to finish off the night, and W7M, they got that first win that we knew was coming for them. We spoke to Alpha afterwards. He said things are starting to click, and boy did they. Black Dragons suffering at the hands of W7M there with a 7-4 loss. So let's bring up those standings. We'll see exactly how that impacted the league and where we stand coming into things tonight. It's getting exciting. We've got Faze Clan up there, top of the pops, 14 points, but they can be reeled in not only by Team Liquid, but potentially by Furia tonight. Of course, they both have a match in hand and sit on 13 and 11 respectively. We've then got a super tight clash in the mid-table. Mid-table madness, I think we're going to call this one. We've got Black Dragons, MIBR, Team 1, NIP, W7M, and Santos, all within 4 points of each other. 9 leading all the way down to 5 for Santos. And then Ints, unfortunately, have been cut a little bit adrift on stage 1. Yet to pick up any points, but I think there could be some coming for them. Now then, today's games, the important thing. Let's have a look at the schedule for today, and we'll start getting some opinions in from Gio and Ollie to give my voice a rest. W7M versus NIP will kick things off for us. We'll follow on with Faze versus Ints, MIBR versus Santos, and Team Liquid versus Furia. Remind me, Gio, which one of these were you eyeing up last night?
I'm definitely looking at the last game of the day, just because while I expect it's more likely that Team Liquid are going to win, I think this will be a really great showing of Furia, see how they stack up against them, and now they're a top 3 team. This is a team of the same caliber of them, or at least on paper, so I think that's going to be a really interesting one.
Ollie, where you looking? What's tickled your fancy?
I agree with Gio, but I have to give a different opinion as well. And W7M versus NIP, for me, is going to be a good game. NIP haven't looked too consistent throughout the course of this stage. There's been real big chinks in their armor. And I think that W7M are going to be riding the highs of life after their game yesterday.
Precisely that. I'm sure they will want to double down. They've got in here literally as quickly as they could, playing the last game last night and the first game today. So it's all to go. And I'm not trying to sell this as likely, right? But I mentioned it last night. I think it warrants mentioning again. And this just shows the depth that we have inside of the BR6. If Ints and Furia both win tonight, Furia could potentially be eyeing up that top spot, numero uno. And I say potentially because I haven't done all the maths and I haven't done all the little, in-betweens round. You know what I mean? The round difference, the time
That's a technical
the
term, by the way.
I haven't looked all the way down the list to know exactly what will happen with Furia and Faze on the same number of points. But if nothing else, we can at least call them tied for top spot. And that would be unbelievable. But there's a long way to go, but if I know Siege, you never know. So let's have a look towards our first matchup tonight. We are going to have W7M versus NIP. It's one that you've picked out already, Ollie, as being a big one for the night. We can take a look at that W7M roster, and then we'll start to break these two teams down and see exactly where we are going. So it's a roster that we're getting a lot more familiar with now. Names that you will know starting to rain across your screen. We, of course, got Panico, Gui, Padrin, Herds, Kurtz. Ollie, what's the lowdown on W7M?
Well, as I said, Tim, W7M had a cracking result yesterday, and they're going to be really pleased with that win. It's something that they desperately needed, and against Black Dragons, it is a good team to get it against. But the hard work isn't done. They've not got an easy opponent today in NIP, although I have alluded to the fact that NIP have been a little bit less consistent than perhaps they would like. Interestingly, yesterday, the community vote for W7M was drastically against their favour, and I'd kind of like to see how that goes today, to see if that is bolstered a little bit by their performance yesterday. Maybe they picked up a few new believers along that way. But all in all, they looked fantastic yesterday, and I just think more of the same from these guys. Panico, Padrin, Herds, they all had cracking games.
I think it's worth mentioning the run of games that W7M have had, because as you say, Ollie, you know, the fan pick there yesterday was not favouring them. But that's because of a few losses, I think. And if you look at the last few games before that Black Dragons win, they've played against Team 1, they've played against Team Liquid, they've played against MIBR. They haven't had an easy run into that. And then it continues tonight with NIP, and then the next game after that is Faze. They really have had all these tough games just back to back, and it's no wonder that it's been a little bit of a struggle for them. But they have managed to find themselves a result. Can they double down against NIP tonight? Well, let's have a look at NIP. We'll go over their roster and we'll see if we can start to get an idea of just exactly how this one might play out. So even more household names for you here. I barely need to run through them, but for anybody new, we've got Kamikaze, Psycho, Julio, Muzi and Pino. Who are we looking at, Gio?
Personally, for me, I'm really looking at Pino, and it's not just because, oh, you know, he and Muzi, they're terrifying together. That is true. But it's when you go back and you have a look at the last game they played against Faze Clan, which they won. Really notably, the rounds that Faze Clan did better on were the ones where they brought Pino down first, or they brought Pino down early in the round. Pino's survival was really paramount to whether or not NIP won out a round. So he's the person I'm going to be looking out for. I want to see how long he can survive and how influential that is in this game against W7M.
Pino will punish teams given even a tenth of a chance, let and half a chance. He is absolutely dominant some days, and as you say, if they can sort of protect him through the entry phase, get him into the round, he can be lethal, and W7M certainly need to be focusing on him. So when we think about W7MX, obviously there was a few changes to their performance last night against Black Dragons. How do they translate that into this game today with NIP to get a successful result?
They've just got to try and do similar again. We've spoken previously about how Black Dragons are a little bit hit or miss at the moment. I think W7M did catch them on a bit of a miss day, but there were still good performances coming out from the guys on Black Dragons, and it genuinely was a game that W7M can hold their heads high and say that they won. Something that, if you look across the stats, particularly for the game yesterday, we had quite a big performance out of Geet, who otherwise has been not quite underperforming, but he's flown relatively low to the ground and under the radar, so to speak, in previous play days. And I feel like if they can just drag that consistency and that form through to today as well, maybe Gee's having a good week, and along with Kurtz as well, who was out of his skin last night, there's a very good chance that they're going to be able to do something here again today. So I think the overall feeling really for them is, if we've got them all in form, let's try and keep all of W7M in that good form and get them into the server today almost as quickly as possible. I'd be debating sleeping if I was one of those guys last night. I'm hitting my shots today. Like, do I risk going to sleep and waking up
just stay on the terrorist hunt all night. Just 12 hours of terrorist hunt and into the next game. That's the way to do it. But you mentioned Kurtz there, X, and I think that's a very valid point. I would liken Kurtz so far this season to, you know, that difficult jigsaw piece. You're working on a puzzle and you got that piece and you just keep coming back to it. You know that you can figure it out. You know that you've seen where it goes.
It's not an edge piece, is it? It's not
an edge. And you're trying it a few different ways and it's not panning out, but then all of a sudden it clicks. In it goes, and it's satisfaction. And that, for me, is what W7M saw out of Kurtz last night. Alpha said the same. It's been a tough start for him trying to fit into slightly different roles than he's used to. But it seems like we've had that click moment, and that could be very dangerous. So, looking across at the other side, Gio, NIP. My biggest concern with NIP is their predictability and speed. How are they going to deal with that tonight against W7M?
Yeah, I think the predictability has definitely been something that's worked against NIP in the games that they've played so far this season. One thing that I do wonder, however, is, you know, when you directly compare and contrast these two teams, one of the things Ollie mentioned was that Guy has been playing really well, but a lot of that was because the way that W7M was setting up outside of windows caught out Black Dragons, and Black Dragons weren't really entirely cognizant of that. I'm not sure that's going to work as well against NIP, and I think even though NIP can be slow and they can be predictable at times, I think they'll be a bit more vigilant in moments like that might not allow them to get caught out by W7M.
Very, very true, and it's maybe so. I'm sure it's going to be something that W7M are aware of, and I mean, we can have a look at the map pick. We'll bring up the map Veto. The point that I was just going to lead into there before I stop myself is that maybe this is something that W7M can factor into this map ban. X, you know, maybe a bigger map might suit them rather than smaller. Just stretch NIP a little bit more for time.
Yeah, quite possibly. We're seeing the bans come in and NIP taking away Coastline. That tells me that they're wanting to play something maybe like Oregon, or I don't know, maybe they've got the sort of cojones to go back to Villa. Of course, the map that we saw W7M playing on yesterday. It certainly seems like it's one of the final two, as it's only Consulate or Villa remaining. Ooh, we're going back to Villa. That's a bold choice there. I think NIP are sort of saying, yeah, we've seen your Villa and we kind of like the look of it. Let's have a go.
Well, this is really interesting, isn't it? Because you've got W7M there. Effectively, they make that choice at the end. To them, it's Consulate or Villa, and they take the ban on Consulate. So they're thinking, we're going to double down here. We've just had a good performance. Just rinse and repeat. Like you say, Ollie, they may have sat and done 12 hours of terrorist hunt, and they feel like they're just going into round 13 at this point. But Villa... NIP will have sat and watched that, and one thing that we've seen, Gio, out of NIP previously, and I'm thinking about the majors and the events we've had where they've had to play like the very next day against somebody that you can't prepare for.
Yeah.
NIP have said themselves that they are very good at preparing quickly. If they've watched that VOD last night, this could be dangerous for W7M.
Look, think of the position that W7M were in. They can either go to a map where they've done well on and they feel comfortable on, or they could take NIP to the map where they beat Faze Clan, right? I mean, that, to me, makes it seem a lot more understandable why they would choose to go to Villa. I totally agree with you. I think there is that risk that you have to undertake, knowing that NIP are going to be, a smart enough team to prepare something in a short time after seeing you play on it. But do they want to take NIP to Consulate after just seeing them beat Faze Clan on it? I think that would have been way scarier for W7M.
I'd agree with you. I think, yeah, out of those two choices, if you look at Consulate as an option, then, you know, nobody's going to want a taste of that from NIP at the minute, because we know how powerful NIP are. It's one of their great maps anyway, is Consulate. But what's the key here for NIP, X? Do they have to come in and play this a bit quicker than they might normally?
Not necessarily. I think for NIP, whilst they've got a little bit of pressure on them in terms of the performance as a whole across this stage, I don't think that they're going to be feeling too pressure going directly into that, because they've had time to prepare this. As you've said, they've been able to... They've probably watched the game live last night. NIP didn't have a Playday yesterday, so they'll have been watching all the games as they come through, I would imagine, and then be able to sit and formulate some sort of a plan. And let's be honest, it's a comment you brought up, Gio. There were mistakes made by Black Dragons that were severely capitalised upon by W7M. Now, you've got to be in a position to capitalise on those mistakes, and that's fine. But NIP, are they going to make those mistakes? And that's the big question. They know where the flaws are. They know what they need to avoid. They know where these traps are placed. It'd be very stupid to walk into them now.
Well, we've got questions, and you'll be glad to know that we're going to bring you answers. We're heading over to Villa right now. W7M versus NIP. It is our first matchup of the day. Don't forget, we've got the hashtag BR6. Feel free to get in touch with us. Let us know on Twitter how you think the game is going, but don't go anywhere, because we're taking you right into the action now. Take it away, guys. XGO, have fun.
Let's get it. First game of the night, Gio. NIP versus W7M. Right back where we left off yesterday here on Villa. Thatcher and Ace coming through as the first two bans. Don't see a great deal of Ace banned.
No, not really.
Maybe not quite a first, but certainly I could count on one hand the amount of times that we've seen it.
Yeah, it's not very common to have him banned out, and it's interesting as well, because actually, as far as hard breach bans go, yesterday on the W7M Black Dragons game, it was Hibana who was banned out. That was by Black Dragons, not W7M. But interesting that they've opted to go for another hard breacher, but this time the guy who can bring the smokes and conceal the plant, right? Also, that clash, I'm gonna assume that was a target ban, because they know that W7M have liked to play that. We saw Panico playing Clash yesterday. It wasn't the most successful defensive attempt from W7M, so it's interesting to me that NIP have decided to use one of their bans for that specifically.
I'm just wondering, could the Ace be a bit of a target ban there. Obviously, removing a hard breacher, all well and good, but maybe just trying to pinpoint and really sort of remove that ability. It would be quite strange to see, because we did see Kurtz playing so well yesterday on the Ace. And obviously it was W7M that took Ace away. So they've nerfed themselves there a little bit, but it seemed like a strange choice. But obviously Hibana being available, Kurtz immediately jumping onto that after Hibana being unavailable yesterday. First site's going to be Aviator Games Room. Look at that setup that's going in to Statuary. We've got a lot of players over there for NIP that have been placing utility. I think maybe we've even seen a mirror window played over there as well. Could be quite a lot to try and deal with. Muzi going to go for a bit of a C4 spawn peek. We saw a bit of this yesterday. He's going to go for the toss. Doesn't quite get it. C4 there does get shot out in midair. We saw the toss come through, but Herds was a bit too quick.
Yeah, it means Herds can live for another day, and he's been one of these players who's really shown up for W7M, actually. So having him still be able to persist on the entry is going to be pretty important for W7M. It makes me laugh seeing Panico go through the basement on the Nook, not because it's funny in and of itself, but just how we discussed yesterday that you particularly wanted to see the Villa basement get more utilized. Well, there you go. Very sneaky for Panico to be doing that, but there's still this presence from NIP up in Statuary. Muzi playing behind the mirror window, but so far no one from W7M has shown themselves, and he'll just take that as his cue to move back to the site.
It's a horrible mirror to try and challenge onto as well, because you can see already how much it's stalling Herds out. They've obviously not got drone intel that the players actually moved. We can see the drones now working through to call that Statuary as clear. As Herds really just got held up there for a time. Now, the mirror is arguably pretty useless at this point, but it's done something to try and slow down this attacking push, as Herds is now only getting himself in through Statuary and looking to mount this attack from this north side. Psycho going to be playing the mirror in sight as well, looking to just keep an eye on the vault doorway. Everyone from NIP fairly static. We've got Julio out there on the roam. Seems as though he maybe is underneath there with the C4 as the mirror, looking to find some sort of opportunity. But Herds' sixth sense here is kicking in, and he's going to get some drones out. Plenty of drone work going ahead here for W7M, which is always good to see. But I do worry a little bit about their time. They have only got 50 seconds remaining, and they've still yet to make a real significant dent into this defense. Herds there has just discovered we're going to have, I believe it's Muzi there playing on the main stairs. There's a large portion of these attackers now are stacking up on side of this study, and we've still got Muzi playing in this main stairs position, albeit he's got a lot less utility than we are used to seeing players have when they're played there. Usually they have shields and ADSs and all that sort of stuff, but that doesn't matter for Muzi. He's still going to get first blood over onto Herds, traded out by Kurtz, and the kills now start to fly. Julio still underneath on the mirror, still providing that threat, and with only 10 seconds left remaining, well, it's going to have to be a side push. Padrin, he's got himself in, he's going to be planting behind the vault door. That Toxic Babe canister is too late, and the plant will be confirmed. Padrin gets downed, but it doesn't matter. It's now a retake here for NIP. They've got quite a nice numbers advantage, though, and they're going to start to flex that immediately. Pino comes in with a big kill there over onto Kurt. Well, Panico left with no choice. Activate his cloaking device. Try and make something happen. Julio with the swing. He was hiding out downstairs for the majority of the round, and he comes back just when required. Plenty of time to get that disable off, and NIP, they are going to take round number 1.
I think one of the really notable things that you actually said in that round was the fact that W7M were taking quite a lot of time. And it's not that they didn't have time to plant by the end, because of course they did, but it's the fact that they didn't kill anybody from NIP in the meantime. That meant that once they were already in the site, there were loads of NIP players who were ready to flock down onto them, and still utility standing as well. There were shields present in games that they could use for their own protection, and even though there had been an air jab that was also placed in on the site, because I saw that knock Pino down, and that gave them some extra time when the post-plant situation first started. The problem with that is it meant that NIP still had the man numbers to be able to get the kills they needed anyway. And then when Panico had to try and rotate around to come in through games, there was nothing preventing Julio from flanking him as well. The air jabs hadn't been used in those places. And sure, you can't necessarily foresee or predict what the post plant is going to look like and what routes of ingress you're going to have to use. But the point still stands is that NIP had the advantage there, both in man numbers and in the utility that they had available, that just made it quite easy for them to finish off and disable the diffuser.
Something that we see NIP quite good at as well is this ability to get out there on the roam. Sure, they're going to use utility in doing so, and a mirror window played way offside. It does seem expensive, and I use the word expensive because it seems like a lot to be placed in somewhere that you're not going to be using for the entirety of the round. And NIP are really good at that, and what it means is that when the attacking push does start to materialize in those final few seconds, it is very difficult because then they've got the full force of all the other utility, the toxic wave canisters, the C4s, whatever it might be, to then be able to deny that plant. And NIP looked very comfortable there throughout the entirety of the round. Retake situation or not, it seemed as though they were in full and total control, and the plant going down was almost, you know, a bit of a win condition for them in that instance, because they knew that they were going to be able to pick up those final couple of kills due to the lack of information by W7M. It was what we often see is like a desperate plant, you know, a plant that's just there to try and extend the round a little bit from W7M because they just didn't have any ability to do anything else at that moment in time.
I wonder if this round is going to be similarly as comfortable for NIP. So far, they don't seem to be exceptionally pressured. You can see that they've actually lent into what we like to call a sort of trap strategy here, bringing both the Frost and the Capcan, which hopefully, or at least if you're NIP, hopefully should catch out W7M as they make their push in, get them caught in those Frost traps or the Capcan booby traps. Panico won't be falling for the one on the living room door, however, as he continues to move on forward and just checking those corners on his route in. Kurt's downstairs too. It's interesting now how W7M are covering all 3 floors of this map. Whereas at this point on a kitchen site, you would still typically see so much attention be paid to that upstairs.
Julio, he found the last kill in round number 1. He finds the first here in round number 2. Kurt's getting taken down. Fortunately for W7M, it isn't the diffuser. That's in the hands of Gee. Herds is still trying to pressure this exterior window. It's an angle and a strategy that we saw net W7M multiple kills yesterday when they were playing Black Dragons, but here and now you just know that NIP aren't going to peek this. You could see the laser on the door frame just to the left of your screen there. He knows that he's being watched. He's waiting for the Candelas. There was a Frost mat to deal with as well. Pino! 2 kills coming in as if by magic. NIP aren't getting baited the same way. They are firmly now in the driver's seat. 5 versus 2, and W7M seem to be struggling to pull in the same direction. Statically waiting and holding these angles is not going to cut it. NIP is showing great patience here. Despite a big man count advantage, they're still not looking to push, even though Kamikaze knows that Gee is just around that corner. A flawless round for NIP. Pino gets a triple. Psycho picks the last. NIP looking pretty solid here on defense, Gio.
You could see even then at the end where Gee was playing very tentatively. As soon as he sent in those shots, Kamikaze, he doesn't even have to push up on that. All you need is for someone in NIP to say, okay, yeah, he's definitely standing outside of the door. Get him. Because NIP just had such an advantage on them. They can rotate around. There's no one watching Gee's flank at all. So that was a tough one for W7M, and I think the fact that they did lose those players like Herds and Kurtz very early really hurt them. And you hate to say it, you'd hate to act as if there's only a couple of players on the team who really have what it takes to turn those situations around. And it's not that the other players on W7M can't do that, but it's just that a lot of the value of Herds and Kurtz have come out from those really aggressive plays, from the kills that they can collect in, you know, multitudes. And if they are brought down quite early, then suddenly you are lacking that power. And this is what I actually said about NIP and Faze, is that when Faze could bring down Pino early, NIP were left in a very similar situation. You have players like Muzi, of course, who can still pick up the work, but it was always notable that specifically Pino. Well, Pino was left untouched in that round, and he got a number of kills because of it. W7M have to be very cognizant of the fact that they also have players who, when brought down early on in the round, are going to make them significantly weaker.
Nothing really seems to be troubling NIP at the moment, but we are on Villa. It is defender-sided. We are expecting defenders to come away with the lion's share of the rounds here. But we get to see something different here from W7M. They're still trying to pull the same tricks. Still trying to get those rotation kills from the windows and still trying to just hold angles and see if they can find themselves in. We're arguably going up against a team of a different class here today in NIP. And that is really showing so far. Now, this time they're attacking onto Trophy Statuary. Typically seen as a second choice site, but in this case we're seeing it in round number 3. We've seen a lot of attention paid to drone holes, etc. And Julio's actually got himself chunked down some. He's going to be sitting at full health, but still got plenty of utility. C4 going to swing and miss. He goes for an ambitious toss onto the window. And let's face it, if you're low health and you feel like your moments might be numbered, there's worse things you can do than dump all of your utility.
NIP are definitely sending a message of beware of the windows, which is something that W7M played around quite well yesterday. We already talked about Guy standing outside a lot of the windows, particularly the heads window by Trophy, to cut off many flanks. Well, if NIP can get them away from the windows, then automatically they have an advantage over them in something that W7M used well yesterday. But also we did see Padrin just jump straight into the bathroom yesterday too, so maybe it's a good deterrent to stop them from making plays like that. But regardless, so far, it stops W7M from moving in too quickly. Panico finally in the bathroom, but he has also given his location away. So these players in Astro are going to be waiting very, very carefully for him to move forward.
Panico's the beachhead here, right? He's got to do something with those Candelas. Pino does have an ADS, which is now getting burnt. Now prepare for the Candela because you know it should be coming. But no, Panico just goes for an all-out-and-out swing. He doesn't need to use the Candela. Instead, he's going to throw the Candela deep into Trophy and look to gain a bit more control. Let's force Psycho to hop his way down, but Psycho is playing Echo. There is potential still for him to deny the plant and effect onto that bomb site, but he's leaving a lot of faith in the remaining players upstairs. Kamikaze going to be watching onto master bedroom. He knows that there's going to be players peeking in and around with the breach being open now. Shots fire through and Kurtz is going to fall. A C4 as well is going to fly out and net him a kill over onto Herds. Herds did got one in the meantime, but it's likely not going to be enough now as Guy and Padrin are left in a pretty tough spot. Padrin gets taken out as Guy makes his way up these east stairs, but with the diffuser cold, 7 seconds left remaining, Guy has to go huge, and so far he's doing it. He's going to recover the diffuser, but has he got the time to plan? Searches for the final kill. He didn't know that the player was over on Astro. They're going to cross paths there as the round is finished, but NIP there taking it on time.
I'll be honest, at the start of the season, a player on NIP who was receiving quite a bit of criticism was Kamikaze. He wasn't really showing up that much, and there was a lot of concern that I saw being discussed on, social media about whether Kamikaze still had a place on this roster. But in the last couple of playdays that NIP have been involved in, I really think that he's actually shown his worth a lot more in the rounds. He had such a power position in that last round. If you actually saw the utility that had been brought by W7M, the only things that they could have dealt with that shield were the Ashe and Zafir gadgets. So Ashe's breaching charges, Zafir's lifeline, and you didn't really have either of them focusing on that. No one had brought anything like nades, anything that you can throw at the shield to remove it. You would have had to have relied on that primary gadgetry. It gave him a really strong spot because it stopped W7M from pushing in through Master. They had to try and go around a different way. But then you've got Psycho, who's playing downstairs on the Echo. You had Muzi, who was prone in head/Trophy. Yeah, Pino died relatively early in Astro, But there was still so much focus around there that basically meant W7M didn't have a clear route in. They would have had to have challenged Kamikaze head on, and when you're filtering one guy in through the rotate that has been made in the statuary wall, it's likely he's not going to get Kamikaze, especially if he's looking the wrong way. So that was a really good play and setup from NIP, and there's a lot of blame to be laid on W7M for not correctly dealing with it. But the point is, it worked for NIP, and the scoreline reflects that.
NIP choosing to not bring the mirror in this round. Previously in round 1, we saw it played on that reinforced panel inside a statuary, just next to where Muzi is currently playing. Instead, NIP have gone for a slightly different approach of just playing a lot of bodies over in that area of the map instead. Pino's been chunked down to just less than half. Maybe some sort of throw ball or some sort of impact, but Herds has hopped on into Closet and going to look to try and add a little bit of pressure. No mirror window, it makes it harder to peek, and Muzi pays the price. Herds is able to take him out and progress on through. Now looking to challenge a little bit further. He's now on the door that leads from Master into Statuary. He's got Z-Ping information coming out for him as well, as the drone has gone ahead at his feet. Pre-fire shots come through and narrowly misses out there on the player. Instead, Julio going to make a full rotation as kills continue to come in for W7M, but this time in the hands of Kurtz. He's got nuclear. He's taken out both Psycho and Pino, and that's really opened things up here for W7M.
Now just relying on Julio and Kamikaze, and suddenly the turns have tabled on NIP because they're in the disadvantageous position that they've been on the other side of up until this point. Julio goes for the C4, but it doesn't catch anybody out, and W7M have a lot of time to play with to push up on them. Down goes one drone, but that will still give some information on the location of Julio, and if W7M can know that all this room between them and the site is free, that will significantly expedite their push in towards. Julio takes some damage as the shots come in through the study door. That's going to be a rotate being made by the player from W7M, potentially round onto the study window. Deciding to come back, this could be a 1 versus 1 for Julio and this player, and he's just going to try and play patiently and hold the angle. Although, I was going to say, as he said that, he's going to run out, but actually decides against it.
I mean, it's a good job because he's already heard the air jab go off against. I'm not sure if he was trying to bait the air jab from coming out or not, but this is locking Julio off, and it's really forcing Kamikaze into that 1vx situation. Panico is finally going to get the kill over onto Julio, and now Kamikaze has to go huge. W7M, they haven't used the time very well here, and the diffuser is going to be called on the ground. Air jab comes through, forcing Kamikaze to make the rotate. The pinch from W7M with Kurtz also pressuring that vault is enough to secure W7M their first round.
Really nicely done by W7M. They got decisive early kills that helped them take control. And I do like the fact that they are insistent on playing those really deep air jabs. I mentioned back in round 1 how it didn't necessarily work so well purely because it meant that Julio could get a late flank. But that's not really something that you can foresee in the same way. And the air jab that they played deep in that round did affect Pino, and it allowed them to, at the very least, get into a post-plant situation. This is a really similar parallel in how they use those, rather than dotting them around the map to prevent flanks and roams being done by the defenders in the mid-round and prevent that huge map control. They do it so deep in the site so that as they make their push in, it really restricts the defenders. That's not something you see a ton. It's not super common that you actually see air jabs get used A, that late, and B, that deep in the site. And that was really facilitating in W7M finishing off that final round then. So I think that was just a really interesting playstyle note. But really the fact that they won that round, a lot of it came down to kills that they secured.
I think it's the ability to be able to get those early kills without using your air jab so that you've got them for the late round.
Yeah.
There's questions on both sides because it's kind of like, well, you might not get to the late round if you don't use your air jabs and you bring in that operator and you're not actually getting any use out of it. But then it just becomes such a powerful tool in that late stage that it makes so much sense to have, 1 or 2 of them in your pocket for that moment. Kamikaze, player that's capable of clutches. I wasn't writing that round off there. I was thinking, couple of snappy SMG-11 headshots, and he's going to be back in this thing. The diffuser's in the middle of no man's land. But the air jab just really sort of added to that cement from W7M, and it's nice to see them having it at that point, especially if they didn't need it because they were able to take such clear control. This time, I think things are going to potentially be a little bit more difficult, as we have seen the mirror window being brought back. Muzi obviously not happy about playing that angle without the mirror window, as he did get taken out quite quickly last round.
Well, entirely overall, the operator lineup for the defenders has totally changed because they were leaning into this whole Malusi Jaeger thing before that's more designed for a roam. And this time, not so much. So they can have that static presence up towards the north side of the map. And we did see Muzi very ready to retreat when he wanted to. So it's sort of that more bunkered down, secure kind of way of doing things, even if it's not entirely all on the side. And it was the roam that got punished for NIP last time. Again, we're seeing some patience be exhibited by W7M. All of these holes in the floor can work both ways. So NIP obviously want to use them to gain control of the attackers who may be down below, and that should help them hold on to the main stairs control as well. If you can catch them out through the floor before they have the opportunity to push onto main stairs, then that will really facilitate you maintaining that control and will make it so hard for W7M to push into the site later on. Hertz getting ready with the Ash breaching round. He's just being pinged out so that he knows where to put it, but Pino is denying him the opportunity. Shoots straight through, using the holes, as I mentioned before, becoming so incredibly easy for him.
Something you hate to see. Hertz there, just getting information on shields or players inside a site to try and start blowing up, and like get blown up himself. Puts NIP in a nice, comfortable spot here because they can worry a bit less about this vertical pressure, knowing that it is likely only going to be a book. And well, a book for how long? Because Pino says, I'll have you as well. We're not having any vertical pressure coming in onto us here. We know that we've got enough to worry about on this horizontal plane. More shots there get put on into Padrins. Kamikaze is aggressively challenging. Swings over, picks up Kurtz, fancies a bit more, takes another two. Perfect round for NIP. What a triple from Kamikaze.
Absolutely brutal there. NIP basically turned their backs completely on round number 4 and came in with a vengeance on round number 5. And it's so interesting as well how so much of that was caused simply by those vertical holes that they held. Kamikaze was the player on main stairs as well, and he had so much space the whole way because W7M never had the opportunity to push up on him. So even something just as simple as opening up those holes in the floor can lead NIP to situations like that. And of course, the kills were done by the individuals. The kills weren't done by the holes in the floor, but it's just how little it has to be in order to set your players up to achieve things like that. And NIP looking very, very good in that round.
That's a round that hurts as well because W7M, they didn't really adapt after losing Herds and losing all of the pressure that they were trying to apply on that bottom floor. It was kind of weird because we've seen them attack successfully from Master side, and we saw that's what NIP were expecting again. They'd gone for that mirror window in Statuary, looking through into Closet. They were expecting that typical push from W7M. They tried something a bit different, and it really didn't work for them. NIP were just too quick to adapt and to change their defensive strategy, and as soon as they realised that no one was coming from that master bedroom side, they were very quick to move and get themselves into positions that did eventually matter. 3 people to die with 1 SMG-11 clip, 2 SMG-11 clips. That isn't looking great on the side of W7M there. You're almost borderline pushing a single door or a single window at that point, and just lining them up for Kamikaze to knock you down. It's not easy to knock them down. You've still got to be in the right place at the right time with the skill. But W7M there just looks very flat in that attack.
And we were just talking about how NIP are in the bottom 4 here in Brazil right now. They certainly don't look like a bottom 4 team in this game so far. Really interesting setup that NIP have brought as well. No smoke and no mute means that they've opted to bring the TCSG on the Kaid and also the shotgun on the Frost as well, so that you can have that site setup, which we saw them doing in the prep phase. W7M paying a lot more attention to this top floor, allows them to stun and catch out Psycho. That's a nice early kill. That means those yokai drones won't be able to be controlled later on in the round, which when you don't bring a smoke, that's really what you'd want to rely on for the denial. Plant denial, that is. But W7M, because they're coming in through the top floor a lot more decisively, it's something they didn't do back in round number 2. They were a lot more spread out and a lot more split up back then, and this coordination could afford them a win.
Yeah, I like to see this vertical pressure and the fact that we haven't got many players from W7M, if any, that are just holding a window and hoping for a rotate, because they know at this point that that isn't going to happen. But a C4 will net 2 for Julio. Panico takes down the man of the moment, Kamikaze, just previous, but is that going to be enough? We're looking at what's been lost on both sides. Psycho's been taken out, and of course, we've spoken about how yokai drones are being used more as Valkyries, but in IP, they brought Valkyrie as well, so that speaks to me that they were going to try and use that for a little bit of plant denial, which has now been lost. Of course, with this upstairs pressure as well, Padrin can now get himself in and look to try and breach up as well, and really start to force these defenders to make some rotations.
Doing pretty okay for time, I would say, so far. Kurt's looking to come up to, I'm assuming, the first floor, the floor that the site is on as he moves up from the basement. Muzi and Pino working together in Memorial so that they're holding on to the angles that could be held against them. Pre-placed C4 from Muzi just under the floor. Now, I suspect that will be quite audible to anyone who walks near it. But maybe in their avoidance, Muzi can catch them out on another angle. But look at the time now. It's starting to really wane. Julio getting the first kill of the opening engagement. Oh, and a second as well. This isn't looking so good for W7M. It's all on Panico. He gets one kill onto Julio, but he can't finish it off. Muzi gets that one for himself. And NIP finishing off the half at 5-1.
5-1 for NIP here on Villa. We mentioned that it was defender-sided, but that was a very decisive defensive half there from NIP, and they've left themselves within a whisper of that match point. One round will see them on a match point. 2 rounds will see them winning the game. And you kind of worry a little bit here for W7M. They need to play very good Siege from here on out. They've done a fantastic job in the rounds that we've seen them win, which has been that one. But there's been some glaring holes and some glaring differences compared to their game yesterday on this map versus Black Dragons. And I just worry for them here. But see what they've got to show us. Julio going to be opting for the Dokkaebi. It always scares me, Gio. Honestly, I see the Dokkaebi and I'm like, that could be quick. Like, these guys could be looking to move in on me quickly, and I don't really want that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have to remember as well, because, you know, W7M, they're bringing a lot of information operators. If you can hack out those cameras, not only are you going to be able to find the locations of the W7M players just by hearing the phones ring in the logic bomb, but you also get access to all of that information as well. So definitely a big risk onto them. One thing I do want to bring up, however, is yesterday when W7M played against Black Dragons here on Villa, it was on W7M's defensive half that we saw a lot of their best work come out. They had 4 defending wins out of 5 rounds that they played on the defense, so it was a much stronger half for them than their attacking. That doesn't necessarily mean that the same is going to be here today, especially when we see how well NIP have been playing against them. But it just means that this is most likely the half that W7M feel more comfortable on. And because this was W7M's map choice, it was NIP who did get the decision as to who started on which side.
Herds there, just got a cheeky angle onto a window through the floor as NIP slowly start to make their approach. Drones working on ahead. No major action in the earliest of the round. It doesn't seem as though W7M are trying to hold a particularly aggressive stance on this defense. And the site that they've chosen is a strange one indeed. They've chosen to go downstairs for their first pick. Typically, we would see AVG or Trophy and Statuary as that first bomb site. But in this case, they've opted to go downstairs, and I'm not sure if that's in an attempt to maybe throw NIP off. But when they're not trying to hold any other areas of the map, I do feel like it leaves them quite vulnerable. It looks as though they're trying to heavily play around Panico on this pulse, however.
It really wouldn't surprise me. It does mean that he's going to have to be quite careful, though, because if he's taken down early, we've seen what happens to teams who rely too much on a pulse, lose the pulse early, and suddenly their entire strategy falls apart in their hands. So far, he's okay, and I suspect that NIP will be quite thorough in what's going on upstairs before they decide to push too much onto him. Muzi can jump down after opening up the hatch into Art. One of the things we spoke about at the beginning is NIP are a bit infamous for making slow pushes on the attack, so don't expect anything too aggressive to happen until much, much later in the round, and it could even end up being a 5 versus 5 if that's how things go.
Certainly looking that might shape up in that direction with 40 seconds left and all 10 players still on the server. Kamikaze threatening an entrance there on Intersight. Pino with the vertical angles finds a ton of shots and a confirm over onto Herds, opening things up here for NIP. An aggressive swing there is going to lead us in a 1-for-1 trade as Psycho and Kurtz take each other out. Padrin to find some solidity here on the site, and he does with the C4 over onto Pino. It does something massive to level things up. Julio is in hot pursuit, however, but he is 1 versus 2 with only 10 seconds remaining. He has the SMG out and he has recovered the diffuser. It looks as though he's going to attempt maybe a plant to go down here, although unfortunately for him, it looks as though he just had a little bit of lag at an inopportune moment. Forced him to go for the kill instead, and W7M are going to take it on time.
Unfortunate there for NIP, and I think W7M found themselves stretched a bit thin at the end too, because even that kill that was done onto Guy there in Memorial, you could tell Guy was looking the wrong way. And that's not necessarily a case of he didn't know where to look, but it's a testament more to how that downstairs site is. You often have to cover a lot of different angles when you're expecting the attackers to be pushing in. Whether you want to be looking out into the corridor, which is where Julio came from. You want to be looking towards laundry in case you've got attackers pushing in through there. Maybe pantry, sometimes you'll have attackers coming in through there. Down towards China, if the Astro stairs have had control taken of them. And if you've only got 2 people on the site, which I think is what W7M did, you can only hold so many angles yourself. So Guy looking down towards the kitchen, that was the angle that he decided to choose, and it just so happened that he wasn't looking the right way for when Julio came in. Unfortunate for NIP that they had a little bit of a server issue and Julio had to go in for the kill. That's also one of those things, however, where you do note how much of the time available NIP decided to use before then. Because had there been a little bit more time, that maybe wouldn't have been so much of a problem. Julio could have won that out. But because he went for the plant right at the last second, you don't really have that option.
And it's strange to see the time being wasted in that kind of a fashion when we didn't see any aggression from W7M on their hold. They were very passive and just sort of said, look, you can take the whole map, like we don't really care, we're just focused on this little section of it. It seems crazy that it still took NIP so long to get themselves on in, and maybe that's something that we see change if W7M continue to just give up so much control, particularly when looking toward that side. But of course, in this round, round number 8, we're focused elsewhere. We have Trophy Statuary as the chosen location here from W7M, as they look to try and start to chain these defensive rounds together. It's certainly possible for them here on Villa. A logic bomb call is going to go on in and just force the defenders off the cams and give everyone a little bit of a ring. Muzi is going to try and use that as a bit of an opportunity to push on through. He's got drones working ahead, so knows that everything is going to be clear for now. There is a player on the astronomy stairs, but doesn't seem as though he's going that far just yet.
The use of the logic bomb just straight away took me back to that last round where we were talking about how not only do you hear the cell phones ring, give you location, but you can hack into the cameras as well. And that's what we saw NIP do very early on. It can be incredibly detrimental, especially if you are a defending side who's relying on that kind of utility. This time, however, W7M haven't decided to bring a pulse. and which is fairly unsurprising. It is not as common on any site other than that kitchen site down below, but it means that they're just relying on the Valkyrie for things like that. Mute jammers are being shot out from below by Muzi. That should allow the statuary wall to get opened. Psycho and Kamikaze both playing on the hard breaches, but I would imagine it's more likely that the Hibana will have the responsibility to open up that wall.
Kind of worry about Muzi here because I'm not sure if he knows there's a player on the stairs leading to the basement just in front of him. That player is going to be Herds. Herds is playing very patiently here. He's playing for 1 kill. It would have been more impactful to take Muzi out before he was able to get the mute jammers off, but as it stands, he's still playing for only 1 kill. Now, the biggest problem that we've got at this point in the round with it is that there's 40 seconds left, and you kind of want your smoke up on the site. It does seem, though, as though NIP have come up against another obstacle getting that wall open, as Kamikaze's going to drone on through, discover the Valkyrie playing behind the statuary. Padrin opens up the account here for W7M with a big kill over onto Pino, who since defense has been fairly quiet here on the attacking phase for NIP. Muzi does respond, however, as he finally makes his entrance and his approach as a sight storm comes on in, and players from W7M are getting downed left and right. But once again, draw your attention to the time. Julio's had to go and recover the diffuser, and he's going to start trying to get it down at 0 seconds remaining. It's very possible here for W7M to swing and grab the kill, and they will! Look at that scoreboard lighting up blue. W7M coming up on the right end of all of those, and NIP running out of time.
Just saw the swarm of W7M players completely collapse in. The fact that Julio had to go and pick up the diffuser before he could actually attempt to make the plant, I think really helped them in that fact that they could just do that. W7M now, they're getting closer to evening up this score count. Only 2 rounds behind NIP. And yes, it might be a bit early to say because we're only 2 rounds into this half, but it certainly does lean into that idea that W7M feels significantly more comfortable on the defense. The question, however, is it more to do with W7M having a strong defense, or is it more to do with the fact that NIP's pacing makes it easier for them? When they've been left mostly alone for a lot of the round and not having any particularly early deaths, W7M have more prowess towards the late round, which they can use against NIP, and I think that's what's really given them some push in these last couple of rounds. So they'll be able to move over to their tertiary site of AVG, which feels a little bit alien to say, but that's where we are. And if they can win this, then they will have made the complete cycle. And that would be concerning for NIP because oftentimes, well, I say oftentimes, basically always, you don't want to be a team who's playing on the attack and has unsuccessfully attacked onto 3 different sites in a row, because that suddenly sets you up for when you move into the next half of the half. You don't have anything to go by in terms of where your successes have been already.
Starts to get harder for NIP from here on out. As you say, with this round being the final sort of site that we would expect to see here on Villa. If W7M can be successful here, then NIP start asking themselves the question, well, where can we pick up the next 2 rounds to close this game out? And if they can't find an answer to that, then they're going to really start to struggle. The time for NIP has been such a huge detriment to them at this point. They do seem to spend far too much of it trying to get this execute completed within the final 15 seconds, and as we've seen, it hurts them greatly. Now, I'd like to see them move a little bit quicker here. It looks as though they may be doing that and maybe being a little bit optimistic. You're not going to try and burn out the ADSs, but he's going to be there for a while, as there were quite a few. It's taken a full lifeline launcher for him to be able to get rid of the utility there placed on side of the main stairs, but it has done something to root the player off there from W7M.
Remember that when NIP were defending onto here, they used those vertical holes so well to shut down any player from W7M who wanted to push through that bottom site, the bottom floor, through places like library and the main stairs. So the fact that NIP have already cleared out that utility and likely pushed the defender away, as we can see, Guy has been pushed back into Classical Hall, that already is a good sign because it gives them a route up. And you've got to think about how well defended Study is as well. They've used 3 Aruni gates, if I'm not mistaken, on the doors that are present in Study, which will make it in and of itself quite hard to push into there. If you have the main stairs available to you, that's already helped out your attack. The question is, are NIP going to act on that fast enough?
Well, once again, we find ourselves entering that final minute with everybody still alive. Good thing for the defenders, and a good thing for the attackers, but you kind of want some sort of an advantage at this point as an attacker. Really narrowly missing out there on Kamikaze's head as a Toxic Babe canister is going to fly on out and just deny a little bit of access onto the vault door. With those Toxic Babe canisters, you're going to be able to deny a great deal of time. Drone's now working in ahead, but once again, you get the impression it's a bit too little too late. There's still Aruni gates to try and deal with as well. Well, Aruni is going to get dealt with herself, but will it be enough? There's only Psycho and Pino to try and flood the bomb site here and to try and get something down. Pino finds a huge kill over onto Kurtz. He's forced to try and get the diffuser down. As we see, the time is only at 1 second. Guy is getting himself locked in this engagement. He has to push. We're in a 1 versus 1 here. Guy knows it. There is just not enough time as Guy there is able to pull out that final kill. A huge round for him individually, and W7M complete the triple. They get 3 rounds on a row here on Villa.
I really think that the 2K that was done by Herds as NIP were pushing in helped them massively. The thing that we spoke about much earlier in this game is that in the late round, when they have around even numbers of men, NIP are very good at collapsing in. But you can't do that if you're at a man disadvantage. And it sounds like a really basic and simple thing to bring up. Like, yeah, if you've got fewer guys in the other team, then you're probably not going to be as strong. But because of the amount of time that NIP are burning, and because of the way that they're pushing in, and because it was Pino who was going in for the plant as well, you saw him actually go for a kill right before he went to plant behind model. But that means that his gun skill that we've discussed at length in the past isn't going to be available for the protection of the plant while the plant is going down because he's the one doing it. It significantly weakens NIP. So W7M having got that 2K just before NIP went to execute their push in, I think that was quite significant, even if it seems like just a simple 2K.
W7M this time taking us to the 4th site of Villa. I wasn't anticipating seeing this one, Geo, but I'm really looking to try and flex that they are an accomplished Villa side. Take us downstairs toward the library. Now, that of course requires good control of Aviator Games Room once again, which they were able to maintain throughout the course of that previous round. And maybe it's a good idea, judging by how slow NIP have been moving. It could be a bit of an advantage for them to say, look, you know, they've struggled to attack onto Aviator Games Room. Let's defend there again, and let's just take the site that is beneath it. We know that we can keep that vertical control. This site is all about that vertical control, as if the defenders have got it, then you're vulnerable as an attacker. If the attackers have got it, then you're vulnerable as a defender. So NIP once again being forced into quite a comprehensive clear here, and it just doesn't seem to be working for them at the moment. They need to move quicker.
W7M did defend this site yesterday when they played against Black Dragons, and Black Dragons actually planted, but there was a successful post plant from the defending team. A lot of Black Dragons push, if I remember correctly, came down from the Astro Stairs side, holding onto those long angles down through the living room wall, which is kind of risky because those long angles can be held back onto you in return. I'm wondering if NIP will go for something similar, or if they'll try and kind of brute force their way into the Aviator Games site, which is likely where there's going to be at least a couple of defenders waiting, holding onto vertical angles down through there. And we did see a mirror window be placed on the study wall, so it looks like W7M are anticipating, or at least preparing for a push from that side.
NIP are playing into it as well. You can see a lot of presence over inside a kitchen here, as it's where a large force of these players is going to be starting to mount from, but they've got quite a bit to deal with. I'm not sure if that mirror window had been popped out or not. We've had a couple of glimpses of it there, and it does appear as though the glass has gone, so either an intentional decision from W7M, but more likely Psycho's been able to get in on his Twitch drone and cause a little bit of mischief. Logic Bomb phone call is going to be all that Muzi needs, all the encouragement he needs to start pushing on in. Greeted with a castle barricade and maybe opting to not go for a push. Psycho's going to find a kill onto Herds. Is that enough to open up the site for Kamikaze? It certainly looks as though it could be as the plant goes down. Kamikaze falls, but no one is really going to mind as we are now in a post plant. But guys, you've got to be getting your kills here as W7M come up with 2. Muzi responds. Panico maybe looking to push Psycho here at the bottom of these astronomy stairs. Psycho, falling foul to the recoil on the F2. Muzi with a double. Is it going to be enough? 20 seconds do remain, 2 versus 2, and there isn't a great deal of control of this plant from either team. Again, a little bit of unfortunate lag coming in at an inopportune moment, but it isn't going to stop Muzi as he is able to find that kill. And Julio, the final NIP, holding on to the post plant there successfully and finally getting an attacking round here on Villa, putting them on that very important match point.
It was really useful there that NIP managed to force a lot of W7M out of their upstairs positions because it gave them the freedom they needed to make that rotate at the end to successfully finish or kill the player who is making the disable. But there was a pretty egregious mistake, I think, made by NIP in that round. When Panico and Padron pushed straight into the site as Kamikaze was planting and denied the plant the first time, there were 2 players in Mudroom from NIP who just stood there. And I was just thinking, huh? And yes, they were pushed back by Toxic Babe Canister. That was there. That was definitely there. That was true. But you can still hold a line of sight, and by the time though the toxic clouds were starting to dissipate, there was still a very visible line of sight that could have been held through the mudroom door that they didn't use. I think it might have been Pino in there, but I could be wrong. But they didn't use it to push up on those players. So Panico and Padron, who were just sort of there in the site and not being challenged by the members of NIP who were supposed to be protecting Kamikaze as he placed the diffuser, they just had total freedom to do that. Now, obviously it was good that NIP won out, the gunfight, the necessary gunfights at that point. Muzi was upstairs, so he was controlling the upstairs, and Julio as well, who was in the position where he could make that rotate round at the end. There weren't enough players of W7M remaining to watch out for those flanks. That was where NIP picked up that dropped ball. But that just point in the middle of the round, I thought was quite peculiar, because I think NIP would have had what was required to be able to deny Padron and Panico to take that control back from Kamikaze a lot earlier on.
Big round here for NIP. We asked them to move a bit quicker in the last round, and they certainly did that. The plant went down much quicker than it has been attempted previously. Can they try and repeat that performance here on Trophy and Statuary? Muzi's got a Z ping there. He knows that someone's going to be at the top. Gets caught out in the goo mine. It's going to give the game away. Guy playing on the goo, as it were. As of course, Guy is playing on that Legion.
Gooey Guy.
Gooey Guy. Similar spelling as well for the old goo mines. It's could get a little bit confusing there. It does continue. Kind of like it though. I respect it. Ooh, that logic bomb's a little bit disgusting as Herds is going to be fully given away there by the sound of that call coming through. And Pino, well, we know this guy doesn't need much encouragement to push on in and aggressively find himself an opener.
Really thorough downstairs clear being done. Looks like there was a little bit of lag. In the meantime, Psycho gets a kill onto Gooey Gee, so no more of those goo mines will be regenerated for W7M's use. That makes it a bit easier for NIP, knowing that they're eventually going to have to push on upstairs because much of their presence has been down. And with Kurtz running back up the Astro stairs, you can tell that W7M know it's time for them to reconvene and ensure that they're all together on this upstairs floor. Panico is still fairly well protected. He's got the 2 ADS in front of him, and that should protect both himself and the shield. At the very least, give a lot of time required to remove him out of that position. But there's not really anyone from NIP up ahead of him, really. Instead, it's going to be Kamikaze headshotting Kurtz in through the closet wall. That's pretty brutal, and that weakens W7M further.
It really does. W7M have relied heavily on those Toxic Babe canisters, as most teams do. Padron there going to get himself droned out on East and walk himself straight on into a crossfire. Panico with a trade, but he's now in a 1 versus 4. He's got to go huge. He finds 2. Can he find the 3rd? This is for the game. Don't forget, NIP are on a match point here. 22 seconds does remain. Diffuser in Kamikaze's capable hands, but Panico has a C4. Has he got the intel? It looks as though he might have an idea, but does go for the wrong side. Finds the kill, however. 10 seconds now remain, and Psycho looks to try and replant. Panico, he has to make something happen here. There isn't enough time to try and plant this again, but Psycho locks it in and confirms the post plant. Panico still in with a chance, goes for a swing, Psycho takes him down. NIP, 2 attacking rounds in a row, and that was all that was needed for them to win Villa.
I'll be honest, I was amazed that the C4 worked, but NIP still retain their dominance. I think it's fair to say W7M did give them a run for their money in a number of those rounds, but NIP are determined to claw them their way back up the leaderboard. They don't feel they belong in the bottom 4, and this was certainly a game where a lot of that power and prowess that we've seen from this team before did shine. Pino at the top of the scoreboard with his 12 kills, and he was that key player who I spoke about that W7M would have to shut down if they were to take advantage of NIP, but I guess they didn't do it quite enough, Ollie.
No, not quite enough done on the side of W7M there. They had a really good crack at it though, and I think for those defensive rounds that they were able to win, it looked very convincing, but NIP just proving that they have a little bit more depth there. We asked for them to move a bit quicker, and they certainly did just that. We're going to drag Tim back into here now so he can give us his thoughts on that game, as I'm sure he's got some words of wisdom, as he seems to be on a bit of a roll today, does old Tim?
Well, I do try, you know that. I think, looking at the NIP performance there, it's the same problems that seem to keep rearing their head, Gio.
Yeah, the fact that NIP were quite slow in their attacks is something that came up a number of times. And we can't be too harsh on it purely because they did inevitably end up winning the entire game. But even when you just look at the halves, NIP's attacking half was significantly their weaker one. And I don't think it was even because their approach was wrong or they were particularly bad at executing things. It's just how much time they take.
That's the thing, and I mean, you look at the roster, Ollie, and it doesn't always make that much sense, really. You've got Muzi and Pino, 2 of the best entries in the game, that can go in there and can just split teams wide open with a couple of early kills, but still it seems to be this 2-minute 45 mark before NIP are in a position to execute.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm not sure why, because there were multiple rounds there where W7M weren't giving him anything to worry about. There was no, like, extended roam. There was areas that you could move in and take control of quite quickly, but NIP were just so hesitant. Now, I'm not sure if it's obviously intentional, but I'm not sure of the reasoning behind it. It might be that they're just comfortable working under those parameters, and especially when they had so many rounds in the bag or in hand, as it were, they knew that they could afford to continue to work in a way that they're comfortable. But when they come up against a team that is going to give them a little bit more of a problem and a bit more of something to worry about, that time is just going to continually hurt them.
Well, we can speak to a man who can maybe offer us... We can speak to him in a moment. We're going to have Julio with us very, very shortly. And it's certainly something that I'm going to look to ask him about is, you know, is it something that they feel they maybe need to focus on? But looking at the opposite side of the coin, GOW7M, another reasonable performance from them, showed some good defences there, and I think maybe could feel a little hard done to in some ways that they didn't bring it back in.
This is one of the better performances I think we've seen from W7M. I know it's easy to say against Black Dragons that was obviously the best because they won, but this I think was a much tougher opponent, and it was a much more you know, NIP have been around for a while. They know what they're doing. They know how they like to do things, whereas Black Dragons are still quite fresh and new. So this was a more robust opponent, I think. And W7M showed that consistent improvement that we've been noticing from them throughout the course of the season so far. And I think that's really good because there were certain plays that they made that whether or not they worked all the time, we could still point out the pattern and say this is how W7M are developing themselves and how they like to play, and we can see their thought processes. And I think that's always really important for any team that's making improvements throughout a season.
certainly a lot of promise on their side. Now, that promise of an interview is one that I will deliver on. We have got Julio here with us, and we will just bring him in and have a little chat, see how things are going. Julio, good to speak to you again. It's getting more and more often now.
Nice to see you. Yeah, for sure. That's pretty good.
Looking at today's game, Julio, obviously W7M played Villa last night. Did that factor into the map bans today? Did you want that fresh information?
Yeah, for sure. We countered them. We saw the VOD. We kind of knew they wanted to play Villa because of the map pool of their bans. So yeah, it was like Consulate or Villa, but we knew they're gonna pick Villa. And yeah, it was good. Our counter threats yesterday, for sure.
As soon as I saw Villa come up, I was waiting for you and Pino playing downstairs on the defence, and we had a double nitro kill from you today, so no surprises there. But looking at the side of W7M, Kurtz had a great day yesterday. Was there a bit of focus within your team today to maybe shut him down, particularly on the attack?
Like not the player, but the playstyle, you know. We like try to counter the playstyle, not like a specific player, you know, because he can do a lot of different things. But yeah, we counter the playstyle and it worked out.
Looking at your own performance, Julio, it's something that I've got to ask at this point. We see a problem that seems to recur for NIP, and that is running out of time at the end of rounds so often. Is that something you're working on, you see as a problem, or is that all just part of the plan to leave it late?
Yeah, for sure it's a problem. It's always bad to end the round on very late, but like our executions were kind of good because we were on the positions we need to be, you know. It was not like you run out of time and out of position. We do our play and it didn't work out, so it was okay.
Maybe just getting there a little bit sooner. But no, great plays today, Julio. You've all played fantastically well. It was certainly enlightening to see Kamikaze coming through with a big day as well. So any messages for the fans? Any skins that they should be looking at picking up?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you everyone cheering for us. Like, we finally woke up. Now we're always gonna play better. Always try to improve. And thank you.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much for your time again, Julio. Always a pleasure, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you soon.
Same. Thank you, guys.
I'll lead him into it perfectly, and he doesn't mention the NIP skin this
time.
Get
the NIP skin, guys. Julia's not going to tell you to do it, but I will. As
Julio says there, a problem, Ollie, that they recognise within the team is this late execution issue. You know, something that they do need to address. As you know, I sort of briefly said at the end there, so they're doing the right thing. They just need to do it a little bit sooner.
I really love the laid back attitude to it as well. It's like, yeah, you know, it's a problem, but you know, we're all in the right positions, and it's like it's just so relaxed. It's so laid back. Whereas, you know, for us, we look at it and we're sort of stressing, we're panicking, we're like, we're going to run out of time here. And they're just like, yeah, we're in the right position. We've got 2 seconds left. It's going to be fine. I think that might just be, you know, maybe a difference in sort of the regions, as it were. And obviously a massive difference in the skill. But yeah, he seems fairly relaxed, even though they acknowledge that it's a bit of a problem. But it's something they can work on, I'm sure.
It's a problem, but not something that they're desperately worried about, I think, is the key.
It's so nice as well because it's such a good sign of security and understanding of themselves. And that sounds like so deep and profound, but it's true. He says, yes, we understand that it's a problem, but we know that our positioning is right. We've woken up, we know what we're doing, and we know that this is something we need to work on. The fact he's not panicked about it, the fact that they don't know what the problem is, that's really good because it means they have a really solid understanding of themselves, the way they play, and probably what they need to do to improve upon that. And that makes me optimistic for the future of NIP.
There's a lot of optimism, I'm sure, to be found, not just for NIP, but for many of the LATAM teams, and we're going to have another 6 of them to show you tonight. So we'll bring you some replays in a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in a matter of minutes. Grab yourself a drink, limit it to that, get back in here, and we'll have match 2 for you real soon.
Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que él siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver.
chica quiere selfie, que ella quiere selfie, que no, 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 no. Me dice, oh, oh. Make her ride, no. Si quieres reina, sé que estás muy buena y todo, pero el que juega con fuego se quema. Sabiendo que existen miles así de hermosas y así de nenas. Quieres que por un ratico me den castigo y me den condena. No lo estás pensando bien,
Chica me tiene de virolao, mirando como un volado. Si te sigo el juego te he fritado. Están contados, si se enoja, tengo lo que a ella se le antoja, pero nada de eso, le doy tarjeta roja. Fue una bonita paradoja, hasta que se nos volteó la hoja. Mami, eres pura adrenalina, la candela en el barrio más que...
Welcome back to the BR6. We've had one game tonight. We've got another 3 to come for you. Plenty of action to cram into our schedule. And the next one we're going to see is Faze versus Ints. Top versus bottom. David versus Goliath. So let's start breaking down those rosters. We'll kick things off with the Faze clan roster. All names that you probably don't even need me to read them out. I'm sure I could grab somebody randomly from the chat and you could do it for me. We will have, of course, Astro, Souls, Bullet, Cameraman, and Cyber. Ollie, apart from Cyber, I'm going to take him away. Who are we looking at?
I mean, you can't do that to me. The guy went absolutely insane yesterday. Fully deserved everything that he got. An ace in round number 1, multiple double and triple kills. What can we say about FaZe at this point? They are the unstoppable force inside of this league. They've got a glowing record, and today is likely going to be a walk in the park for them, which is a bit of a shame because we saw a good Ints yesterday, but with the way that FaZe played yesterday, they just looked unstoppable.
It certainly did. It's almost like it's just, what can you put in front of FaZe at this point in time? You know, they've got them special things that you can put on a train track to derail a train if like they ever need to. It's like this special one. And at this point, you just know that FaZe would just smash clean through them. There's just nothing you can do to derail FaZe right now, especially if Cyber turns up. I mean, I'll give you the focus on Cyber. You've said he had the ace. You know, there was so many big plays. The rest of FaZe just sort of sat and watched him, didn't they?
And that's it. You know, they didn't need to show up. They didn't need to do anything, really. And I think it's something that Cameraman kind of alluded to in the interview at the end. He was sort of saying, yeah, we played well, but, you know, Cyber just played crazy. Like, the guy's out of his mind. And that's exactly what we saw. And I always feel like teams are at the most dangerous when that is sort of the position that they're in. Because, yeah, we saw Cyber go off, but we didn't really see what anyone else is capable of. And we know what they're capable of. So if Cyber isn't there going nuclear all the time, you better believe that there's a team of 4 people behind him that are all ready to, you know, fill that breach and to fill his shoes. That's the scary thing about this FaZe roster for me.
Well, I got the feeling there that you weren't quite up on your railways technology, and it was a little bit of a surprise to you. But there we have it. Yes, there is a special tool to derail trains. So look into it. I'm sure you'll gen up for the next broadcast. We can have a look at our second roster. We're going to have Ints coming in to face up against Faze Clan. Normally, we would have Drunks, Vits, VNX, Hornetow, and Duds, but as mentioned at the beginning of the stream, VNX unavailable due to health reasons. So once again, we've got Miranda stepping in, our first female player inside of BR6, and it's fantastic to see further performances coming her way. Gio, who are we looking out for on Ints?
Personally, I think that we need to be looking out for Drunks. The main reason is because I think the biggest problem with this team, especially going up against a team like Faze, is the fact that all of the players on this team have quite low cost. Usually it's VNX who has the highest cost on the team at 57%, but the next one down is Drunks who has 51%. And I think what's going to be so important about being able to find victory over Faze Clan, even just on a round by round basis, is ensuring that you are getting those impactful plays with your kills, with your objectives, with your survivals, and with your trades. And so we need to be looking at that player who's going to be the most likely to achieve that. And statistically right now, that's Drunks.
And it's interesting that we saw Drunks yesterday moving into more of a fragging position because, as JP explained to us, Miranda's come in, and obviously quite often the easiest place to fit a new player into a team is that hard support role. She did a great job yesterday. I think on a different day would have easily had 3 if not 4 plants successful yesterday, but there were just a couple of areas where maybe cover lacked a little bit. She got hit by a nitro. It was tough for her.
She also said on Twitter, like, this isn't my normal role. I'm taking on a new role of hard support. So, you know, I was going through her Twitter pressing translate this because I don't speak Portuguese. And I read that and I was like, oh, damn, imagine coming in. You've never played at this level before and you've got to go on a different role because you're filling in. Like, that's hard work. So not only is it kind of new roles for everyone else on the team, but it is for her as well.
Well, we are screaming towards the start of this one, so let's get that map Veto up. We'll have a look exactly where these two will be playing. I personally would be thinking, let's avoid anything too gunfight heavy. Let's not go to Coastline, for example. That would surely be a nightmare to play against somebody like Faze Clan on there. We have Villa and Chalet banned out to begin with. Consulate taken away by Faze. Interesting one, that. I thought it might have been a map that would have suited them in this matchup, but Cafe goes as well, and that leaves us with Oregon, Villa, and Clubhouse. Which will it be? Oregon goes away. Villa or Clubhouse? Quite different maps. We get Clubhouse there. Sorry, Villa was actually the first ban, wasn't it? So it was down to Coastline Clubhouse. I can understand, Ollie. Would you agree why Ints have banned out Coastline there?
Starts to make a lot of sense now, doesn't it?
Certainly does when I read the right maps
does.
out.
That's the piece of the jigsaw puzzle. That's the moment that you get when you're like, ah, yeah, that's what was wrong. And yes, Ints do not want to play on Coastline at all against this Faze Clan team. And who would blame them with the way that Faze were playing yesterday? It is no surprise. Clubhouse, it's not quite the leveler that it used to be. We've seen sort of, you know, multiple different variations of how attackers can start to win rounds here, but ultimately it still weighs in toward that defender side. And when you're a team like Ints that do struggle on the attack, it kind of all starts to spell disaster.
I've seen previously here Faze or the Faze roster playing on Clubhouse. Something that you need to watch out for on the defense is Bullet and Cyber. They are a dynamic duo on the entry. Gio, what do Ints do about it? Is there anything they can do about that?
Honestly, I think the most important thing for Ints here is make sure your post-plant setups are good. When we look at the game that they played yesterday, all of the times that Furia planted, Ints could not successfully form a post-plant. And that is going to be so important because a lot of Latin American teams are actually quite objective-oriented. They like to go and plant the diffuser. It's a really big part of the games that we see, which isn't necessarily as common in places like EU right now. So you have to be prepared for the fact that a team, especially a well-coordinated team like Faze, are going to be able to achieve that. That's why you need to have planned in advance how you're going to approach the post plant. And that's something that Ints didn't do so great yesterday. I want to see improvements on that.
Talking about the post-plant, Gio, we could also look at the pre-plant, if you will, getting that diffuser into a position to go down when Ints are on the attack. As I said, Miranda could well have had 3 or 4 yesterday, but was shut down a number of times. How do Ints improve that cover for her?
There were a couple of times, you're right, where Miranda was kind of out there on her own, and you sort of were just saying a little bit more support in that role, and you would have maybe successfully got it down, because you know it's difficult to be the person that's sitting there pressing F and finding the right spot, but it's equally as hard to be the person that's covering and to be ensuring that you're in a safe bubble to be able to put that plant down. So maybe you know, a little bit more of that gel and teamwork together. But as we've already mentioned, the roles have kind of been flip reversed for pretty much everyone on the roster now, so everyone's still trying to find their feet. But if there are opportunities to get that plant down from Ints, I'd like to see them take them and to really have that be their full focus inside of the round.
I like that you're building up that cover position there, X. Obviously, I've spent months and years trying to build up my sort of role as a planter, and it's usually you that's on the cover, so I like what you're doing there. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. There were 2 occasions yesterday that spring straight to mind. Miranda moving into, it was press and lobby defence, moving into the round desk, and she got cut down from bathroom, and then the trade was there. The cover just wasn't quite in place by a second or 2, and then there was the archives tellers plant as well. There was just no pressure downstairs from Ints. Miranda got into the position in tellers to be able to plant on the desk, hit by a nitro, and again, all it needs is that little bit of distraction downstairs, and you've got 2 successful plants there. So hopefully that's something that Ints can pick up on today. Ints have previously shown us that they are very good on the defence here, on the attack, here on Clubhouse as well, particularly CCTV and Cash, so watch out for that one. Right now, we are going to head over to Hanover, and I'm going to hand over to Gio and X. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Tim. Hanover to Handover.
Yeah, good one.
Is that the wrong way around? I think that's the wrong way around. We'll just go with Germany, shall we? That's where it is. We'll go with the biker bar in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, Hanover is the place in Germany, not Handover, but, you know. No, this one, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to go. Clubhouse, it's had a few changes over time, not in that the map itself has changed, but in what we expect from the attackers, the defenders, all sorts of things like that, as well as the fact that these are 2 teams on polar opposite ends of the leaderboard right now, and I want to see Ints claw and fight and scrap. I don't want to be seeing a 7-0 here.
Well, we'll have to see what mood Cyber woke up in today, because for all of his performance yesterday, he has had a couple of quiet weeks as well. And that's not saying that he's very inconsistent, but it does seem to be almost hero or zero sort of stuff coming out for him if the ratings are to be believed. So that could kind of weigh in as well. But as we've already mentioned, there's just a lot of depth on this FaZe Clan roster that someone else will be there to pick up those, or that mantle, should I say. I think Souls in particular had a quiet day yesterday where historically we've seen him perform quite well indeed. And if we do start to see a bit more plant focus coming out here from Ints, he's likely going to be in and amongst that action on that hard support.
FaZe Clan will be starting off on the defense, and they're going to head down into the basement. Ooh, please stay on the Tachanka. I really want, like, part of me is like, is this just BM? Are FaZe just not expecting to have to put up much of a serious fight against Ints because they are still sitting with 0 points? They haven't achieved any points so far? Or is this some spicy strat that they don't have the balls to use against a team like Liquid or like MIBR that now they see the opportunity? Regardless, it's not every day that we get to see a Tachanka be played, so I'm excited for it, whatever it is.
I'm kind of hoping for the Valhalla, you know, into spawn, where you just sort of unleash hell with the launcher right into wherever the players are spawning, just sort of take a guess and go for a bit of an unleash. It looks as though, and I might be reading a lot into this because we've only seen a few seconds, but with Cyber where he is inside of that dirt tunnel, could he be maybe trying to play Dirt Tunnel as like a sort of new smoke sort of style for smoking off that Dirt Tunnel if a push comes through that way? I mean, it's going to be very powerful wherever he chooses to play, sheerly due to the area denial. It's essentially like having another smoke on your side.
Yeah, I was wondering something similar. But I don't know. One thing that I will say is straight away, I'm not too expecting that Ints are going to be able to get the kitchen hatch open. I highly doubt that they would use a Maverick there because it's just too risky. But even if you're trying to open up with the exothermic charge, they are carrying impacts, and impacts will have an impact, funnily enough, onto an exothermic charge. Hibana's been banned out. You only get 2 opportunities to do that. So I think anything to do with the kitchen's going to struggle, but Cyber's going to struggle too. And I'm kind of sad we won't get to see the Tachanka, at least not for this round, because he's just been brought straight down.
Is it a Cyber Yay or a Cyber Nay Day? It might turn out to be a Cyber Nay Day there as he gets taken out first blood. Obviously, the Tachanka, there's an argument as to how much utility you actually do lose. Of course, you lose a gun and you lose some capability, but Drunk's going for a swing onto Cameraman. Ints have come out swinging here in round number 1.
And this was the player I said we need to look out for from Ints. He has been one of their most impactful players across the course of the season so far. Bullet's going to get his revenge, though, as Drunks is taken straight down. He just wants to defend his teammate, his boy Cyber. Remember, actually, Bullet and Cyber both played on Immortals together back in Pro League Season 9. So they are old comrades in arms. So no surprise that he wants to avenge him.
Astro going to be playing on the box as everything has been reinforced and castle barricaded off toward blue, at least from the Arsenal side. There's a chance that it's going to be quite difficult here for Ints to push on in. Miranda just getting called for potentially a nade throw, or maybe even just to destroy that castle barricade, as there is a hole in the top of the reinforcement. Brilliant, perfectly placed for a nade. That nade is going to get tossed on through and will net a kill over onto Astro. Ints moving quite quickly here as well, as they have got over 30 seconds left to try and make this execute happen. They are 4 versus 2, but the Toxic Babes come out now from Souls. I spoke about how important he could be, and he gets taken down. Miranda comes in with the final kill, and Ints, they get the first round on attack here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, let's go, Ints. Anything that FaZe might have come in thinking or underestimating about this team, probably to be thrown out the window right now. Now, I'd imagine we've just got to wait to see if Cyber's actually going to join the lobby again, so that gives us some time to talk about that round. You know, the fact that they were pretty good at, well, I don't even know if they really needed much mid-round adaptation, because their endeavors and their objectives in the early to mid-round went quite well in their favor. And what I'm specifically talking about there is getting those 2 early kills. You know, though the Castle and the Tachanka, those were the players who were playing upstairs. They'd in fact opened up the hatch, so they specifically had that fast rotate back down. But Ints just took them out straight away, meaning that they didn't get the opportunity to provide any value to FaZe Clan while they were up there. You couldn't even really argue that they wasted much time of Ints while they were up there, because Ints were so clean in securing those kills. It gave them so much more space to work with, and as they moved down blue and opened up the church wall from the other side, the blue wall or whatever you would like to call it, it just meant there was so much pressure on FaZe. And I think as well, when you look at specifically the nade kill that came in from Miranda, because of course she got another kill at the end too, that's a point where you wonder, well, hey, you brought a Wamai, where are the magnets? How could you have a nade land on you like that? So Ints really finding some sneaky, cheeky and cocky ways of winning out in that round. And I think FaZe may be a bit humbled from that.
I mean, the cockiness wasn't one-sided, was it, Gio? Because FaZe showed that level of cockiness with their initial setup. They had 5 reinforcements in that blue area, 2 on the wall leading into Arsenal, and then 3 on the wall leading into Church. That's half of your reinforcements on that blue area for a Church and Arsenal defense. There's 3 hatches. There's 2 panels on dirt. Even if you get all of that, that's it for your reinforcements. Like, it seemed like such a strange use of them. And Ints just read into that perfectly and were able to move on through and get the kills. FaZe, I think they drastically underestimated Ints in that round. And the thing that I really enjoy seeing in teams, it's a thing that I love to see, Gio, you can write this on your little list, is where
ready.
Teams that are the underdogs,
yep,
or not the favourites, actually go in and take it deadly seriously and try and get round. Ints are going up against Faze here. It'd be so easy for them to come in and just be like, we're going to get rolled. Like, what's the point in even trying? They've come in with the right mentality and that perfect attitude to say, we're going to give this everything we've got. And they came in and took round number 1.
This is how I know I would be a really bad pro, other than the fact that I'm really bad at playing the game, is that I know I would find it really easy to be intimidated by that. And so, going off of your point that you're making, it's so nice to see them kind of throw any semblance of intimidation out of the window and be like, no, it's just another team. We're in the same league as them. We have just as much right to be here as them. And yeah, maybe we're missing our top player, and maybe we're at a statistical disadvantage, but who cares? We know how to play the game just as much as they do. It's so nice to see. I love it. And I said I didn't want a 7-0. We're guaranteed to not have it. Well, we're guaranteed to not...
Oh, careful, Jeff.
We're guaranteed to not have a 7-0 from Faze Clan's side.
The Faze Clan
But we could have a 7-0 from Ints' side. Now, that would be a real wild outcome.
We'd be needing some of those train derailers that Tim was talking about. Maybe Ints have invested in a few of those. I googled it, by the way. You know what it's called?
Is it a thing? What is it?
It's called a wedge.
Is that it?
It's not called a train derailleur. There's no fancy name. There's no engineer technical term. It's called a wedge.
Like cheese.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense as well. There's a little video, and yeah, it works exactly as you would imagine. So next time he tries to baffle us with something like that, we're going to take a minute just to fact check that sort of stuff, you know?
Yeah, I think he tries to sound really intelligent sometimes because he's older than us and he wants us to think he's wise, but we've got you. We can see through you. Now, Faze Clan set up for a defense once again on the basement and does actually may find himself in an altercation very soon. Astro's going to rotate back down though. One thing I did want to mention, however, is we did see Cyber up on the top floor. Now, he opened up some hatches. Cameraman will actually get the first kill. That's onto Hornetau, who's been playing that entry role as well, and Vit's taking a ton of damage. He's a Heartbreacher and carrying the diffuser, and that wouldn't be so great for Ints.
Is it a Cyber Nade?
It feels like it, isn't it?
Feels like it. He's been taken out again here. The guy was on fire, so we can't over-egg enough how on fire that man was. And he's been taken out here yet again as the first blood for Faze. Not first blood in the match as a whole, but still the first death on the side of the defense. Cameraman isn't sitting too healthily, and for that reason will only be sort of gently challenging onto angles. Seems as though Ints know exactly where he is now as well as he goes for a swing, but Ints playing perfectly patiently, knowing that they had a triple pinch onto him there, and Drunk says, I'll take that one, thank you very much.
Once again, Ints just being very concise with the way that they're clearing out these upstairs players. I was talking about Cyber opening up the hatches upstairs so that he had the rotates available to him while making the roam. Cameraman was also up on the top floor, and Ints are wasting no time in ensuring those players get taken straight down. Now they're just pushing down blue once again. That's the diffuser that's out cold, but Astro will be out cold himself as Drunk secures his third kill. Ints looking pretty good so far as they're in a 4 versus 2.
What can they do now, though, as Souls is going to be unleashing hell with the SMG-11, but he hasn't got a great deal of ammo, so Bullet's going to have to take a swing as well. Look at these gunfights coming on out. 1 second on the clock. No diffuser in the hands of Miranda. A close round, but a round that will always go to Faze.
I mean, really, they just had a lot of security and protection in the positions that they were playing there in Armory, but I think this is also where we see the flaws in the way that Ints actually pushed down. Both of those rounds, Ints went for a push down the blue stairs, which worked for them back in round number 1. But when you have players that are fighting back in the same way that Faze were in that last round that we just saw, it would really help to have pressure coming down from, for example, the main stairs or even kitchen above, which we've spoken about already about how kitchen control is going to be very difficult for this team because of the lack of the Hibana. They also are at a risk if they decide to invest in opening it up with something like a sledge, but that's not an operator that Ints have been bringing anyway. So the option for the vertical control there wasn't really present for Ints in those last 2 rounds, but hypothetically, it is another option that they could have considered to help facilitate that push into Armory and clear out those last couple of players from FaZe Clan. Regardless, that's not going to be something that they'll worry about or have to worry about this time round, because they'll be attacking onto CCTV and Cash instead.
Let's see what Ints are able to conjure here. Looks as though construction wall has been left soft for the meantime. Not sure if that's intentional from FaZe. We can still hear shotguns blasting in the distance, so maybe, just maybe, we're going to see that typical line shot out of the construction wall, the wall that looks in from Cash through to construction, as it makes taking control of construction a very difficult endeavour if that has been shot out and then an angle is being held. Runks this time has opted for a Capital, conscious that there could be a bandit trick on the cards, as Astro has picked bandit here. That's a nice little counter play. It avoids having to go underneath, and you can make it so that the bandit isn't feeling comfortable to sit there and try and replace the batteries. But you do have to get a little bit of control to be able to do that. So far we're seeing some Maverick work being done here, just trying to search out the batteries or the new jammers. It's going to actually be Vix that's trying to get that wall open. I'd much rather see this get open fully with the Maverick and then actually use the thermites maybe elsewhere.
Yeah, for example, maybe the construction wall would be a good place. You could do that. Astro is directly behind the wall, so it looks like he's still going for the bandit trick. So far, not seen the Capital being used to try and flush that out. There are a couple of places you can use the Capital. You can use it to try and flush out the bandit and prevent the bandit tricks, but also very useful for clearing the garage rafters as well. Instead, right now, FaZe Clan are just going to take a sit back as the breach is opened up, but I would say that that's a decent amount of time that's been eaten up in the round before Ints could successfully get the CCTV wall open anyway.
Yeah, it's certainly slow, really, to be opening that wall and it taking you nearly 2 minutes to do so, because getting the wall open isn't really your main point of ingress. Sure, one person might go through, maybe two, but it's more about the crossfires that you're able to get from there, and then the pressure that you're able to apply elsewhere. But with Souls still being on these rafters, we can hear things going on around him as the wall underneath of him is going to get open, but he's not really seeing any direct pressure, and he's still got a ton of ADSs that are going to allow him to stay alive here. That flashbang is going to miss as well, meaning that they're both fully charged. Capital's firebolt does come up, however, as he's getting pinched from multiple sides. A lot of focus there from Ints and a really good, clean kill. But with 30 seconds left, what are they going to be able to do with the time? Now the breach is getting smoked off by the Toxic Babe canisters. Astro take a seat as Duds is able to find a really nice kill there through. Now another Toxic Babe canister is going to come out from Cameraman. He doesn't have any left, or he maybe actually has one. Still, the plant is going to have to go down. Oh, I don't like the look of this. Everyone on the side of Ints is inside of the bomb site. Miranda finds somewhere to plant that diffuser. Kills start to come on in. Cyber, go massive or go home. It's a Cyber Nayday as Duds takes him out. Ints were confirming that plan. It looked messy. It didn't look pretty, but Ints, they took the round.
Ints are looking like a team not to be reckoned with right now, and let me tell you, I love it. Even though they took quite a while to get that server wall open, it was the way that they gained the control over Garage that was really important. As you mentioned, the server wall isn't really the main point of ingress that you use. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's purely used to hold crossfires and prevent defenders from rotating within the site. Now, they could clear out Souls from the garage rafters pretty quickly, not only by using the Capcan Firebolts, yeah, can you imagine? Not only by using the Capital Firebolts, but also by just having a number of different players come in from different angles on the garage to apply that pressure. And that's very similar to what we saw them apply onto, let's say, Cameraman in the previous round up in construction. It's something that Ints are actually utilizing pretty well, is this ability and willingness to send a number of people in to specifically target one person. And you might think, well, that's a lot of manpower to invest into one thing, but if the objective works and you actually take control of a place that you really need, then I would say that it's worth it. And it was certainly worth it in that last round. They could bring in the smokes, have a go at the smoke plant, and the positions that Faze were in themselves were very, very difficult to push up. You either get aggressive and try and take those lines of sight for yourself, which is what we saw Astro try and do, and he was completely wiped out as a result, or you're sort of stuck like Cameraman was. He was at the top of red stairs, and he had a shield for safety, but if your shield is not being aggressed upon, then, you know, it's not really doing much for you, and at some point, you have to push forward because there's a plant going down. All in all, a really good round from Ints, and FaZe Clan are going to have to be very aware of the fact that they're willing to gang up on their players to bring them down one by one.
Can Ints do it again? If they get 3 rounds here, that will be a very nice attacking half, and it wouldn't even be over yet. There's potential for Ints to do exceptionally well here. Attacking rounds aren't the easiest to come by on Clubhouse, but they are doing a fine job. Can they make it 2 in a row? Lineups have changed as Astro this time has brought Echo and those yokai drones, just trying to maybe give a bit more info to Souls, who's still playing on this garage rafter. He wasn't dealt with until much later on in the previous round, so unlikely he's going to see all too much pressure all too quickly. The breach is being focused on with no bandit. This time the breach gets open much quicker, around 50 seconds quicker than previously, but that's intentional from FaZe. They've let that happen because Astro, he's gathering intel.
Now, did they see the yokai drone was there? It looked like it was in their direct line of sight, and they might have spotted it, but I don't entirely know. Either way, Astro and Cameraman both received quite a hefty chunk of damage. Souls can hold on to this angle through the soft wall in the garage as he knows those players from Ints are right outside the breach. And so far, he's not being pressured from outside. He does get a kill, but not before Drunks did, but he makes that too, and that's the diffuser down cold. A C4 on top of it as well, and this is FaZe Clan saying, no, I'm sorry, but we're getting our revenge. A 2 versus 2, this is left in, and Ints are going to have to recollect that diffuser if they want to make the plant at all. A DBNO for Drunks leaves just Hornetown on his own, and FaZe Clan are completely free to push up onto him. They're just holding on to the server part of the site right now, and Hornetown's trying to make his rotate around. Maybe catch someone out through the soft wall, but so far finding nobody. They're right on that default plant spot. He's going to remove the Melusi Banshee with his Ash Breach charge, but it does give information about his location away. Opening up the garage rotate 2. Still looking for a kill. He needs to get both of them. He has 30 seconds to do it, but no time once he's dead. FaZe Clan get their revenge from the previous round and even up the scoreline once again.
Such a nice adaptation from FaZe there to bring the yokai drone and just have that extra piece of information. And then Ints, you've got to question it. Why did they just flood and rush through the breach? We spoke about how that isn't usually a doorway or an access point that people use, and they were just determined to make liars of us, Gio. They were all flooding on through it, getting caught in the crossfire, getting pinged out on the yokai, and, of course, getting stunned on it as well. Bit of a lackluster round there from Ints. There was a chance and a hope when the push was coming through the other side from Hornetown and Drunks, but we all saw how that ended. FaZe have leveled things up now. Now they can take us up to bedroom and gym as they look to continue here. It certainly hasn't been plain sailing for them, and I think they're probably going to be feeling that somewhat, and I would seriously expect a much more serious FaZe to come out from here on out, because while it's all fun and games for them, you know, picking Tachanka and losing a couple of rounds, they don't want to lose out on that top spot.
Absolutely not. I really don't want Ints to start losing sight of the multi-dimensionality that they need to be approaching this from. The big problem in that last round is that they completely forewent taking any control of the garage rafters, which is what really led them to their win in the previous round. They didn't bring a Capitan, which, okay, fair enough. Maybe you're expecting a 6-pick onto a Wamai or a change in strategy from FaZe Clan that would suddenly mean that your Capitan is directly countered. I understand that, maybe, but they still have to try and take control of that part of the site, or that part of the map, rather, because it affords you the crossfires and the multiple directions that you need. When they're attacking here onto Jim, I want to see them going in for those multiple directions still. You can't have everybody going in through the Jacuzzi breach, which would be the direct equivalent of what we saw in that last round. You need people coming in from the east, maybe someone pressuring onto logistics at the same time. That's really important.
These Maverick calls are a little bit strange as well. Like, you just seem to be begging for an impact grenade to be thrown out of that and for your exothermic to just get destroyed. It sounds, as though that jacuzzi wall has just been opened, as we could hear the fuse and the eventual boom as the wall has been breached. Bathroom being breached as well, with Astro playing behind it on the mute, of course, gives him the opportunity for a nice C4 toss through. Seems as though Vitz is going to be fairly quick movements here, as pressure now going to go over toward the CCTV side of things. So with the jacuzzi opened, it is now time to try and take a little bit of control of this side of the map so that you can play on the balcony. Of course, the windows that can peek onto the balcony from CCTV are just so powerful that you need full control of that, and that's demonstrated here in just how much Ints are looking at trying to take it. Now, there's a lot of drone work going on here, and I believe my feeder's at least frozen. Hornetower with a bit of a swing there. So I believe the lag is on the observer side of things. It doesn't seem to be debilitating these players in any which way, as 2 kills fly in from either side. Duds has been revived in the process. All things fairly equal at this moment.
The fact that Ints sent 4 people around to the server side is actually really consistent with the playstyle they've exhibited so far in their willingness to donate many men to a certain pinch. And Vitz finding another kill onto Astro is just going to confirm that further. Ints still need to push through to the other side of the map, however. You have this presence from Souls in Master on the Maestro. That means there'll be Evil Eyes as well that will require clearing. Cameraman playing quite aggressively on the jacuzzi wall as well, just waiting for someone to come round that direction, while Souls can just take refuge in the bathroom, as I don't believe the bathroom wall has been opened by Ints. That gives Souls actually quite an advantageous position and a good spot. Bullet's getting ready to throw up a C4 into the hatch of construction, but Duds isn't close enough for it to really risk him. Oh, but as I say that, I'm completely wrong. Duds taken straight out, and Hornetown as well. Miranda's gonna go in for the plant as an attempt, but look at this. Souls is just clearing up, and FaZe Clan take round number 5.
The Alder proving its worth once again from inside of that bathroom area. It was never an area that we saw Ints dealing with. And if you leave somebody like Souls in that kind of a position, it's going to spell disaster. And that's exactly what it did spell. Cyber still having a little bit of an off day, but it isn't putting FaZe off. They are getting performances out of players like Souls, as he puts in a pretty big shift there in that round. We see now the 6th and final site. Church and Arsenal, a site that we saw in successfully attack in round number 1. Cyber going for the Tachanka again, leading us to believe that it was more of an intentional pick rather than a bit of a meme. But I do fear that if FaZe choose to attack this in a similar way, then, you know, we're going to see a similar result, because Ints were very good, and provided that those opening kills go in their direction, I don't see any reason why they're going to struggle here.
Yeah, I'm actually really intrigued how this is going to go, because either way, you end at a 4-2 split for the defenders, which is still, you know, standard and acceptable on Clubhouse, or you end on a 3-3 split, which is good for Ints. And you can kind of include it in the bubble of standard and acceptable as time has gone on this map. So one way or another, it's not bad for Ints. And that is going to be quite interesting when we move into the next half and see how things change when they're on the defense. Now, you can already straight up tell that Ints are going for something different. They've decided not to bring the thermite this time, so you won't be relying on the exothermic charges. And I, as a direct result, would be very surprised if they went for the blue push in the same way that they did before. They've also decided to bring a Twitch. Now, she's predominantly useful for removing utility that can be scattered around the map. I'm wondering if they're going to commit to dealing with all the castle barricades or if they're going to be able to clear the roam quite quickly, similarly to how they did before. And if they can't achieve that, what is that going to say about their late round push?
Players from Int seem to be circling now on that middle floor. There's last second reinforcements going up from Astro. A little bit of position swapping here from Faze, but they're not getting pressured immediately onto this basement level, and nor would we really expect to see that. Cyber once again on the Tachanka, just having a quick flick through the cams. Question is, what are Ints doing at this moment in time? We need to know exactly where this push is materializing from. It sounds as though that was maybe Kitchen Hatch. Nope, Kitchen Hatch is still solid there, as it was in fact Bar Hatch that got opened. As Vitz is maybe getting tempted for a drop.
I was curious as to whether they were going to go for the Kitchen Hatch, given that they've chosen to bring an ace this time instead, and he's a lot better equipped to do the kind of long-range hatch opening from the window rappel, which you typically see on that hatch. But as you say, so far that's not been opened. Duds is already down here in blue, and he has relative impunity just because of all those reinforcements, but all of that still needs to be opened, including the castle barricade, so it's been completely cordoned off. There is the blue wall starting to be opened by the ace. That's where the Selmas are going to be. It looks like they're just getting ready to make a push as that gets on opened.
All comes down to the time here as well for Ints. They haven't got a great deal of it. Astro going to find first blood over onto Drunks. A large part of the pushing power gone because Drunks was trying to come down from that main stairs area, and no, we see stacking up on a single doorway. It usually ends one way. Hornetow's making it work, however, as he aggressively storms the site, finding all the kills he needs, and now looking to make this plan stick. Miranda gets taken down in the crossfire. Hornetow goes massive! Look at those last two kills coming in on just 1 second remaining. What a push from that man!
4 kills for Hornetow in that round. Wow. I mean, as soon as they opened up the blue wall and you could see the Tachanka fire things going through, I was thinking, yeah, I mean, look at this. FaZe Clan, they adapted. They didn't let their roam get caught out. They knew when to rotate down. And now as Ints push in, they're at a significant disadvantage. And all of this fire's going to come through, make it really hard for them to push in. Hornetown is the new Cyber. Like, are you kidding me? That he showed up in that round. And Miranda getting another nade kill as well. And again, I just question where the utility to deal with incoming projectiles is for FaZe. You can't let something like that happen twice in a row. That's not supposed to happen. And yet it did. And now Ints 3-3 at the half on a defender-sided map up against who is ostensibly the best team in Brazil. This is so much closer than I think any of us anticipated.
FaZe are getting stretched today. Just look across at the scoreboard while we've got the opportunity to on the left-hand side of your screen and look at the kills for FaZe. It's the first number at the top of everyone's sort of banner, if you will. So Astro's on 2. Souls is doing all right. He's on 7. We've seen 6 rounds, so more than 1 kill a round. Bullet as well, 5, nearly 1 kill a round. Cameraman, 2. There's some lackluster performances from a couple of these guys over on the FaZe Clan side. And sure, they're putting the shift in elsewhere in terms of, you know, non-scoreboard contributions. But we just see such big individual performances coming out from the guys on Ints time and time again. And you better believe that they're going to be absolutely bouncing off the walls at this point. They're going to be hyped, ready for this. I just hope that they can contain that excitement here on the defense, because defending Church and Arsenal, I daren't even say it, but it should be a round win for a defending side. It's not something we've seen FaZe do successfully, but they've been doing a little bit of something different down there. It's not the typical way to try and defend it. If Ints go with what is a bit more typical, which it looks as though that's maybe what they're trying here, there's a chance that they're going to be able to pick up a couple of rounds here, and they might pose a significant and real threat here to FaZe.
I mean, straight up, I think that FaZe are going to be going for more vertical pressure than Ints were when they were on the attack. You can kind of tell because they've decided to bring along a Buck. He'll be really useful for opening up the floor above the main stairs, in the kitchen, for example. And that can be used to help flush out Armory. And especially if they want to be making a kitchen drop, which, you know, we're yet to see if that is going to happen, but they do have the right setup for something like that. Now, you can see in Ints' defensive lineup, they brought, for example, Miranda is on Lesion, and that can be used against any kind of hatch drop by placing goo mines directly under, and they've brought Capcan as well. So overall, this defensive lineup has been deliberately designed to slow down any push that can be made from FaZe Clan. I think it just depends on how coordinated it's going to be. Cyber gets the opening kill, and that's onto Duds, who's been a fairly decent player for the for Ints so far in this round, and he was one of the roamers as well. Very typically, you'll see Malusi out on a roam and elsewhere. That does mean Ints are slightly weakened now as FaZe Clan start to make moves further into the final minute.
Bullet going to be in blue, holding on to the angle. Not looking to make any moves as of yet. Really trying to allow this site to live up to its reputation. A bloodbath in the final 20 seconds. Well, that's what we saw when Ints attacked onto it. The blood was being drawn from FaZe. Now, can FaZe draw the blood in this instance? They have a man advantage, so by all accounts, they have all the advantage that is necessary. I do just worry a little bit about their control. Bullet's desperate to open up that wall and to try and challenge onto the player, and he's going to do just exactly that and find himself the kill onto Hornetal, the man of the moment after the previous round. Kills do continue to flood on through. Miranda now left in an unfortunate situation. Effectively 1 versus 2 as the plank goes down, but it isn't going to matter. Cyber and Bullet pick up the last two. As Bullet there had a nice little push in from blue and was hardly dealt with at all. FaZe draw blood first here on attack, and for the first time in what seems like a while, it seems as though they might have a bit of a lead.
I think one of the really key things that FaZe Clan did there that Ints didn't when they were on the attack is setting up those crossfires at the end because they had control of the multiple angles. And part of that does come down to simply the way that Ints set up their defense. Because FaZe Clan's defense was so heavily reinforcing off blue, giving up that space really early, it meant that there had to be a lot of attention paid there from Ints because they needed to open up that to move onto the site at all. Whereas Ints did a lot more of a standard kind of defensive setup, which meant that FaZe Clan could afford to have more people spread out in various areas of the map, and that just naturally means that you have access to those crossfires later on, at least assuming that you have more people alive, which of course they did. So difficult situation in the end there for Miranda. Not really her fault, but it happens. And Ints are going to have to, of course, win this next round if they're to even the scoreline up again. FaZe Clan just taking the lead for the second time. I think round 5 was the first time that they took the lead in this round, but it could end up being constant backwards and forwards with these two teams.
Quite possibly could, and that's worrying if you're, playing on the side of FaZe, because if there was one game that you would put money on to say that this isn't going to be close, then this one would have been it. And it's turning out to be, for all accounts up until this point, a little bit of a barn burner, which I think surpasses everyone's expectations for what we were going to see here. Now, the question is, how do FaZe try and turn things around? Is this shift going to be enough of a mental reset? And it kind of looks like it might be. Dunks has found himself taken out there, first blooded by Bullet. FaZe doing more typical things here, using Maverick to open up this east wall as opposed to trying to get that job done with the Thermite as well. And Cybergun was a nice display of how that's done. It really isn't easy to do. Stro's got himself a nice line of sight and potential access through the jacuzzi side as well. Miranda going to get taken out there. Souls with the drop. I believe into logistics. He's going to find that kill.
That was very aggressive defensive positioning as well from Miranda. It's not super common that you see players just stand in the middle of construction like that. Sometimes you'll see a roam further out towards Jacuzzi, towards the master area. But it was just very uncomfortable positioning from her because it meant that she was quite exposed. And even though they had the lines of sight opened up into logistics, it works the other way as well. And if someone's going to make the drop and it sort of takes you by surprise, you can just as easily be made vulnerable. It means now that Ints are going to have that, or need that extra attention paid out towards that side of the map because they have fewer people to do it. But Vitz is just going to be taken straight down from Cyber, who just walks up through the rotator, the top of red. Souls is completely free to make a plant pretty much, although actually he's going to move because he knows that Hornetown is down below, doing it on top of the desk instead as the kills go back and forth around him. Hornetown all on his own down below. He gets 1 kill. And now it's the post plant, and he's got to figure out what the next move to do is.
Hornets out at this moment in time. It honestly looks as though the next move could be GG next, as he has got all of his utility, but just wasn't given any space to use it within. Bullet's going to find that last kill pretty predictably. As you can see, he had a Z ping. This is the whereabouts of the player. Little cheeky wallbang coming on through. Faze just picking off Ints one at a time there. Ints never really being given a chance to show us what they wanted to do on that defense.
Ints seriously lacked control in very important places after they lost those first 2 players. Notably, construction didn't have anyone, holding it after Miranda went down, but I think that push from Cyber through top red was incredibly egregious. You need someone controlling that area, and Vitz was kind of all on his own in cash, desperately trying to hold it. He knew that there was a player in server who could have pushed through. He was trying to watch different angles, and meanwhile, no one is there protecting the area behind him, which means anyone who just wants to come up those red stairs can do so freely. And that it basically donated Cyber the kill as, a little charitable gift. At that point, FaZe Clan just have total free reign to take utter control, to make the plant. Yes, Souls had to shift about a little bit while he was making the plant because they knew that Hornetown was down below. And in that situation, because Hornetown was playing smoke, you don't need to worry about a C4, but he is still carrying a shotgun. So that's why he made the shift. They had plenty of time to do it in. They didn't have to worry about pressure coming in from anywhere else. And then, yeah, Hornetown got 1 kill downstairs, but ultimately there's really, really very little that he can do in that situation. So just poor control by Ints of the site overall, and FaZe Clan exploited it.
Ooh. Bullet maybe not happy with Cyber's performance. He gets taken out there as first blood. It seems to be a common theme. I can't remember the match. I just remember Azafir dying early on. Azafir getting the team kill early on here on Clubhouse a couple of weeks ago. But Astro going to respond, taking down Drunks. Ints really not having much fortune in this opening engagement now that they're on the defense. I just get the feeling that FaZe are catching them out a little bit too often. Souls has already got quite a bit open there. I believe Kitchen got open pretty much for free, which is quite a large portion of your control to lose, as it just removes the ability as a defender to play safely inside of that Arsenal area. Duds has some intel. This is to a player that's going to be inside of Garage. That player is going to be Bullet, and that player is going to be dead as his head gets removed. There was a Claymore placed on Oil Pit, but I doubt anyone on the side of Ints is going to be too concerned about that just as of yet. Cameraman now looking to make a bit of an approach down Dirt.
It doesn't look like... Ooh, that's such a nice kill as well. I was going to say it doesn't look like anyone's watching Dirt. And then the goo mine gave cameraman's location away, but it didn't actually seem to matter. Miranda's reaction was a bit slow. He got the nice kill in for free. And this is actually really good for FaZe Clan because when they lost the Maverick, they had to use the Selma to open up Dirt. It meant that they were so lacking for the hard breach because of losing that Maverick. But they've made it work for themselves just because of some of this lack of vigilance coming out from Ints. That's mistakes that can be capitalized on by teams that are further up than you and that are better performing than you. It's often small things like that that actually, determine who is better and who is worse.
How has Astro got himself here? As he dropped the hatch, Ash Rush isn't even open. He's literally just inside a B site, looking to try and get kills and waiting for Ints to look for a retake. Now, the diffuser's in the hands of Souls. Astro's been playing there for far too long. Hornetow eventually gets wind that that is where he is, and we'll just look to try and take him out. Cameraman's all the way on the top floor, as there's been some questionable rotates here on the side of Faze. Souls holds the diffuser. 30 seconds do remain. Cameraman's been crouch walking and slow walking all the way down these main stairs, but it isn't going to matter. The turn and burn from Hornetow sees him taken down. Souls desperately drops into sight, but for what? He runs straight into the Mozzie, and that is going to be a round going toward Ints. We're getting a bit of a back and forth here, Gio.
I'm glad to see it. I didn't want to see the half come around and suddenly one of the teams tear away. I'm enjoying the scrap and the fight going on between them. I think it was kind of strange from FaZe Clan in that last round, because for so much of it looked like it was massively in their favor. But I think they didn't necessarily expect to find themselves taking control of certain parts of the map so easily. And it meant that they were all in different places and different parts of their push, and so they kind of fell out of coordination of each other. And Ints, the remaining members of which were all kind of together, and they could take advantage of some of that and some of that slightly separated positioning that FaZe had found themselves in. I mean, if Astro had been carrying the diffuser, then his drop down into Armory maybe would have brought a lot more value, but as you kind of mentioned, you were like, well, what's Astro doing here? And he was sort of pacing backwards and forwards for a little bit, not entirely sure what he was doing there. So maybe not the best from FaZe, and it's nice to see that Ints could get a one-up on them in that round. But now returning back to CCTV, this was a site that FaZe Clan not only won, but they planted in, took very swift control. A few mistakes from Ints based on positioning and not necessarily holding on to certain important parts of the map. I really want to see improvements on that here, because they were quite simple mistakes that I think could be avoided in this next round.
We'll have to see how Ints choose to correct these mistakes. I think one of the biggest ones that I'd like to see them sort out is this opening death, because it does seem to be costing them regularly. But they're still able to pick up the odd round here and there. So imagine what they'd be able to do if that wasn't a factor, if they were able to keep themselves alive and get a nice opener. Could stand them in a pretty good stead. Now, of course, the FaZe are attacking onto CCTV. Already they've got construction open. Astro looking to earn some more utility, or maybe even get the wall open there in through toward logistics area. As the garage wall has been opened as well, and they seem to be in decent control here.
Yeah, out come the Toxic Babe canisters, which will deter them from pushing up too close to the wall, but having control of this does stop those rotations. Also opening up the logistics wall. Logistics was a really important position for FaZe last time. Bullet could find himself getting punished here, but actually it'll be Souls and Astro. There we go. Finally, Bullet goes down. Ints just completely chewing FaZe Clan alive. Once again, they also didn't go for the Garage Rafters control. We still have presence from Ints over there. Cameraman's trying to play more tentative. Notice, of course, that you do have the defender at the top of red, as well as one in cash with him as well. Hornetow gets that kill, and it leaves just Cyber on his own. Knows there's someone just downstairs, catches Drunks out, and now it's a 1 versus 2.
Cyber yay or Cyber nay. He hasn't got a great deal of health. He has got the diffuser, but only a breath of Toxic Babe smoke, and he will be out of action. Hornetow, you can see, primed and ready to start tossing those on out. Gets an important down over onto Hornetow, but no, goes for the cross. Doesn't have the intel. Easy kill for Vits there. Didn't even need a headshot in that one, but he got one anyway. Ints level things up.
Do you know what I love about that? I love that in round 8, my biggest criticism was that Ints relinquished control of top red. And then it was the fact that they maintained control of top red in this round that secured them the round win. You love to see it. No, that was
to say.
really good from Ince as well. But I think that there were some just slightly cut corners from FaZe Clan that really cost them in that round. I mean, as soon as Bullet started peeking in through the breach, I was thinking, there's still a player on Garage Rafters who's going to have a direct line of sight onto you. What are you doing? You're trying to creep around so that you can peek in towards top red, but no one is behind to put pressure on the guy in Rafters. And even though we saw Cyber up on Rafters right at the end of the round, it was just way too late to have control of that part of the map. It was very strange, I think, from FaZe Clan. A bit of a mess. And the fact that Ince collapsed straight in on them and got, I don't know, what was it? Something like 4 kills in a really short space of time? It was just the kill feed lighting up orange. FaZe Clan kind of deserved that. I'm not going to lie. It was just the cut corners were a bit messy.
What if, just for a moment,
Okay.
what if Ince win this game? It is not beyond the realm of possibility.
You're very right.
Like, they're on defense on Clubhouse. They've been playing really well. Like, these guys are playing incredibly well. We might even have, I mean, we got the interview with Ince yesterday despite the loss, but we might have the interview with Ince here today after a win. Like, that's just going to be electric. We've got to get there first, and FaZe are standing in their way. But for my money, there is no clear winner here between these two teams. They are both deserved of 3 points, and I wouldn't be surprised with either outcome at this point. We haven't seen the best of FaZe, certainly compared to what we have seen from them throughout this stage. And with the way that Ints are going, if they continue... Ooh, I think this round's a big one. I always think round 11's a big one. Get yourself onto that, especially when it's 5-5. Get yourself onto that match point and just watch the momentum gather for the team. FaZe so far moving fairly slowly. We've not seen any early engagements. Both teams recognizing how much importance there is on this round. Jacuzzi's been opened, albeit a little bit messily, but the job has been done nonetheless. Astro conscious of a bit of a cheeky run out from Dirt. No control yet, though, Geo, has been gained of the all-important cache area.
Yeah, it doesn't actually look like FaZe Clan is sending anyone round to the server wall to open it. Instead, Cyber's going to be heading his focus here on the construction wall. They know that there are players over in that area. It's just not necessarily the most standard way of approaching it. And I worry for FaZe Clan that that could make it quite difficult for them to clear out that part of the map. After all, we are under halfway, or I should say over halfway, through the round. So there's still a decent, limited time that they have remaining. They will probably want to open the bathroom wall, I would imagine. Otherwise, that's going to provide Ints a lot of control over Master, which they're gonna, keep. Bullets getting a kill onto Duds with a Claymore. That's certainly an interesting way to start things off, and FaZe Clan are just gonna rush in.
Ooh, the aggressive push there. Vitz is going to shut him down in his tracks as kills continue to come up for Ints. Miranda taking out Souls there from inside of the bathroom. Astro with a swing. 1 versus 2. Astro's got a lot of work to do here. The diffuser cold inside of Jim. Do the players of Ints know where this diffuser is? Astro, it's arguably too late to be hopping on into the drone now, as there isn't a lot of info to be gathered. You've got to move, and you've got to move quickly, as there are only 20 seconds left remaining. Hornet and Miranda both sitting at full health. The Goyo shield has been popped. A slow peek coming in here from Astro. It's a pretty good bet that someone's playing inside of the showers, and he would be right. That someone's Miranda, and that puts Ints onto a match point.
This is a very, very exciting point of the game for Ints. They don't have any points on the board right now in the BR6. If you guys are new and you haven't been following along with the season so far, Ints have 0 points. FaZe Clan right now are the best team in Brazil. They're sat in first place. Team Liquid are right on their heels, and it is a battle between the two of them to see who is going to get that #1 spot. And right now, FaZe Clan are at a huge risk of losing it. I think there were definitely issues from FaZe Clan in that last round. They didn't definitively make any kind of a push onto server. They also didn't make an attempt to open up the bathroom wall. That gave Miranda so much free reign to be safe and have control in Master. Even if that rush was caught out a couple of kills at first, even if they had come in from the other side. If you don't have the bathroom wall open, Master is a really difficult place for attackers to gain control. They didn't have anyone providing much pressure onto logistics. I think Cameraman was up on the roof quite early, but I don't think he was there for ages, and at the very least he wasn't there enough to clear out logistics, because that's where that first kill from the rush went onto FaZe Clan when they made it. Overall, FaZe Clan just didn't do a substantial attack in that last round, and they paid for it. And now Ints are sat on match point, game point, against the best team in this region. And that's so exciting.
I mean, at what point are FaZe the best team in the region? Like, you're surely only as good as your last game, right? Like, I'm not going to come out here and start saying that Ints are the best team in the region, but they are surely in a position where they could beat the current top team in our standings. And guess what? They've got the best site in the world to try it on, Church and Arsenal. It's a site that we always talk about for being a little bit defender favoured. And this is where their opportunity will lie. Now, this round isn't sort of do or die. There will be an overtime after this round. We don't have draws here in BR6. So there's even if Ints do lose this round, there is still potential. But for me and my thoughts on it are, you want to try and get it done as soon as possible. Give FaZe as fewer chances to come back and really start to try and punish them. FaZe are moving quite slowly. They're going for a full roam clear. They're not leaving anything here to chance. And I guess the only problem with doing that is they run the risk of doing what they have done previously, and that is run out of time.
Well, they're going to need a full roam clear, I think, because when you have a look at the fact that there's a Mozzie out, there's a Malusi out, these are players that will need clearing. And I think the wasting of time will be really valuable for Ints as well. Don't forget, as well, that back on round number 9, it was a 2 versus 2 at the end. FaZe Clan have made their way into the site pretty quickly. Ints still won it out. So even if a couple of those players are lost on the roam, that doesn't guarantee anything. It does look like most of them, as far as I can tell, have returned back to the site, if not all. Cameraman just narrowly missing one of those Mozzie pests to drone down the stairs, and FaZe Clan, who lost their Maverick quite early last time, will be working on the hatches.
Side of there going to be opening up that bar hatch, as it is an important drop, an important point of ingress for these attackers. You can almost feel the tensions here on the side of FaZe, and well, Ints, they're not looking at trying to challenge anything just yet. They know they've got a ton of stuff that they can rely on. They've got C4s, they've got impact grenades, they've got Toxic Babe canisters, of which one of them is going to get used quite quickly here as the drones start to come in, as FaZe start to gather their last few pieces of information before being forced by the time to make an inevitable rush. The rush will come through Ash Spot. Hornetow opens things up with a kill onto Cameraman, and Souls has been downed with the diffuser. Astro, he's trying to fill the gap. Bullets fighting as well. He takes down Miranda. Astro looking to try and confirm this plant. It could be the only chance that FaZe have here, but look at the kills. They're all coming up. Ints, Astro, he has confirmed that diffuser, but he's been downed in the process. Ints have done it. They have got their first 3 points, and it was against FaZe.
No longer can you call this the David and Goliath story now that Ints have turned things around. They really destroyed the Titans here in Brazil, taking 3 points, their 3 very first points in the BR6 2021 season against the team that strikes fear into the hearts of all of their opponents. And Ints looked straight in at them and they said, "Not today." What a fantastic and most unexpected game to have here in LATAM. Ints have done it.
I am honestly at the point of tears here, GL. Like, that is what you watch Siege for. That is what we come to the BR6 for every single weekend. It is the most exciting, the most unpredictable Siege that you will see. That game right there has been one of my favorites to watch. Ints, they've finally done it. They've built this storyline over the course of the last God knows how many weeks, and they finally come out here and get some points.
I mean, it's wild because it's not even just about them getting points. It's that their statistically best player is currently ill. He can't play. They bring in a substitute, and they get criticism for it yesterday. They didn't have the best game yesterday, and then they come in today looking like a completely different team. We've had some great coordination. We've had quick adaptations from mistakes that they have made. What an insane game. Let's bring in Ace because I'm sure he'll want to join in on the excitement as well. We've had him in our little Discord chat just going nuts, so let's let him talk.
I don't know if I'm ready to. I've only just sat back down. What a game that was. Unbelievable from Ints. I think, every neutral in the land can get behind this team because what a performance. 25 kills from Duds and Hornetowex.
Hornetower is built different. He woke up today and chose violence. That 4K that he got was huge. There was just so many big moments inside of that game where you thought, God, that's going to hurt Faze. Oh, that one's going to hurt him as well. Like, round number 1, that's probably hurt him a little bit. And you just get the feeling that Faze's mental was just worn down over the course of the game. And Ints just kept finding these outplays and kept finding these huge moves.
These are the moments. These are the moments that we love out of the BR6 Geo. It looked like Miranda's role had shifted a little bit today. Not so much the sort of fixed hard support. It seemed to be a little bit more flex on the Maverick, the Legion. How do you think that worked out?
Yeah, I noticed the same thing as well. I was thinking they've shifted her slightly off of that. And I mean, it worked, right? She was getting kills left, right, and center. She was doing really well. A couple of issues where she wasn't necessarily in the right position, but you can say that about all of the players in this game. That's certainly not unique to her. She looked way more comfortable on what she was doing, and I think that really allowed Ints to just flow a lot better because it meant there wasn't really that weak link. I don't think if you came in and you'd never seen anything from BR6 before and you just watched this game, at no point would you look at that and say, oh yeah, she's a sub.
You'll be sticking around for the next 2 games. That's what you'll be doing. And it's important that we look towards them. At the beginning of the show and at the end of the show last night, I very purposefully pointed out that if Ints beat Faze, Furia could tie up the top spot. And you may well look at it and say, well, Furia have got to beat Liquid. Would you have said Ints was going to beat Faze? That's all you've got to remember. Now, we've got the man himself, JP. We spoke to him yesterday after the losses. He was very gracious, and I was very, very grateful that he gave us his time. Today, I can already hear it. I think we're going to speak to a slightly different JP today. Let's get him in here, and let's have a chat, because I could not be happier for you today, JP. What a result. Congratulations.
We made it, man. We made it.
Oh, you didn't just make it, you smashed it, JP. You took down Faze.
A great match, very hard game, and actually the first time we play a map that we could really study them.
Thinking about the game itself, it looked like Miranda's role had changed a little bit from yesterday. Not quite hard support, a little bit more flex today. Is that something that you were trying out again?
Actually, in her team is the role he plays. So, not playing, but he played better in that role. But in the all aspects of the game, we play very, very, very well. No words.
You look fantastic, JP. You really did take your opportunities. Talk to me about Hornetow. What about that 4K clutch in the last second?
Today we reinforced him to not think too much, just playing. It's a problem he was facing the last few games. So he just played today. He did his game.
He did. He was absolutely on fire. JP, does that feel like it lifts some significant pressure from you guys now to be able to just focus on playing?
Of course. For this season, we are keeping working to do as many points as we can, but the real work will start for the next season. We know that.
That's it. You've always got to look forward, and that's what I love about Ints, JP. You're always thinking about what's next, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrating tonight, but I know that the hard work will continue. So any messages for the fans again today, JP?
Thank you, everyone. And for the guys who are hating Miranda, catch it, bro. Catch it. And thank you to everyone. See you next game.
Yep, she's certainly answered the critics today, as have you all, JP. Honestly, I can't give you any bigger congratulations from us here at the English-speaking stream. We're all absolutely over the moon that Ints have got themselves into things and picked up such a big win. So well done, and thanks again for coming, and hopefully we'll speak soon.
Thank you. It was a pleasure, guys. Bye.
Different atmosphere tonight, wasn't there? You could hear it all in the background going off.
Getting the shots out.
Absolutely love it. That's what it's all about. They need to. I think the thing is, as a team, whatever it is they choose to do, they need to celebrate that win there. And I'm sure they'll be back straight on the grind tomorrow. But they need to allow that pressure to lift tonight. Do you think, Gio?
Yeah, no, definitely. And he even said, like, one of the things that we said to Hornetals, just don't think too much, just play, and it will come. And it's that same kind of idea. It's like, don't put the pressure on yourself, let it lift, and then good things happen. So, yeah, I would absolutely say keep doing that. Not even just in the server, just do it. Enjoy yourself this week, prep for the next, guys. Know that you have achieved something that many teams here haven't, and hopefully come in with a new lease of life.
Well, who thought that I would be saying this, but that wraps up Faze versus Ints, and Ints come through with their first 3 points onto the board, but we may have finished one spicy dish, but what I can tell you is that's just the starter, because we've got another bad boy bubbling for you over on the cooker, and that's going to be coming up in Game 4, but we've got MIBR versus Santos to come before we even get that far, so don't you dare go anywhere. We're going to have a couple of minutes break. This energy is high, and that's where it's staying, and we'll be back with you very, very soon.
Siento que tú y yo sentimos lo mismo. Nos ha cuadrado como si fuera algoritmo. Te vuelves loca cuando escuchas mi ritmo. Ella se lo canta como si fuera un himno. Ella quiere ferrar, ferrar, ferrar. Ferrar, ferrar, ferrar. Ella quiere ferrar, ferrar, ferrar. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Ferrar, ferrar, ferrar. Ferrar, ferrar, ferrar. Ella quiere ferrar, ferrar, ferrar. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra.
La gente dice el chamaco le mete, ey. Solo en la cabeza tengo los billetes, tengo piquete, estoy bien. No tengo de 100, pero tengo los míos, hermano. Aquí estamos todo bien, ey. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. necesitas muleo, sé que te pones coqueta. Porque no busco trabajo, al menos vendiendo paletas. Gozo la vida, trabajo, lo tuyo no te comprometas. Me gustan independientes, también que tengan tus metas. Todo el mundo busca dinero, también busca la fama. Como Jim Carrey nos dijo, la plata y la fama no hacen mañana. Por eso veo mis reglas y trato de tener una vida sana.
Welcome back to the BR6. I know you haven't simmered down because we haven't either. We've just spent 3 minutes waxing lyrical about Ints and all of the players there and what a job they have just done. But we've got to tear ourselves away from it. We've got to come away because we've got 2 more games to focus on. And the first one of those is going to be MIBR versus Santos. Feels like a while since we've seen MIBR. I think they've had a little bit of a break in terms of the play days, how their fixtures have lined up, so they've had a couple of off days, but they are coming back in today. We'll start things off by taking a look through the MIBR roster, and we will just see exactly who we're going to have. Of course, we have got Reduct, Felipox, Lukid, we've got Foles, and we have got everybody that you expect. Reduct joining in as well, of course. Badegron coach, everybody's back, fit, healthy and well after that little bit of a blip at the beginning of the season. But Ollie, what do we need to know about MIBR?
Well, it does seem like a while since we've seen MIBR here, and of course we are on Sunday and they didn't play yesterday, so that is why. They've flown fairly quiet. They've done really well, I think, for the position that they've been in. Of course, having the free agent for a couple of games didn't help them earlier on, but they've gone 3-2. They've done exceptionally well. There's been no draws, there's been no overtimes, nothing like that that's been thrown into the mix. And I think that for me today, they just need to come out and show us what they've been working on, because they have had that time to, sort of figure themselves out a little bit, get back into the swing of things in terms of regular scrims. Expect big performance maybe from someone like Falz. I know that Lukid's been stepping up as well, Raps with some important kills, but overall just a good consistent side.
I think we're still at a point where it's worth highlighting for people who are maybe just coming back into the BR6 a little bit late. They've missed the early parts of the stage. MIBR is the old Team 1 roster, so they were brought across wholesale when the MIBR roster moved on to Faze, so that's where we're at. And this is a team that so far they're looking good. Last season they looked like they could win stuff, and we're just waiting, really. We're just waiting for those big performances. Now they're going to be facing up against Santos, so let's have a look at the Santos roster. A few newer names to the league here that you might not be as familiar with. We've got Hunter, we've got STK, Destiny, Cons, and Rise. Now, Gio, give me the breakdown. Who do we need to watch out for?
Santos have been really interesting because despite the fact they're really in that bottom part of the leaderboard, they have these rounds every now and then that are just full of really impressive plays. And I think that's what needs to be cultivated and exacerbated and turned into something much bigger and much more consistent for them to really shine. In my opinion, I really want to be looking out for Cons particularly. He plays a lot of their hard support, but he actually is not too bad a fragger either. And so I think that, he by far and away has the highest cost of this entire team. In the last game they played against Faze, he came away with a 78% cost. So this man does a lot of work. And it's so easy to turn around and say, yeah, we need to watch the fraggers. We need to look at STK or Destiny or whatever. But I think Cons in this roster, he's the big one.
Plenty of talent on the Santos side, and that doesn't come, you don't get sort of references any greater than Faze saying, actually, Santos played a really good game today and made things very difficult for us. And that's exactly the feedback that we had yesterday from Cameraman. Even though Faze looked like they'd had a comfortable win, Cyber went crazy, Santos made their day difficult, and I'm sure that is going to continue here today. So let's have a look at that map, Veto. We'll see exactly where they're going to be attempting to make MIBR's day difficult. We'll see exactly where the bands fans go, where the picks fall. Clubhouse and Villa are the first two to go out of the pool there. The dream of Coastline, the dream of seeing two of these aggressive LATAM teams duke it out on there does not continue, X!
No, we've been a bit unfortunate really with the Coastline. I think we've maybe only seen one. MIBR haven't actually played the same map twice either. So we wouldn't actually, well, if they continue to that form, we wouldn't see a Coastline again. But we are going to be going to a cafe. And it does feel like a while since we've actually seen cafe.
How do you think that suits this matchup, Gio?
My first thought is that I'm just glad it's not Oregon. I feel like I'm sick of Oregon at this point, but I actually quite like the choice of Cafe because Cafe is this really nice, it's a strategical map, but it doesn't necessarily feel the same as something like a clubhouse. And it's really kind of hard for me to describe. I think a lot of it comes from just the geometry of the map, right? It's got those 3 big floors. You often have to do big clears on them, but you still have to play quite close together in a number of different scenarios. And I think Cafe just really has its own like ecosystem from that respect. And one of the things we said about Santos, particularly yesterday, was, oh, we should hope that they don't go to a frag heavy map. They should go to a strategical map. And it didn't really work against FaZe Clan how they would have liked. But I think with Cafe having this kind of unique way of doing things could sort of have things out kind of separately, a little bit different. Maybe they'll be able to, you know, get their claws into MIBR. I'm not really sure.
What's the focus for MIBR then, X? What's the game plan for you? If you're MIBR coming into this, what's your thought process?
I believe they've just got to try and, you know, get these rounds on attack. I think Cafe is a map that we see games won and lost on the attack. Looking at the stage as a whole, we've seen it 3 times. It's got a 70% overall defense win rate. In terms of rounds on Cafe, so that's pretty high. You know, that's up there with the likes of Oregon. It's a hard map to attack onto. It's a big map to attack onto. There's a lot of things that you've got to do. There's aggressive opportunities in the early round for defenders. So for my money, both teams need to be very conscious of those attacking rounds, because if you can get a couple, that usually is the difference maker. Usually you don't need too many attacking rounds to be able to come out with a win once the side switch comes over.
Absolutely not. So on the side of MIBR, Gio, when they're looking at Santos here, you know, do they need to be picking up on players individually and saying, right, cons is a problem, let's, you know, focus on these are the attacking operators he usually brings, or is it just a more general approach than that?
I mean, I don't think they have to be that specific. I think that Santos probably have enough weak spots that they can be exploited from a number of different perspectives. But I think that Cons is definitely that player who, if you kill him early, you're probably more guaranteed to have a round win, because especially when you look at the entry for Santos isn't that great. In fact, the only player against FaZe Clan who had a positive entry was STK, but Destiny, who's actually, you know, their Ash Jaeger main, lowest rated, negative KD, negative entry. So, you know, you're probably going to have the advantage in the entry anyway. That's almost a given. So you might as well kind of go for that core, the supports who are more likely to be able to do those valuable things. Because I think if you focus on the entries, it's like those are players who aren't necessarily going to be able to pick up the slack later on.
That's certainly true. I mean, do you think there's any mental advantage, any mental boost to be found here, X, from that int result against FaZe? I'm not just using any excuse to bring it back up again, but, you know, you're coming into this as Santos, you're underdogs, and you've just seen ints roll the top spot over. You know, is that then maybe giving you a little bit thinking, well, you know what, if FaZe are beatable, so is everybody else?
It's like the American dream sort of thing, where it's like, they did it, they got the dream, we can get the dream as well. I mean, Siege is always a game of the game goes to the team that shows up on the day. Everyone can die to one shot. There's no advantage from chaining rounds together other than this mystical thing that we call momentum. There is no, you know, you people don't get more powerful, you don't get more utility. It is reset every single round. So that's why it is a good level game. You know, there's no advantage through having good form aside from anything that goes on up here. And for my money, that benefits underdogs, it benefits, you know, favorites, it benefits everybody. Santos should be going in here thinking that they can do it because they know that they can do it. We've seen Santos stretch teams. We've seen them take rounds. MIBR, they are that team that have been relatively consistent, but they have had slip-ups now, albeit they've been against, you know, the teams that are a little bit further up in the table, but there are still rounds here to be had.
I completely agree with you, and I think, yeah, looking at Santos, as we keep saying, it's almost that heartbreak side. It's that side that does stretch teams, that does run games close, and I wouldn't again be surprised to see this go to 11 or 12 rounds for MIBR to be able to take the win. But equally, MIBR are one of those sides that you just never know whether you're going to get that similar performance that we saw out of Faze yesterday, where somebody like Luke just turns up and absolutely runs away with the game. I mean, do you think there's anything to be said for fewer games having been played as a complete roster so far this stage, Gio, for MIBR?
Well, you know, I think that when Luke came back, MIBR looked quite comfortable. I think it's less about that and probably more about the fact that it's been quite a while since they actually had a Playday. And having that downtime on, you know, obviously they would have been scrimming and things like that, but having that downtime could have an effect, and they've got to kind of warm up to get back into it.
Certainly do, but there's only one thing that needs warming up right now, and that is Cafe. We have got this match underway, we're heading in, and it's going to be an exciting one. MIBR versus Santos. Gio X is all yours.
Thank you very much, Tim. I don't know about you, Gio, but I wouldn't like the heating bill for Cafe. It looks quite big. It looks a bit old. I'm not sure how efficient it'd be.
I'll be honest, this is going to sound really weird. I went to a cafe in Ukraine that looks very, very much like Cafe Dostoevsky. And I guess because it's also, you know, Russian-Ukrainian is the same, basically the same language. Someone's going to get angry at me for that.
Someone's going to get very angry for that.
Yeah, it's just, I always have memories of going, and I had a really nice cake when I went there as well. So that's just what I was thinking about. Yeah.
Fun fact of the day.
Oh, but another fun fact is that Ash is banned. I love that. I love Ash bans. I'm on the Zoronic train with this, and I know he's kind of gotten over it a little bit, and it's not quite as stringent and prominent as it was maybe a year ago, but I think Ash Jaeger bans are a lot of fun, and to have one appear here as well, it's exciting.
So, I mean, we've got some typical bans there as well. We've got the Thatcher, the Valkyrie, and the Wamai. They're all very expected bans here on Cafe. You wouldn't like to play a Cafe with a Valkyrie available. You wouldn't like to play Cafe maybe with a Wamai available. It puts a lot of importance into some zones of the map. Certainly makes things easier to hold. Ash ban, target ban, question mark. Are MIBR there trying to severely limit Santos in any which way? There is a possibility that that is their thought process behind it. I just feel like there's more important things to try and ban on the side of the attackers. I know that Ash has got a lot of utility at the moment, but still.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about it being a target ban, just because, you know, I mentioned it before. Destiny has been their Ash main, and he's their lowest rated player of the team. I don't think he's much of a threat, at least enough to warrant a target ban. So the decision to ban Ash, I would assume/hope that it is more to do with her utility, and maybe feeling that Santos lean on her, even if they're not that great at entry. Because I don't think that you've got someone who's so powerful on Ash that a target ban's really gonna mean all that much.
I mean, the danger here is that Destiny comes out on the Iana and is just absolute Terminator. Just, you can't
Well, that
put
would
a
be
foot
fun.
wrong. Just getting killed. Ooh, Hunter there nearly getting himself killed in the early part of the round, just running across the spray. Yeah, the danger is that Destiny's like, oh, Ash is banned, I can't play Ash, like, I've got to play someone else. Oh, I'm now a beast on the Iana. Or whatever.
Discovers his new main.
new main found.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. But I just, you know, I just wonder if maybe that would be something that'll actually come to hurt MIBR a bit more. You know, I suppose that because Santos is starting out on the attack, not having the Ash available is going to hurt them regardless of how good the player who usually plays Ash is. In the same way that if Destiny were playing Ash and got killed on every single round at the beginning of the round, you're still going to have that same effect. You require her utility. You require her ability to push in and have that entry. STK getting kind of aggressive here, but may fall to a C4. Doesn't quite. He's still going to be shooting in through the soft wall to try and grab that pesky Melusi.
Oh, he is actually going to find the kill. I feel like this is an ambitious attack here from Santos because they're going in without really clearing a lot of stuff. SDK still getting pinged out by that same yokai drone that was trying to stop him earlier before a bit of a rotate comes down, and MIBR say, we've wasted enough time, we have lost a player, we are now going to make a bit of a retreat, get ourselves back down onto at least the floor that the site is on. As Fowls has still got these aggressive yokais that are out gathering information on the fringes. He's actually rotated one back down now to the bottom of those red stairs.
Remember, of course, that the site is in kitchen. That's why Hunter's going to be opening up the train floor here, try and get some of those lines of sight down into the site to pressure them. He'll also have available to him the nades, 2 of them at least, because there are 4 on the side of Santos right now. He can use that to clear out some of the utility down below. Santos did, of course, have that aggressive push upstairs, which meant that they could clear out the top floor, and it did chew a decent amount of time off of the round. Philippe Hawks nearly getting a kill from below, but not quite. And only 30 seconds are left remaining for Santos to actually make their push onto the site itself.
Looks like it's going to be a freezer hatch drop, as that's where a lot of the silhouettes were stacking on. Oh, Hunter at the bottom of these main stairs now is going to be looking to try and make an impact. There's still yokai drones that are causing a bit of a problem, but Philippox is getting himself in a pickle on his own. STK finishing him off there with the pistol as Lukin. He's going to take down Destiny. Raps makes his way on in and manages to stop the diffuser from going down. So Lukin now is left to try and fight on. Player down next to the diffuser, which was cold on the ground. We still had yokai drone information ready to deny that plant further, and as the time was ticking down, MIBR looked fully in control.
It's like, all right, you forced people to jump down the cocktail hatch early on, but what did you do after that? Well, assuming that you knew you wanted to make a freezer side push, why didn't you clear out VIP? Why didn't you clear out Whiskey? Why were those places still being defended by defenders when you decided to make the push, when time was waning, when you didn't have that available to you? It was a really strange push, because even the push at the start from STK onto Cocktail was risky. There wasn't thorough droning. He was receiving damage. Sure, it was great he managed to get the wall bang, but he could have very easily not. And then where are you left at that point? Yokai drones are still out and about and doing their thing. It was just like 20 seconds was remaining, and these areas that needed to be cleared way before that point were still being occupied by MIBR. That's fairly unforgivable from Santos, because you just can't make a successful push if you are leaving it like that.
It all just looked a little bit rushed on the side of Santos, and it's a bit of a shame because they had, no real excuses as to why they couldn't have approached things a little bit differently. But I kind of like the point you bring up about the yokais, and it's that, well, there was a yokai at the start of the round and a yokai at the end of the round. Like, did any of them even actually get taken out? Like, and if not, why not? Because that's a bit of a problem. If someone's using yokais as an aggressive form of defense, then they need to be dealt with at the point that they are being used and that you see them. And if not, it's just providing more value throughout the course of the round for MIBR. Now, Santos is a difficult map to attack onto, so we're not expecting a streak of attacking rounds to come here, but they are going to need a couple.
So this is on to reading, library, whatever you want to refer to it as. That is also going to require a top floor clear from Santos. It looks like they're not going to be quite as opportunistically aggressive this time. We actually did see some drones go by, unprecedented. You can hear the Candelas also being used, and that's a nice kill in from STK to open things up. It looks like Santos want to just simply get aggressive onto the site, but MIBR will respond with 2 kills of their own.
How is the site push coming out when the diffuser's on the white stairs? There was almost full control of site. In fact, Rise is still in there. yet there's nobody there with a diffuser. Now Hunter gets himself into position. MIBR, there's questions to be asked there. There's questions to be asked on the side of Santos, but the only real thing to worry about at the moment is that it's now a retake. Reduct and Lukid and Fowls have all got to try and make something happen. The drone hole is never your friend, and Hunter pays the price. Rise takes down Fowls. Reduct maybe looks to push in a bit more aggressively. I'd expect more comprehensive top floor control here. Look at how many holes there are in that floor. There is absolutely nothing. Santos saw an opportunity and they grasped it with both hands, and so far it's working quite well for them. I say that Redux has just taken down STK, but check the time, 10 seconds. Rise finds a second. There's 8 seconds remaining. Oh, he has just not got time. One more second and Lukin would have been home and dry, but as it stands, Santos take round number 2.
Santos got incredibly lucky that round that he was just 1 second out. The whole thing was a bit of a mess, to be honest, because when Santos actually decided to make the push, they used the Candelas to get aggressive. MIBR got 2 kills straight out, so already your push has been cut down. We went into this third-person perspective, and you can see MIBR, one player from MIBR, just sat crouched in Cocktail above one of the vertical holes. There is a reason that you're supposed to take control of Cocktail, and it is so that you as an attacker can hold on to those places. Now then, MIBR, as you astutely mentioned, decided to relinquish that position when they were in the post plant, so they weren't using the vertical holes, which would have been incredibly useful for them and maybe would have allowed them to have got a much faster post plant clear and then thus not be in a position where they actually ran out of time on the disable. Big mistakes from both sides there, really questionable, and this is the second round now that we have seen Santos kind of throw away the rule book on the standard way of approaching sites. And by no means is that a steadfast set of rules that you have to obey. A lot of the reason that we see Rainbow Six change and adapt over time and teams get better is because of the innovation that teams make. But the innovation has to consider a lot of different factors. You can't just think, ooh, we can throw in a Candela and run and it will work. Sometimes that works, but usually not in positions where vertical control is so important.
An important round for Santos nonetheless, and attacking round can't be underestimated here on Cafe. And I think MIBR are possibly feeling a little bit hard done to just by how close it was. Top floor control going to be needed for this site as they are attacking onto the bar area. Now, usually you see top floor clears here on Cafe. It's one of the reasons why it can be a little bit tricky and a bit samey for these attackers. Is there's usually one good way of doing things, and that's through a hatch on the roof and then work your way down. Nomad being a thing shows that they're paying some heed at least to the flank potential as well, which there is quite a bit of here. There are multiple staircases and multiple options for defenders to make rotations. With info being gathered as Rise is trying to burn out any ADSs that are going to be on that pixel spot. So Lukid is likely going to be playing there with a deployable shield.
Hunter getting the first kill as he throws in the nade. There's going to be a second one followed up down into Freezer. Will remove some utility, but no one else down there to be killed themselves. You can see the Aruni gates as well separating out Cocktail, and it seems that Santos want to do this a bit more standardly. MIBR have the extra reinforcement, the extra manpower upstairs, and Lukid gets a kill onto Rise.
For a pretty aggressive run out there, which is something that we do see fairly regularly here on Cafe, is the ability for defenders to make those judgment calls as to whether they're going to be able to get back in or not. And Lukid made that, and he's got himself in. Now the question is, can he affect onto this round at all? Because he's still got to get himself up those white stairs. Al's is going to be on the site, as this time it seems as though we're seeing Santos go a little bit more upstairs control. But time is moving quite quickly and Santos are moving quite slowly. 35 seconds is all that stands between them and a round end, and MIBR aren't making the same mistakes. They've actually stacked the site a lot more this time, and it's making things much more tricky. There hasn't been enough holes made upstairs, and now really isn't the time to be making them. Cons is going to go for a quick drop and try and make something happen, but he's likely just going to go straight into the line of sight of a player, and that player will be Felipox. Can he find the second as people are both pre-firing through the soft wall? Destiny has been down, the diffuser's cold in the site. Hunter comes in, a big kill, but impactless nonetheless. Fouls with the final 2, and that's much better from MIBR.
Yeah, a lot more of a decisive victory for them. You mentioned how Santos were wasting a lot of time or spending a lot of time. It almost felt to me like they knew that they should be taking the upstairs and they knew that they should be clearing it out, but they didn't seem to know what to do once they were there. And I'm sure that, you know, that's clearly not true. These are players who are playing at the highest level of Rainbow Six. So to say that they didn't know what to do would be incredibly naive, but it is simply that they didn't take that control as well as they should have. I mean, MIBR were free to just completely run around between the two sites down below, holding on to the corridor. Even when Cons wanted to make the drop down through the laundry hatch and he tried to use his smoke to conceal that, you still had a player down in the corridor. At the very least, you should be using those vertical angles to prevent the rotates being made by the defenders below. Hold them in one place so that you know where they're going to be when you make the drop. And that was a really big mistake on Santos's part there, because you can't take control above and still allow the defenders to run the show below. The whole point of having it is that you run the defenders' show, and Santos didn't do that.
Santos did seem to get caught in that halfway house between kind of doing what they needed to do and then kind of just getting a little bit distracted. And I think MIBR just took a good advantage of that uncertainty. Redux picking the Clash this time for the top floor. Really not going to be something that's easy to deal with. If played inside a piano, which it looks as though it is. Quite a bit of utility working for him as well. Looks as though he's got a rotation over into bathroom area. We'll no doubt have some ADSs in there as well. We've got Raps actually playing inside of the bathroom on the mirror with a deployable shield. So that's a boatload of utility and just a real hard nut to crack inside of that piano room.
I'm really interested to see how Santos are going to deal with the Clash, because a lot of that is... Well, I want to say a lot of it's going to come down to STK to use the lifelines against her, and he can really aggress against her, but you also still have Cons playing Ying, and that can certainly be used against the Clash, especially if you come in from behind, for example. He could go on a white corridor window and flash her out from behind. So there are different ways of doing it, but it's going to require coordination. And that's something the Santos have maybe looked a bit messier on. They're throwing in the smoke, so they're going to be making a skylight drop. It certainly looks like it, aided by the Candelas, but so far it hasn't worked out too well.
Once again, going ahead before clearing out any of that utility. We've still got an Echo, we've still got a Clash, there's still going to be Maestro cameras available as well. It's just so much for Santos to be dropping into at the drop of a hat, and they pay the price. Destiny and Cons both fall. That's a lot of your pushing power gone there in the form of the Ying, and obviously some aggression on the form of Destiny with frags as well. Rise will find one, but it's a consolation prize at this point as STK is on his own. And well, when you 1vx against a Clash, it's all just going to be thrown at him. Rap says he fancies a do and tosses the C4 just to the side of Clash's shield. Another round here, and another round where Santos aren't looking too hot.
No, where is the clear? Where is the utility focus? Where is any of that? You can't just rely on Candelas every single time and assume that it's going to flash everybody out. If you're telegraphing where you're going to make a drop right into the center of the site, around which you are being surrounded by defenders, you're probably going to lose people. And then at that point, they had someone on Heaven Balcony, they had someone on New Balcony, and they had someone in Cigar. Attackers, this is. And so, you know, especially, you know, the guy on Heaven, he's trying to shoot into Cocktail where there are 2 defenders, and he's obviously, you know, in 1 versus 2 in his own right. The guys in New Balk and in Cigar, they can't really push through into Bar because you've got a Clash standing there. Freezer control hasn't been taken, and you could still be flanked around because there's no control of the white corridor. It's just monumentally risky, and I don't really see many outcomes in which that's going to work for the attackers. So far, it hasn't been for Santos. That's why we're seeing a scoreline like the one that we have so far. Now, MIBR will be returning down to Kitchen, which is where they went in round number 1, and they also won that as well. And if you remember correctly, Santos were incredibly indecisive about how they wanted to approach their attack onto this site. They did do a pretty thorough top floor clear, but by the time they got down to actually moving into the site itself, they didn't seem to know where they wanted to go, and they tried to move into a sort of freezer approach, but they hadn't cleared out VIP, they hadn't cleared out Whiskey, and they hadn't really done much substantial work in removing utility from the site above. So I want to see Santos being more coordinated and being more decisive about what it is they want to do, and maybe not try and act so creatively in ways that haven't been thought through particularly thoroughly.
It almost seems a shame that this is the approach that Santos are going for, because there's rounds here to be won. They've just got to try and, you know, bait out a little bit of this utility a little bit sooner. This round, however, they are going to find an opening kill over onto Reduct. Not sure how the Kaid's got himself taken out first, but let's hope his Electroclaws at least have been placed. It seems as though everyone on Santos has got good drone intel as to the whereabouts of one of these defenders, as we see Rise now making his way through reading. Once again, these aggressive yokai drones are going to be gathering that information, but at least for now, and well, at least for Santos, one of them has been taken out. Fowls recognizing that, drags his second drone, second and last, should I say, all the way back towards site to see if there's anything else that he can gather.
Seeing one of the drones in through the drone hole. We still have Lukid present here in VIP. This is one of those key areas that didn't get cleared out before. I don't know which player of Santos it was coming down the white stairs, but Hunter's not going to be doing much at this point, as he is the first death on the side of Santos. Now, I'm wondering if this white stairs player is aware of the yokai. It must be now, as he's droned straight down. And you can tell that Falls is just waiting to try and place that yokai in the position that he wants. He wants to be aware of when this player is making the aggression down the stairs so that Lukid can act on it without having to be overly aggressive with no information.
There's a lot of trust being placed inside of this yokai, and I guess onto Fowls to be able to make that right call. STK maybe trying to bait a bit of a run out there, as he just got himself onto Repel briefly, but had no real intention at getting himself up onto the roof, as there is only 30 seconds left. A push needs to come here from Santos. Now, if STK is able to get himself into Bakery and somewhat deal with Fowls, then that could be a big in here for Santos. However, still got a lot of work to do in at least getting into Bakery, as there was barbed wire, which has now been destroyed, but full flash for Fowls as he gets an entire lifeline. Lupox, however, is finding kills elsewhere. A big kill coming in there for Santos. Can they get the diffuser down? No, it's cold on the ground, and the kills all come up blue. Blue is MIBR, and MIBR is taking round number 5.
Very slow once again from Santos, and MIBR just stacking on the points, or at least on the round count. It's looking like a very, very strong half for them so far. We did talk about how Cafe Dostoevsky is one of the most defender-sided maps, however. So once the half comes around, it could be that the fates begin to switch and Santos begin to wake up a little bit more. But it is no word of a lie that they have been struggling on their attack so far. And I feel a bit bad because I feel like I should be praising MIBR more, but I think actually in a lot of cases on these rounds, it has simply been that Santos have handed MIBR situations that have not been too difficult for them to take advantage of, more so than MIBR doing particularly ingenious defenses that have been unbreakable for Santos.
Santos had a really good strategy there. I think the kill that came onto Falls on the mirror, STK challenging that player in Bakery, that was perfect. And it was all done at, you know, the time of an E1D scan as well, so the push was coming on the other side and there was nothing that those defenders could do. STK won his engagements and everyone else on the side of Santos didn't, and that's why the diffuser was just left in the middle of sight, not planted. So the intention was there, and it was one of the better intentions that we've seen them have throughout the course of this game so far. But again, it just wasn't convincing enough. It just didn't give us that level of belief that they were going to be able to pull it off, because it was just down to that last second again, and it was once again a bit of a last chance saloon.
Back to reading, which seems to be MIBR's favorite site to defend. It's been one that they nearly took both times. Back in round number 2, the win did go to Santos after they successfully planted, and MIBR were just that 1 second too late in going for the disable, and so couldn't actually finish it off. But in round number 3, it was a lot more decisive, because in that round, Santos tried to go for a more thorough top floor clear, but then were very slow with their decision making and what they did after that. MIBR playing with the mirror once again upstairs. This is going to make it more hard to break through, as Lukid has relative protection from any players who may come in to try and take piano control, and all the information that the mirror window actually provides him as well.
Leapoc's going to be on Cocktail Balcony. It's a push we've seen Santos kind of struggle with a little bit. You know, they did get the plant down here a couple rounds ago, but there was no compelling information or positioning that was leading us to believe that they were going to be able to then hold it. This top floor clear needs to come in much sooner than it is, as we are past the halfway point in the round. STK is thinking about stunning out the player inside a freezer and will do so, but where is the response? Where is the push that comes in off the back of that? We can see Destiny's silhouette moving there a little bit, but is he getting himself into a position to do anything about it? The answer's no, because the cover from MIBR is just a bit too good, and at the drop of a hat, 2 players have dropped off this 3rd floor, and they can get themselves safely onto site.
Less than a minute remaining for Santos, which seems to be quite difficult for them in the last few rounds, where they've just been working very, very slowly. They've lost a lot of drones as well. They do get a kill onto Filipok, so at least this is a good start for them, but it's not the first time that they've had the opening kill in a round and not necessarily been able to capitalize on it. Reduct is just looking for any of those players who may be present on the balconies and try and catch them out, but so far no one. Getting very close though, and he does finally land the kill onto Cons, and that's the diffuser as well. There are a couple of members of Santos who are down on this 1st floor as well, but they're not quite brave enough to make the peak themselves. In come the flashes. We're in the final 10 seconds. A diffuser for the 2nd time, and all these kills coming out from MIBR. Lukid is just spraying and praying, and that's a 5-1 finish at the half.
Cafe going as we expected there, then living up to the statistics and going in the defenders' favour. MIBR, of course, being the team to benefit from that first defensive side. Take 5 rounds. Now they've got to show us what they've got on the attack. It wouldn't be unusual to see Santos come out here and to be able to start chaining some rounds together. All about how they are able to reset themselves now as we shift sides. Fouls. I see it. I notice it. I don't like the look of the 6th. Oh, he's got... I'm disappointed, Joe. I was hoping for the Amaru right onto the roof, straight into the site. Bish, bash, bosh sort of stuff, you know?
No, because we just saw Santos try and do things like that, and it didn't really go very well. I would like to someone to do an approach onto a site in a more normal way that's actually going to work. I think that would be nice. A nice treat, just to see some normal siege. I mean, look, one thing is, and you know, it kind of escaped me to mention it in that first half, but one of Santos's pervasive problems that they have had in the entire season so far is real struggles with vertical play. We've seen it on a number of different maps. They are not very good at even thinking about it in the first place, let alone executing it in the moment. And that's just what we've seen from them on this last half as well, which makes it's kind of intriguing as to why they'd want to come to Cafe Dostoevsky, where vertical play is incredibly prominent. But MIBR, you know, could be okay at it. I don't think we've seen anything in the past that's necessarily told us that they would be bad at it. It's just about whether Santos actually have it in them to deal with it successfully when it comes.
Redux got a bit of nice intel on a drone there, feeding that through to Felipox. Is it going to result in a nice, easy opener here for MIBR? It quite possibly could. A lot of attention being paid as we've got Z-Pings as well. Everyone very keen to take Destiny out of the game here. As we could see, the wallbangs coming in there as well. Destiny forced to make that rotation. Maybe even gets himself all the way into pillars, as you can see there. Not really got anywhere to go if there's good drone intel on you, and that just speaks to the level of thoroughness that MIBR are going to show us here on the attack. Such early aggression there onto a player, and very easy to try and capitalize and to force that player to move, and then be able to take control of that mid floor and look to either work on the reverse vertical or just get in and place some air jabs now.
Yeah, about halfway through the round now. Still looking for really entrance from MIBR into the building. We're starting to see that now. I think Raps is aware that there's a player in pillar. Does he know he's crouched though? Yeah, he does. Goodbye, Destiny. Death by headshot. And Raps is going to get ready to throw a nade. It looks like that's what he wants to do from the hatch below, but so far not committing.
Ooh, Raps finds a kill over onto STK. MIBR seeming quite dominant here and really look like they're going to start slowing down anytime soon. Rise is forced to use his Toxic Babe canisters here pretty early as Hunter's holding on to that pillar door. 3-5 shots coming down, going to leave Raps a little bit low, but MIBR aren't going to be too worried. Cons hasn't got a reinforced panel on that wall, as you would usually do. Felipox with the peek onto Hunter. I didn't think he was going to win that one, but he did. The diffuser is edging ever closer in toward this site now, but so is Cons. Moving his way through the smoke, will be taken down by Fowls, and Rise is left to go huge. He's left in a 1 versus 4. He's already found one, but Fowls is confirming that plant. 12 seconds left remain, and Fowls unlikely to have to get off for any reason. Is going to mean that this is a retake situation for Rise. Draws for a Toxic Babe at the wrong time. Leapox finds the kill, MIBR the round, and that, my friends, puts MIBR onto a match point.
Yeah, they're looking like they've had quite an easy game so far. I mean, to put it perfectly bluntly, that's really been what it's felt like. MIBR, I don't think, have been particularly challenged so far. And we were talking about how, you know, the fact that Lucid was away for a while and they haven't had many play days of late. Maybe they're a little bit slow, need some WD-40 applied to the joints until they're feeling themselves. But I don't think they're really receiving the challenge that they need to have, which is great for them. I'm sure they're loving it. But this isn't the best that we've seen from Santos before. And it's a shame, it's disappointing, because I feel like I'm being very critical of Santos in this game. And it's not because Santos are a chronically bad team. They're just not playing well today. This isn't indicative of what we have seen from them in more recent playdays.
Certainly struggling here on Charlie. I'm not sure if it is a case of the map that's causing that struggle or whatever it might be, but you're right, they aren't playing in the same fashion that we've seen them play previously with that much conviction. There just seems to be a lot of sloppiness to the gameplay at the moment, and MIBR, for all that they haven't played all too recently, are looking very sharp. Now, you could argue that you would expect that, seeing as the last time they played was last Saturday. But still, it is nice to see a team that has maintained that throughout the course, because we have had a couple of losses and a couple of closer games earlier on this stage. For all intents and purposes, they seem to be looking to close out this match fairly strongly. 6-1 is quite convincing. There are multiple opportunities here, though, for Santos to find a round, and they're going to start flicking around different sites in order to do so. This time taking us down to kitchen.
This is where I wonder how... oh, man. I was going to say, I wonder how Santos are going to be able to add up because of... You know, the vertical play is going to be important here on a kitchen attack, but Santos are going to be from the perspective of the defenders that time. Also bringing a Frost, also bringing the Echo. How useful are their Yokai going to be? Is Con's going to do well on that role? But straight away, STK getting really aggressive in small bacon, punished for it, is not a good start for them. Hunter is trying to hold on here to coat check. He actually has a shield for protection as well, which isn't something we see super often, but he needs to watch out towards Bakery as well. Oh, that was nice catching out. I was going to say as well as towards the main door, but Rise, he was ready to watch that flank.
Rise has got his back as he picks out Raps. Leapok's now looking to make his way in through Bakery, maybe to try and use the blowtorch on the wall. Though it does look as though half of the wall has been left soft, so a nade will be cooked, but Hunter will swing. Maybe some information still there inside of that Bakery, as we do have an Echo, so potentially a Yokai drone, but Lukid has decided to push on through. Maybe Bakery isn't as safe as they initially thought, and prep might be a better option. Site is fairly open here for MIBR to try and take advantage of. The question is, are Santos going to push them? The answer, yes, is Destiny. He's going to swing over onto Fouls. This could be a round in response here for Santos. It had come at a pretty good time, seeing that it is match point for MIBR, but there's a chunk of time remaining. 40 seconds, in fact, lies between us and the round end here, and MIBR still have all the tools to try and get this job done. The only thing that's really going to be standing in their way is, of course, the denial still in pocket on players on Santos. Now, the plant is going to be attempted. Lukid is going to stick it. Surely someone on Santos must have the intel. No, Cons goes for a swing. He mustn't have any Yokai drones left. A Toxic Babe Cannons to his tossed, but it was miles off the mark. The plant has gone down, and now it forces Hunter and Rise into a retake. Redux has taken himself all the way back into Bakery for a rotation opportunity, but misses his shots. Lukid, the pressure is now all on your shoulders. He knows where the push is going to be coming from Hunter and takes full advantage, locking us into a 1v1 for the game. Lukid now doesn't really want to try and push this, as Rise is going to be hot on his tail. Goes for a swing, goes for the peak, but check out the time. 7 seconds ticks on by, and it is not going to be enough. Lukid gets the final kill anyway, and MIBR, they take Cafe here against Santos.
Any percent speed run, that felt like, and there were certainly times in that last round where I wondered if Santos were going to do it. MIBR certainly made some mistakes, especially leaving Hunter unchecked over in coat check so that he could punish them later on. But ultimately getting down that plant was huge, and Cons really made the mistake there in not being able to deny it. A disappointing game, I think, for Santos, who definitely would have been looking for a much stronger scoreline this time. But MIBR are going to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, we've not seen very many 7-1s so far this season, so MIBR can stick themselves in that list of teams that have done so. A very convincing win. It answers a lot of the questions, I think, that some of us maybe were starting to have about MIBR and what their form was going to be like. And on the side of Santos, they just looked a million miles off the pace.
Yeah, no, it certainly was not their best showing. So let's bring in Ace to see what he has to say. I feel like that was a nice kind of like, almost like a cool down from that last game that we had.
Yeah.
And yeah, kind of a bit of a
little
slow
cool down
game
before more explosive action, I think, is what I'm going to sell that one as. MIBR looking absolutely clinical there. Santos just a little bit behind the pace today, X.
Yeah, and these things happen, you know, and we've seen good things from Santos in previous weeks, but this week it just wasn't quite there for them. And I'm not sure what exactly that was, but we spoke of it in the cast and sort of speculated that there was just a lot of corner cutting. There was some sloppiness that was creeping its way on in. And in contrast, MIBR looked very sharp.
They certainly did, like you say. As I've said countless times, it's becoming a catchphrase for me almost. You can only beat the team that's in front of you, and MIBR did that very well and very professionally today. Who particularly stood out for you, Gio, in that sense on the side of MIBR?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think Lukid did pretty well. You know, he's someone that we think about purely from the perspective of he was off for a couple of play days, so being able to kind of get his feet wet and just get back into it, he did pretty well. You know, raps and falls, but they always seem to show up. So, yeah, I mean, I just think it was a situation where there wasn't a ton of challenge for MIBR, so even the players who did really well, you know, not to deviate from their achievements, but even then, we didn't even get to see the best of them because they didn't have to show it.
No. I think an interesting question. I'll tell you what, I'm going to cut that interesting question. I'm going to ask you afterwards, X, because we just literally as I started, we've got information. Bodega is ready for us, so we can have an interview with the coach of MIBR. And it's always a pleasure to chat with Bodega. He always gives us an interesting insight. So, Bodega, welcome to the show. Good win.
Yeah. I still in the game, you know?
Yeah. A nice early finish for you guys.
Yeah. Looking win 10-0.
Bodega, looking towards the future now, coming into the last 3 weeks, or the last 3 play days, sorry, you've got some tough games with Team 1, Black Dragons and Liquid to finish things off. How do you think that win sets you up for those games?
It means everything, this one. We need it so we can get confidence for the way we are playing the Super Week. We've been playing the way we're gonna play the Super Week for quite some time, and can't wait to show you guys what we've planned.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. You've had a little bit of a rest, to be fair. The last time you played was last Saturday, so you were off on Sunday and then you were off yesterday. Have you used that time just for more preparation? Is that why it was an easy game against Santos, or have you had a little bit of time off?
Actually, we've made like our regular, you know. Let me think. You know, we just did our preparation for the game, but we've been planning our Super Week since we've played on just one game, you know. So we had some extra time to prepare for the Super Week.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because this week we will have like three days of scrim, so that's impossible to prepare for the 3 games. So we've already prepared for the other games, you know.
Oh, good. You're up into, I think that puts you up into 3rd position now. You've just gone ahead of Furia, up onto 12 points. Do you still have time? Can you do it in Super Week, Bodega? Can you reach for that top spot?
Yeah, that's what we're planning. We want to do the 7-0. We want to do the 7-0 after we got sick. That's our goal. Okay,
well, best of luck with the goal. Any messages for the fans, Bodega?
Thank you for today, for watching today. It was a great game. Everything we've played against Santos works, you know. Besides the last round, which we had, you know, to win some gunfights to him, but you know, everything went great today.
Excellent stuff. Well, take the time, go and celebrate with the guys, and I'm sure that we'll be speaking to you again before the season is over, Bodega. Well done on the win, and we'll see you later. Always a pleasure to have a chat with Bodega there. A very interesting little insight that I picked up on there, and it relates to the question that I was going to ask you, X, is 3 days there that are coming up. They know they can't scrim consistently for that Super Week, so they've used some of that time pretty smartly to start their planning there. Does that give them a bit of a jump on the other teams that haven't had that break?
Hey, I'm here. It potentially does. I was just looking through there as he was mentioning it. I was checking out the games that are coming up in that Super Week. And they are one of the teams that play on all 3 days. Now, there are a couple of other teams that play on all 3 days as well. I didn't have a great look, but I noticed Black Dragons were in there on all 3. But someone like NIP, for example, they're only playing on 2. So there is sort of advantages and disadvantages to how many games you're playing in such a short period of time. So for MIBR to have the foresight to be able to get a bit of prep done in anticipation for that, it makes a lot of sense. And you know, they've given themselves an early night at least tonight to maybe probably get a scrim in now, I guess.
That's it, just get straight back into it, straight back on the horse. So we have still got one more game to come for you. We've just had a nice little bit of a, as Gio put it, a little bit of a cool down, a little bit of a relax in between the heat that was Ints versus Faze, and we are coming into something that could be explosive at the end of the day. Team Liquid versus Furia. Don't go anywhere, we've got a few replays for you. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and I'm going to give you all the details. I've got the breakdown of just how Furia could take the top spot.
Yeah, I see the money trade, capped a couple breaks. Yeah, I'm cheesy, check the date. How they brought up the cake, how they don't believe my fate. Watch me go and ride the wave. Yeah, I'm married to the game instead of tossing rice and throw it in the shade. Two people that wanna lay in it. Next to you, my heart is racing. In the bed of the green blades, I'm a flower child from like miles away. To hell with assumption, you should be afraid. I'm a young black man here to stay. Money on my mind, I don't waste no time. I come from a side when you make just lose a light. I'm in the light, trying to see the light. Aiming at the sky, wanna see how high we fly. Money on my mind. I got that money on my mind. Money on my mind.
Sé que a ti te tengo aprendida, sé que a ti te gusta esta vida, superando todo lo que hacía. Este es mi nueva melodía.
Esta falda corta me encantó, ese baile nuevo me encendió, como me lo mueve con sabor, mami mejor dame de tu amor. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esto todavía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Y que sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Y que si enseguida amamos, siempre controlando.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the BR6. We are coming into match number 4. It's the final one of the night, and if you're just joining us, then you've joined us at a great time. You did miss out on Ints versus Faze. Well worth a watch later on in the evening when we've finished here and not before. We are bringing you Team Liquid versus Furia, and I touched on it yesterday. I mentioned it again. I teased it at the beginning of the day today. And that is the position we find ourselves in right now. Furia could take the top of the table. That's the situation. So I think we can get the standings up quickly. Let me get the standings up quickly and it'll help me explain a little bit, because there's a few, we've got to look at head-to-heads basically. We've got to look at tiebreakers, because right now Furia sit there in 4th on 11 points. If they get the win here, it puts them up to 14 points. So then we have to go through those tiebreakers to see exactly where it shakes down. So I'll give you a quick rundown. Here's how it should work. Head-to-head goes first. There isn't one. They haven't played yet, Faze and Furia. So we scratch that. We move on. It goes to rounds one. So your overall total at the minute, FaZe Clan are on plus 11, Furia are on plus 8. So they have 3 rounds of sort of wiggle room there. So if they were to beat Team Liquid 7-3 or better, they will have a better round difference and should go ahead of FaZe Clan. If they were to go to 7-4, they would then have the same round difference as FaZe Clan. And the next tiebreak situation, I believe, is match win percentage. Now then, Furia at that point would have won 5 out of 6, giving them an 83% win rate, whereas FaZe would be 5 out of 7, giving them 71%. So 7-4 or better for Furia here is the takeaway. That's the information. That's what you need. 7-4 or better, and Furia, they take the top of the table. I think. I'm pretty sure. I've been through the rules.
All of that, and then I think
it gets very complicated. But I've been through the rule book. I'm pretty sure that's the shakedown. And 7-4 or better. It's a long way off yet. They've got a task ahead of them. Let's take a look at the roster that they will need to beat. I've burnt a bit of time going over that, so I'm conscious of that. Let's have a look at Liquid to begin with, and then we will run over Furia afterwards. So they are going to have to get a win against one of the biggest names, not just in LATAM Siege, but in world esports. They will be going up against Nesk, Palu, Sexy Cake, PSK and Moringa. Ole, what do we need to know about Team Liquid as if we don't know enough?
I mean, Team Liquid have looked very hot indeed, Tim. I remember yesterday when Gio was going over the side, you've just not really got to look any further than their statistics. They really do speak for themselves. Palu, highest rated player inside of the league. Also, best KD differential. Entry, guess who? Palu again. It just goes on, the list continues, and that's just for the top spot in those 3 stats. You look a little bit deeper, and then all of a sudden you see people like Nesk, Moringa, Sexy Kate. They're all rearing their head in and amongst those top stats as well. A team that hasn't been pushed by any team aside from FaZe, which read into that whatever you would like, because obviously we've been through how much this game means for their standings at the top of the table. Liquid at the moment, they've given us no reason to doubt them in this fixture.
They're terrifying at the minute, I think it's fair to say. The thing with Liquid is strength in depth. If Palu and Nesk don't have a good day, PSK, Moringa still step up. Sexy Kate, you know, is going to be solid with the diffuser. And they're just a nightmare. They've just, you know, everywhere you look on the field, they've got a best-in-slot player. It's just terrifying. But looking across the board then at Furia, they are our underdog. They are our Cinderella story for Stage 1. And we are going to have highs, rare, miracle, lender, fantasy names that are becoming very, very common on our lips. Gio, give me the details.
I mean, it's so easy to say, you know, these are the underdogs, and that's true. They were in relegations last season, and now they're fighting for the top spot this season. But the thing that they have to remember now, despite the fact that this might seem like a daunting matchup, is given that both these teams are top 3 teams, or at least were coming into today, they are the same caliber of team now. That is how they have to be treated. That's how they have to be looked at. So for Furia, they fought their way up the leaderboard, going through these different phases of which teams are their ideal matchups. And suddenly they're on the doorstep of Team freaking Liquid because that's what they've earned. And it's like the final boss.
It really, that's the moment they're at for their season. Surely this is, you know, it's going to be in the forefront of the mind. Let's be honest, they've already achieved, I'm sure, what they wanted to in stage 1. They've done great, they've had wins, they've got themselves up the table. Now to be chasing down the top of the table is probably a bit mind-blowing for them. But just before we get into the map, Veto, very quickly, Ollie, I know you've dubbed him the Brazilian Bolo. I just want to give you a second to tell us about Fantasy.
I mean, Fantasy he's one of those players that's very exciting to watch. And when we were speaking to Twister was saying how he is that kind of caliber, kind of been plucked out of the academy as soon as he's come of age. Certainly one to watch. And again, we need to see how these players stack up against a team like Liquid, because we're not expecting anything in this. I'm not going into this expecting one way or the other. I'm not expecting a stomp, and I'm not expecting like a hard-fought game. I just want to see how it plays, because Furia have gotten themselves into this position through good hard work and determination. Let's see if they can hang to some degree with some of the best in the world. That's the storyline here, because the last thing we want to see is for Furia, to be in this position and then just to find out that they're massively out of the depth. Now, I don't think that's going to be the case, but this game is going to give us an indication of that.
It certainly will. Now, what time does Fantasy play? That's always going to That's always going to be a question on our lips, and it's going to be very, very soon. So let's have a quick race through the map, Veto, and we will check out where we are going to be playing. We'll see exactly what's what here in terms of the maps. Now, I've just noticed on the team roster, we've actually got Silence in place of PSK today for Team Liquid, it looks like, in the lobby. So I don't want to make any assumptions. I know that there's obviously been some family issues for PSK that he's mentioned on Twitter. So whether that's playing a part or not, I don't have confirmation of that, but you know, that would be the immediate thing that would spring to mind. So hopefully all is well, but it may be something else as well. I don't want to, you know, push that as the story, but just for information, Silence is playing. Now the map breakdown is rattling through. We've got one less to go. It's going to Coastline, guys. It's going to Coastline, and I've got noise in my ears that tells me we're loading in. Is this all set up for Furia to take this? We're going to find out here and now. We're heading over there all the way to Ibiza. Gio, Ollie, enjoy the sun, enjoy the kills. Take it away.
Thank you very much indeed, X. Let's get stuck into this
X,
game.
That's you.
It is. I do that all the time, you know. That happens all the time. We both do it as well, if you notice. No, we both do it. It's true. It's a truism. We both do it.
Man.
It's weird. However, we're jumping into the game now. We got Team Liquid versus Furia. If you hadn't mentioned it, Gio, no one would have even known. But we are seeing the bans coming on in. Ash has been banned. Is Fancy getting target banned here by Liquid?
I was definitely thinking that. We were definitely thinking about whether the Ash ban in the last game was a target ban, and we couldn't really come to a definitive conclusion. No, this time there's absolutely a Fantasy target ban, especially on a map like this in Coastline where you want to rely on the aggression. Yeah, target the guy who's been showing the hell up on entry.
Over to Ibiza we head. No real advantage to starting off on the defense here. It's one of the maps that you can pick up rounds fairly easily on the attack. So neither team edging any sort of an advantage with the side that they choose to play on first. In this case, it is going to be Liquid starting off on the defense, with Furia starting off on the attack. I'm just wondering, with the addition of Silence here, if that's going to sort of unravel or unsettle maybe some of the roles on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that as well. I mean, you know, seeing Silence, he's going to be playing on the smoke. Now, you know, we talk about how Sexy Cake oftentimes plays a lot of hard support. He does that a lot more on the attack than he does on the defense. So far, it doesn't seem to be super jumbled up. That could obviously change throughout the course of the game. What I'm more intrigued about is less about that, because I think these guys on Team Liquid are experienced enough that if they do have to make role swaps, they'll be okay with that. But simply not having one of your key roster members available to play with you on a day where you could you know, potentially be massively upset by this up-and-coming team who are really proving themselves. That's really scary. You know, this is probably not the best time for Team Liquid to not have their full strength. Now, of course, we don't know what the reason for that is, and at the end of the day, when these things happen, there are much bigger reasons for them that go beyond playing video games. But the point is, it could definitely still have an effect.
Palua's got himself into main lobby area, a very popular place to try and keep a hold of, and somewhere that we've seen Team Liquid play previously. As of course we did see them play this map earlier on in the stage. Lender going to be somebody to watch. That certainly gets himself in and amongst action early on, and that's kind of demonstrated there, I guess, with his aggressive push through into Aquarium. Getting himself straight on in, taking out the camera. Ooh, Moringa! That's a stinky shot over onto Rare. One tap with an SMG 11 on such a narrow angle. Fancy. Curiosity, is it going to kill the cat? He says, I want to have a look at this as well. It sounded pretty cool, that.
He's like, hey, that looked like fun. I want to do it too. Oh, you never know. Maybe he'll be able to punish Moringa back in response. Moringa's actually prone behind the bar now in Hookah. You've just got one player, Fury, on the other side of the drinks wall as well from Team Liquid. Nesk is crawling around. He's hoping for Sexy Cake to be able to help him out. We're about halfway through, so not a ton of rushing or pressure. But one of the players from Fury is downstairs. I think that's Highs. Yep, he runs off back through Blue Bar, knowing that there's still a player in Sunrise.
Miracle actually was threatening a plant there as we saw it light up yellow on the right-hand side of the screen, but I think he got forced off there with a Toxic Babe canister from Silence. But if he's given it a go once, it means he's likely going to give it a go again. Still in the position to try and get a plant off, maybe just waiting for a little bit of support from the rest of his team as we see Highs making this rotation now onto Hooker Deck. Once again, more utility being baited out. This is really good stuff here from Furia. I say that just as Moringa swings, and unfortunately for Furia, does take down Miracle, but I love how they were baiting the utility out nice and early. Now, Highs, unfortunately for him, the diffuser is on the other side of the site, and he's got to push his way in. Moringa's gone massive in that round. Did he get a 4K overall?
Yeah, I think so. That was, yeah, definitely a good Moringa round. They just held such steadfast control onto Hookah. And because of the use of the Aruni gates as well, it made it a lot harder for Furia to push in through Aqua as well. So there wasn't a really strong push from the Aqua side, and the player that did go in through that way got punished. It was hard to push in through Hookah door. I mean, we only saw right at the end there, the real attempt to do it. There was an attempted clear down below from Highs, but, you know, he got one player. He didn't finish the whole thing off. Team Liquid were very, very centrally located as far as the proximity to the site itself. And right in the epicenter of that was Moringa, every step of the way. And the man showed up.
Atacantes precisam encontrar e desativar o número máximo de bombas.
Team Liquid there taking round number 1. As Furia just get caught a little bit short. I loved the intention though. I really enjoyed how we saw Miracle continually baiting out that utility. That's a really good and promising sign here from this Furia side, recognizing that there is utility on the side of these attackers and we need to try and get rid of it. And honestly, Gio, I feel like it's the first time that we've seen that in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, in a number of the games that we've seen, it gets frustrating at times when you see utility not necessarily be a huge focus of a lot of these teams. So it is really nice to see that. It shows a lot of, intention, which is exactly what you said, and thoroughness, and actually genuinely thinking through what it is they're doing. Now, Furia are going to be attacking onto the kitchen site next, and I like the fact that they're up droning on the top floor. Something that we talk about a lot is about the importance of things like vertical holds when you're attacking onto bottom floor sites, but also like the likelihood of Team Liquid running a roam. It does look like there are at least one, maybe two players upstairs, but over more towards the VIP or master side. Furia just simply want to set up some flank drones that they can use later.
Quite a slow starts to this round as I say that. Paolo, he says this isn't slow, it's anything but. Gonna take down Rare. Once again, Rare finding himself the first blood. It was Moringa to take him out in the last round. This time it is, of course, Paolo. No hard breach really required here on Coastline, but it's still a gun that you would like to have, and maybe more importantly, some smoke grenades. We saw how plant-focused Furia were in round number 1. That's unlikely to change here for round number 2 because Kitchen is a very plantable site. And by that I mean there are good locations to try and get a plant off, so it would make sense that was kind of Furia's intention in bringing those smoke grenades. Miracle just doing a bit of drone work, figuring out which side the wall Moringa is going to be playing. Double drones coming on in. It gives the intel, but no one really there to capitalize. I would expect pressure to come in vertically, but it seems as though Nesk has something to say about that as he actually takes down Highs on his way up these white stairs.
Ooh, Nesk is actually going to take a ton of damage though, as Moringa was brought down upstairs too. Furia now have this control upstairs, and I think Nesk is just going to have to accept that he's got to back off. Still downstairs as they begin to open up the penthouse floor. There's not a ton of time. We're in the final minute. Furia do have time to play with, of course. It's not like it's super pressurized, but they probably would have wanted that control upstairs a bit sooner.
Still seems like Furia are doing like fairly basic and early round things here in terms of gaining any sort of control or advantage. And you just worry for the timing of that. That frost mat placed on that rotate is brutal. That's a guaranteed kill in my book as Lender. He's in fact going to toss on a grenade through. It will destroy the mat and give a bit of damage on to Silence. And a bit more as the second comes on in. Palu, he's on for a double kill as the kills come in. All Team Liquid. Silence finding the last one over onto Lender. A little peek around the mirror window that he had placed for himself. A beautiful kill to finish off the round. Liquid looking pretty good here on the defense, taking round number 2.
That's where you start to see the downfalls of having quite a slow take upstairs, is the fact that Furia had to come down the white stairs and try and push in through lobby with very limited time remaining. So it's not like they had, you know, multiple angles of pressure or anything like that. And once their location is known, it's very, very easy to just finish them off, especially when you have a mirror window right there that protects you. Furia at no point put really any pressure on anywhere like service, which is something that you would kind of typically see alongside an upstairs hold. And oftentimes, service is used as the site for planting. It is a very good place to plant if you can get control of that area. So not really the best there from Furia. And I think even though Moringa did die relatively early on compared to his teammates, his hold upstairs was valuable enough that it really stunted Furia's ability to successfully attack onto the downstairs site.
Yeah, we're yet to see Furia get into the site, or into the building, should I say, with a full team as well. Rare's found himself first-blooded twice in a row now, very early on. We're seeing a role change come through this time. I doubt that's because of it, more likely due to the site that we're going to. But with that being said, it is kind of handy to have a hard breacher here for this Blue Bar and Sunrise site, as there are options. You can get the wall in through office open, that brings you out toward the back of bar. You can also get this sauna area open, which is where we've just seen the Claymore placed. There's some reinforced walls or panels that can be reinforced in there, which likely are, and they can be hard breached as well. So there is some value to a hard breacher. I'm imagining that they've got a specific plan here for the Capital fire and the smoke bolts, with Rare making that change. And so far, so good. We've seen 30 seconds and he's still up.
Well, remember that Rare did play the Capital back in the first round. He just got taken down really early by Moringa when he was peeking onto the hookah window. So he never got the opportunity to use them. The smokes could definitely be used to help conceal a plan, and the fire maybe to flush out some of the defenders. Now, if he can actually make that work, then that would be great. But he is going up against the Wamai at the same time, and Wamai actually works against those projectiles coming in from the Capitão. You can hear one of the firebolts go off upstairs, so it sounds like he's at least used one of them. But so far, no one on Team Liquid has taken any damage, and instead they're taking a huge rotation around what seems like the entire map, so that Nesk and Palu can come at this from another side.
Liquid are investing quite heavily in this counter push. Palu's obviously feeling himself. He's got a ruck of kills so far and doesn't seem to be showing any signs of slowing down. Inside a theatre, he's going to pose a dangerous threat, especially to anyone that has droned in a lackluster way. Of course, Vigil is invisible to drones when the ability is active, and Palu hits his shots, can't find the second though, as Miracle comes in with a trade. Lessening the blow there to Furia, but still a blow nonetheless. Palu has been lost, but we've lost quite a bit of utility on the side of Furia. Fancy with the Ashban is also being forced to play the Zephyr, which isn't bad because you need the Zephyr utility, but you kind of need it. You don't need it if the Zephyr is dead and unable to provide that utility, which is the position we now find ourselves in. Vertical angles being challenged and vied for, as Faze is trying to loot out the player from behind bar. That player is going to be Moringa. But Nesk, he isn't too worried about the site. He's on the roam, Sexy Cake inside a kitchen. All the players on the side of Liquid seem to be quite happy. Just letting Moringa do the hard work here. He finds a kill over onto Miracle. Go on, Moringa, get the second as well. No, Rare comes in with the trade. Highs a second. The diffuser has been recovered. And with 15 seconds, there's a chance. No, there isn't, because Sexy Cake is behind the bar. Highs now looking to join the fray. A little bit late to the party, and arguably a bit more than just casually late, as a Sexy Cake has a good idea of where he's coming from. Shuts him down. Liquid 3 rounds in a row here on Coastline.
Really difficult round there for Furia, as Team Liquid essentially sent them on a wild goose chase. They had so much attacking attention over to the complete opposite side of the map, simply because that's where Team Liquid led them. Furia are a smart team. They know that if they ignore any of that and try to push straight onto the site immediately, they're going to be punished for it. They know that Team Liquid will absolutely come in and wreck them, or at least give them a good going at it. So they know they have to get rid of those players. But I mean, you know, Nesk, Palu, they were up and alive for a really long time. Moringa, him too. He drew in all of that attention. And sure, Furia got a trade in the moment in that fight over in Penthouse, but he still lost 2 guys before you'd even had a chance to move in towards the site. It was after that that the hookah floor was being opened above to try and apply pressure onto the site below. And Furia, they, you know, then have to try and fight Moringa on the sunrise door, where he gets 1 kill, diffuser down immediately. Rare tries to get a plant, he gets down by Sexy Cake. I mean, it was a really, really difficult situation for them. And I commend their attempt to try and deal with all these moving parts at once, but Team Liquid really held the reins in that entire round.
Kind of speaks to the depth on the side of Liquid as well, when they can afford to play in that fashion, where they're kind of playing together, but they just know that there's always someone that's going to back them up, and the chance of them losing that engagement as well is quite slim. That's kind of what we saw in the previous round. Furia still left to try and show us something here, or find something. Should I say, they've shown us quite a bit, and what they've shown us hasn't been too bad. There's just been a distinct lack of gunfights being won. Previously, when we saw them attack onto this site, they did a good job of trying to bait out a bit of utility nice and early. Rare this time isn't going for any sort of peek onto that hooker window, that tarps window. Instead, Lender is going to be using the clone to do the drone, as he discovers that pretty much all of Penthouse and Theatre is in fact clear, and Furia can start to mount their attack. C4 from below isn't going to catch anything, as Faze is watching that rotation as well. Must have been something that he missed in the cross.
I'll be honest, I actually quite like this from Furia. The fact that they've decided to commit over to the east side of the map straight away. What it means is that they can get the clear done rather than wasting their time having some people on hookah and some people over there and, you know, maybe have a bunch of guys killed on the roam clear. They can stay mostly together and methodically move across the map, which means by the time they get to the site, they should in theory know who is alive, who isn't, and who could still be elsewhere. It gives them way more control and way more understanding of what's going on, and so far I'd say it's arguably paying off because all 5 of their players are still alive.
Sofa's wall is getting open now. It's going to remove ability for silence to play there. It's a location that you'll usually see most smoke players occupying, especially when defending this site. Sexy Cake's in a dangerous position as well, as there's no real hard flank denial on the side of Fury. The left leaving either a drone or somebody watching it, and when there's all 5 people alive, you can't really afford to be having somebody in a drone. Sexy Cake's arguably got the run of his teeth down here, as Highs is going to be below. Obviously, the sledge being able to affect a little bit less than the buck. They're both dancing around each other now. Sexy Cake is continuing to move on through and will find a very important kill there. A C4 from Moringa as well is going to stop the plan dead in its tracks as kills continue to come. Pistols being drawn for, but Moringa is unstoppable today. That SMG-11 is singing a very, very singy song as Palu picks the final kill, and Liquid are looking flawless here on defense.
That was a really articulate way of putting it. I appreciated that. Singing a very singy song. Honestly, well, at this point, the really notable thing to bring up is the fact that Furia need to win every single round from here on out if they are to take Liquid's spot. Ace went through it at the beginning in the pre-show. The minimum they have to achieve is a 7-4. Well, Liquid have got 4 rounds. That means Furia have no room for mistakes from now. But, oh my god, Moringa is a machine. Whatever Cyber had yesterday to make him go all crazy and Super Saiyan, Moringa's had that today. Don't you think?
Absolutely, Moringa's going off. He's, what's he on at the moment? 8 and 2. We've seen 4 rounds, 2 kills a round, 2 deaths. It's all looking pretty good for Moringa, and I think, you know, Liquid probably needed quite a big performance today off somebody, as well as the typical Paolo performance that we regularly are used to seeing. And that's not to say that anyone else is lacking on the side, but obviously with Silence being there instead of PSK, it is going to leave somewhat of a hole, but at the moment, we're not really even seeing that just because of the performance that the rest of the players are able to put on up there. And Furia, once again, just not looking like they are in contention here for very many rounds. They have come under a lot of pressure, I think it's fair to say, as some of their pushes have been very heavily restricted with the way that the defenders have been choosing to play and choosing to move. But I do feel like there's been a few opportunities for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nice when we've seen a couple of trades come out from them, but they haven't always been there, you know. We've seen quite a lot of, when Team Liquid get a kill, there's always another guy to build on that, right? There's always multiple kills in one. You don't very often see Team Liquid just getting 1 kill in isolation. See, Highs, okay, he got a nice kill onto Sexy Cake, and that's great, that's really nice. It means someone else has to take that position on Cool Vibes to control it, but there's no follow-up from that. I mean, it's very crucial that Team Liquid didn't get a trade in return, although Palu may... Ooh, very close onto Fantasy. But there we go, okay, we have follow-up. This is good from Furia, this is what we want to see.
Fancy finding some success there onto Palu, and with Sexy Cake being taken out a little bit earlier, this could be the chance for Furia to strike. It could be a time for them to get a round on the board. We've still got to go through Moringa, who has proved to be quite a nuisance so far here tonight. A few mines you can hear getting tossed off there as Moringa takes some shoulder damage. There is still a player out on the aquarium balcony. Moringa going to make another rotation on into Theatre. Everyone on the side of Liquid is just passively holding these angles. They know that they're not really in too much of a position to be challenging too much. And I say that, and Moringa goes for the swing. He does get taken out by a Lender, further worsening the position that Liquid are currently in. Nesk now forced to rotate his way all the way back to site. He may be playing the smoke, he may have the Toxic Babe canisters, but this is a big ask here. Does anybody on the side of Furia know where Silence is playing? Because he's in a bit of an off angle there. He's inside of Sunrise, and he's got a perfect line of sight onto the bottom of Cool Vibes. Well, kind of the bottom of Cool Vibes, but more importantly, the kitchen doorway. That means that Nesk now doesn't need to worry about that location. And with the amount of time remaining, it's kind of unlikely that a lot of this vertical is going to be successful, especially when Nesk finds a headshot over onto highs. Now a push is going to come through this service door, but Toxic Babe canisters should be enough to try and deter the push as it does come through. Silence now choosing to reposition, recognizing that that's where all the push is coming from. Final Toxic Babe gets tossed on in, as Silence is still holding fairly passively. 12 seconds and a move must be made from Furia now. Hopping up onto behind the desk as Nesk is going to go for the swing. He doesn't manage to hit his shots, but draws for the shotgun. Diffuser's called on the ground. Can he find the second? Silence finds Lender, and the round is won by the 6th man, which is, of course, Time. Silence, more importantly, keeps himself alive in that moment. And Liquid, it looked tough for a time, but that was a 2 versus 4 that they just pulled out the bag.
Team Liquid had absolutely no right to win that round, and that is hugely on Furia's shoulders, the fact that they let them. Someone needed to go and take some control of Cool Vibes to ensure that Silence had nothing that he could do there. You don't want him to be able to push up and help with that. And Nesk alone, I mean, you're opening vertical holes above and you allow Nesk to kill you first? One of the really big problems that seemed to be there in that round is Furia have no flank information. Even when Rare got taken down in Hall of Fame, it happened because he was standing in the doorway and Moringa was in Penthouse. I'm sorry, but if you are trying to do an upstairs clear so that you can take kitchen, at that point you need to know whether or not you have already cleared that part of the map. Because if you haven't, the chances are someone's going to be there. And if you have, and you insist on standing in front of a doorway, you need to have a drone somewhere near the top of White Stairs so that you can see if someone's going to flank up. This is Team Liquid we are talking about. They are going to take the opportunity to do things like that, and Furia seem to have no information about those rotations that could be made by the defenders. They stepped straight in that. They had a 4 versus 2 situation against Team Liquid and they threw it away.
I mean, it wasn't just a 4 versus 2. It was a 4 versus 2 against, with Silence being one of the 2. Now, Silence isn't part of the main roster, and I'm sure that no one's going to have any problem with me saying that, because you can't expect main roster stuff when you're not dealing with main roster players. So it was a real good opportunity for Furia to try and do something. They didn't really manage to get it off. Now they're losing first blood again as Sexy Take's taken down Lender, and everything is looking a little bit dire here. Team Liquid give them an inch and they will take a mile, and that is exactly what we have seen from them so far in the short 5 rounds that we have seen here tonight.
Oh, Ollie, and also the fact that this is coastline, right? The attackers are meant to be the ones with the advantage, and Team Liquid have completely flipped that on its head. Furia is a team that we have sung the praises of, and we have really enjoyed seeing this so-called Cinderella story of them as they've been creeping up and up the scoreboard. And of course, maybe it's just that they hit their ceiling once they've managed to get to this 3rd place spot in the leaderboard. But this is not the kind of performance that we were expecting from them. We want them to be showing up against Team Liquid and at least cause them some trouble, but it just seems like Team Liquid are running rings around them and seriously controlling the momentum that is happening in this game so far.
Got to leave Furia doubting themselves a little bit now as well, in that where are they actually going to be able to get this round from, because aside from that opening engagement, we haven't seen all too much from Furia. Sure, they've managed to kind of get themselves in upstairs a little bit, but the diffuser has only just been recovered there by Rare. You just get the impression that they're kind of waiting for the time to go down before attempting this plan, and you just know what they're going to come up against. They're going to come up against, you know, any sort of amount of utility. There's no C4s on the side of Liquid, but there is toxic Babe canisters. There are other things that are going to have to be dealt with. We hear a fire arrow getting placed off in the distance. That's more than likely trying to give Miracle some sort of cover to get the plant down. Fancy's in an okay spot, but it isn't fantastic. Sexy Cake grabs a kill onto Rare, and ooh, Miracle gets down, but not before he gets the plant down. An air jab there, not going to stop Sexy Cake getting that kill over onto Miracle, as Highs has to go massive here as the players from Liquid flood up the cool vibe stairs. But no, Palu comes in with the kill. Fancy's got to go massive. This is like a montage. The kills are coming in quick and fast. Palu's on the defuse. Fancy, if you've got to push. Oh, the wrong way was turned by Palu. It was a 50-50 and he lost it. Fancy there going massive. Triple kill to win out the round. And Furia, they take their first.
Finally, Furia starting to turn things around, and I can't say it was the cleanest round. It was definitely not the best that we've seen of them, but Fantasy at the very least showing up at the end, getting those multiple kills that were needed to put Team Liquid in the ground. Now they have their opportunity to defend here, and this is where it's going to get intriguing, because as said before, Coastline, it's where you expect the attackers to have the advantage. But are Furia maybe going to do better on defense purely because they don't require that same coordination to beat out Team Liquid? Or is Team Liquid's attack just going to be so overwhelming? This could kind of change the flavor of Coastline almost if it does so happen that Furia find their wind on the defensive side.
Furia haven't made it easy for themselves here. But we've seen some strange things happen tonight, Gio. It was a storyline that Tim was fairly well invested in earlier, and that is that if Furia win, then they're going to be challenging Faze for that top spot. I'm not sure if that can happen now due to the amount of rounds that Liquid have gotten themselves. I think it had to be a scoreline of 7-4 for Furia, so they would in fact be one round away if they did just clean this defense and go 6 flawless rounds. Stranger things would certainly have happened, and arguably would have happened tonight as well, so we can't discount it as a possibility. Liquid, they only need to get lucky a couple of times here for getting that match point, and then of course finishing out the game, and I'm pretty certain that they're going to try and do that fairly quickly. Coastline is a map that kind of suits them due to the fact that plants are relatively common. There are very good plant locations on all of the bomb sites, and all of them can be held successfully in a post plant, and if there's one thing that Team Liquid are exceptionally good at, that's getting the diffuser down.
Definitely one of their strengths. But Sexy Cake, who is the guy who usually puts the diffuser down, taken out very early. Clearly, first attacking rounds for these two teams are not looking so great for whoever plays Capital. Because that happened back in round number one as well to Rare. That means someone else is going to have to pick up the diffuser, which shouldn't be too hard, but it just means that they won't have Sexy Cake around whom to play. And he is just so efficient at getting the plants down, and Team Liquid all know their roles in that situation. And it just slightly mixes that up, makes it just off what they want it to be.
Sexy Cake still able to IGL from the grave as well as provide those all-important shot calls for his team. Try and coordinate things that way, so all certainly not lost, but it does make things a bit trickier here for Liquid. Moringa's gathered all the intel he needs and just waits for the time to run out of his clone before getting himself on in. The diffuser has been recovered now and just juggled between Silence and Moringa. Looks as though they're repositioning themselves, potentially going to be going for a hooker plant here, because that's where a large portion of these players are. Silence are going to be holding down on into blue. I anticipate someone to get onto that double window repel. Have Team Liquid seen that opportunity? They can be a very opportunistic team, and if they do get a glimpse, there could be a chance at getting something down, then I would expect them to try and grasp it with both hands.
I like the placement of the Aruni gates to make it harder to move in through any of those, and that's why the Sophia Lifeline is being used to give them that opening. So far, Nesk hasn't seen anyone, but he does have eyes on the rotate into Hookah, and he also narrowly misses a death by C4. Silence opening up the Hookah door. He's going to be pushed back by the smoke of the Toxic Bay, but Nesk gets his first kill onto Lender. This is where things are going to get aggressive as we head into the final 20 seconds.
Rez doing some good work there with the shotgun onto Palu and is still trying to hold court on top of that cool vibe stairs. Miracle finds a second over onto Silence, and Moringa is left on the upside down repel, and uncharacteristically for that repel, gets his head taken clean off. I'm excited to watch this replay because you don't see those kills all too often, especially with an SMG-11. Rare did a fantastic job there. Furia start to chain them together, Gio. I get the impression that tonight isn't over just yet.
Yeah, get the blood pumping, my dude, because Furia need to stay in this game, and I think they are feeling just as passionately about that, if not more so than we are. After all, they are indeed the players who are playing the game. They know that they had a rough first half. They know that they can bring it back in this second. They'll be heading down into the double bars on the first floor for their next site. So, in fact, not going to be going to kitchen, which is typically the preferred secondary site for a lot of these teams, and we've seen a lot of Blue and Sunrise today as Team Liquid also liked to defend there. This time Team Liquid are actually doing something that Furia didn't, and it's something that you mentioned in the first half, Ollie, and that is bring a hard breach. Hard breach can actually be particularly useful on this site. You mentioned how you can use it over on the blue side of things, but what you often see is it be used in the in mud or pool or whatever you want to call the little sauna room, and opening up the walls right there, right next to sort of the default plant spot. Oftentimes you'll find a defender play right behind that wall, sometimes with a shield as well, and it can be really hard to shift them out of that position without first opening up the wall. So it's entirely possible that that's what Sexy Cake will go for. Maybe he will come round through the courtyard side, who knows, but that would be my assumption, is that they're going to try and open up the wall through pool.
I kind of worry here, you know, about that investment upstairs without seeing any sort of big shotgun holes in the floor, because Team Liquid, opportunistic team, a team that isn't afraid to get a plant down in a 5v5, if they see that you've invested so heavily upstairs and that you're actually not in any way fit or in a position to try and defend from a plant just immediately going down, you're just anticipating that top floor control coming in, you could get caught out quite quickly, as we do have the hatch open, so there is a potential there, for players to make that rotation down. Moringa are able to gather a lot of information very quickly here, but I really wouldn't be surprised to see Team Liquid not waste any time in getting themselves in.
No, they'll definitely be quite thorough up here on the top floor, especially wanting to move over towards, you know, billiards and hookah. You can open up the ceiling of the blue bar. You see that happen a lot. That will most likely be Palu's job, as he's the one playing the sledge. You want to make sure he's over there safely. Ooh, a nice yellow ping straight through the floor allows Nesk to get his first kill onto Highs. You didn't see that one coming. Here's the first Selma being used to open up the VIP wall. That will give Sexy Cake a line of sight through into billiards and pressure from afar those players who are over in that room.
So much information always being fed on the Team Liquid drones. There's always a Z ping popping off. You can see there's a 4 ping down there. There's a deployable shield getting pinged out as well, and that's what leads them to be just so effective here. I get the impression that this roam clear isn't going to take all too much longer, as already defenders are being forced to use utility that otherwise could have been used to try and deny a plant. Sexy Cake now looking to just hold an angle through Sauna. Moringa has instead got himself upstairs and to try and take advantage and use some of the holes that have already been made by these players, but Lender there through the floor with the reverse vertical takes down Moringa. Nesk finds one back as a trade and continues to try and push down Cool Vibes, but Fancy takes down Sexy Cake, and with it the diffuser. That now means it's cold. There's 30 seconds left. Someone from the side of Liquid needs to get in a position to try and recover that. Otherwise, we could be seeing a plantless game, and therefore the time running out. As it stands, Silence has got it in his pocket, as the Aruni gate is going to get burnt. It's something else to worry about now, though, but Nesk is on for a couple of kills himself. Lender and Fancy have 13 seconds to try and hold off this side of Team Liquid. Lender finds one onto Nesk. An important kill. Silence is trying to get the plant down, sorry, but the kills all come through. Palu is just out of nowhere. Real left field stuff with the SMG-11. Drops the hatch and says, guys, what are you doing? Silence is trying to plant there. Get off him. Get away.
Oh, and I was really going to commend the positioning that Furia had as well to deal with Nesk on Cool Vibe stairs. You know, the fact that Nesk got that kill, you had one player coming in through kitchen, another one back in blue. So when Nesk was kind of baited almost into trying to take that kill onto the kitchen door, he didn't expect the player in blue doorway to get the kill onto him. And I was thinking, great, that was really nice coordination. That puts Furia in a really good spot now. But Palu just jumping down the hatch at the end there to get the double kill and clean up that round. That was a lot of fun to watch. And it puts Liquid on match point now. And if they finish this out, that's going to be a 7-2, which is pretty far from the kind of scoreline that we were expecting for this game. Now, Furia have been playing their defense with a lot more tenacity than they were in their attack. So we don't want to write this off, because absolutely this could still go the distance. But it is no lie that Team Liquid are making it very difficult for Furia.
I think if Liquid are able to put this one away quickly as well, it puts them quite firmly in that top spot. Because not only will they have the points advantage over Faze, but they'll also have quite a nice round difference advantage. Now, Faze did win the head-to-head though, so this is where we get to that sort of dangerous territory, and one of the main reasons why I don't touch anything to do with standings, because it's very difficult to try and get a full understanding of how it all works, especially when head-to-heads are taken into account. But certainly the round difference for Liquid will be much cleaner, should we say, than it is for other teams. As when they've won, they tend to win quite decisively. Substitute or not tonight, they are 4 rounds ahead here of Furia, and looking to try and make it nice. Another one. Get the round on the board, get the match won. Furia left trying to find some sort of solidity here. Looks to be in the lineup that they're choosing, that they're going for roaming and kills, maybe thinking that that's where they're lacking Geo.
Yeah, I think they need to, at the very least, waste some of Team Liquid's time. So having the roam is going to be really key. If they allow Team Liquid to take control of Master too early, then Furia are absolutely done here. Now, they do have Fantasy as one of the players who is upstairs, I noticed. So he, you know, really been showing up just overall in the season. I think he definitely has a decent chance of bringing it to Liquid. But it just depends how soon Furia are willing to move back downstairs as well, because look how coordinated Liquid are in moving in through Hall of Fame. They're getting ready to remove the shield that's over in Penthouse. They've already opened up part of the wall. They're just working entirely together. Droning as well, control of VIP, looking into 90. This is just so clean.
Liquid taking the time now to gather some info as Furia still left figuring where this push is coming from. They've not directly tried to challenge the entry from Liquid. Liquid have kind of been given a free pass here into VIP. Nesk being able to make a bit of a rotate, a vertical hole there into the floor with a breach and charge as Palu rips up the floor inside a Penthouse. Again, nothing really being challenged. Furia just sort of saying, yeah, you know, just come and take it. You can have it for free. Not trying to challenge it with a C4. Even though they've not got one available, as it seems as though it's already being used. Well, a bit of an oversight, I guess, when you're looking at defending onto this site, is not bringing said C4. Looks like it's going to be a typical Team Liquid round with the diffuser going down with all 10 players left alive. And where are the players from Furia? They're not even contesting this diffuser going down. They're just off chasing absolute shadows. Silence comes in with a kill onto Fancy. And these are all nails that are getting banged into the coffin that is this fixture for Furia. The time is continuing to tick. Rare and Highs are a million miles away, and they've got a great deal to do. Highs finds Sexy Cake, but it is about a minute too late as the plant has already gone down, and we've only got 20 seconds remaining. Nesk, he's on for a couple of kills in this round. Highs is left playing at the bottom of the main door. He's going to get a kill onto Silence. Likely just going to be stat padding as this Bomb site is being held very firmly by Liquid from above. The time has ticked down too much. What you're seeing now is a highlight reel for Highs, and unfortunately for him, it doesn't end the way he wanted to. Team Liquid there take the final round and the game here on Coastline against Furia, 7-1.
Not the game that we expected to see between these two teams today, and that was a real oversight from Furia to have absolutely nobody on the site, and Team Liquid noticed that, and they sure as hell capitalized on it. Nesk and Moringa especially just playing out of their minds for Team Liquid. Just really, really good, clean play, and it doesn't seem to end for this team whatsoever. So their tear continues, and I believe that puts them in the #1 spot here in Brazil after today. So really, really good game from Team Liquid, and maybe not quite what Furia were looking for.
Now, Furia, I think, will be maybe a little bit disappointed with that, especially after the performance yesterday. But all in all, that was Team Liquid showing us exactly what they are about. Substitute or not, they made it work, and they certainly made Team Furia pay. We're going to get Tim back in here, as I'm sure that he has got an interview lined up. He seemed to really enjoy speaking with Team Liquid yesterday, so he's probably quite excited to get back into that one. Tim, we're seeing you too quickly at the minute. That was a bit too quick for my liking.
That's rattled round, hasn't it? We expected a little bit more resistance coming in from Furia, but not their day today. I mean, they played against not a 4-man squad, but maybe a 4.5-man squad of Team Liquid there, with Silence stepping in as a substitute, but doing a great job nonetheless, and Liquid able to lock that one down in quick fashion. Do you think the map helped a little, Gio?
I mean, sure, because it worked, but I think just so much of it just came down to the fact that Team Liquid controlled so much pacing, and in a lot of the ways that was expressed would have been relevant on basically any map where you need to take control of another part of the map before you can move into the site, which is basically all of them. That's what Team Liquid were doing so well, and I'm obviously predominantly thinking about that first half, but that's where most of that momentum came in for Team Liquid. And so yeah, I mean, they did great on Coastline, and obviously their aggressive prowess totally worked out for them. But it was really that Furia stumbled upon, and I think that would have been there on any map.
I think you're right. I mean, looking at the overall situation, obviously Liquid catapult themselves up into the top spot now. Go ahead of Faze after their loss earlier to Ints, and the same was true as it was for Furia, just slightly more expected that we might see Team Liquid up at the top of the table. Do you think anybody's able to dislodge them now, Ollie?
What, from like an actual standpoint? Like, are you asking me for on-the-spot quick maths? Or is this sort of theory?
Physically people can dislodge them. Just, is anybody now going to come in and take this away from Liquid, or are they just going to close this season out?
No one has given us an indication that... Oh, should I say, Team Liquid haven't given us the indication that anybody will. And that's through their sheer performance so far. They have played very good Siege indeed. I believe they only fell to Faze over in week #1, which is of course off this stream. It was before we started on the English speaking stream, and it was a 7-8, so a close game by all accounts, even if you're just going to go off the scoreline. But for my money, there is no one that is going to dislodge Team Liquid. I just can't see it happening. They're just too consistent. They're too good.
They look absolutely on fire at the minute. I mean, looking at the side of Furia, Gio, is that one easily written off, do you think? Yeah, you've lost the Team Liquid. They've already achieved a lot of what they will have hoped for at this stage, so surely it's just on to the next one, see what else we can get.
I don't think this is a write-off, actually, no, because I think that a lot of the mistakes and the things that went wrong in that round were things that Furia could have done better, and they could have enacted upon and changed. And in a way, that's a positive thing, because it gives them something actionable that they can put to work for the next Playday. You never want to walk away from a game and be like, I don't know what we could have done there. Like, they're just better. You don't ever want to feel that way. You want to think, no, we could have done better. We know why we could have done better, and we can put that to work for the next Playday. So even though it stings right now and it's going to hurt, I don't think it's a write-off at all, but I think it's a learning opportunity.
And I think if I know Furia at all, that's exactly what Twister will be doing, and that's what he will take it as. There'll be a lot of work behind the scenes to try and make sure that doesn't happen again. Now, we do have an interview lined up. We are joined by Palu, so we'll bring Palu in, and we'll just have a little chat about Team Liquid and how things have gone there tonight, and maybe what we can expect to see coming forward. Hi, Palu. Good to speak to you.
Hello, Ace. How you doing?
I'm good. You? A good win tonight?
Yeah, for sure.
Very good. Looking at the match itself, Palu, I'm just wondering, did the map choice come into the fact that Silence was playing and maybe get away from the strategy-heavy maps?
Yes, we thought like Science would adapt better playing Coastline because it's like an easy map. Like PSK, the other options we had like were really difficult because how PSK plays, it's really different. Like he has really steps that he needs to follow, and it was hard to science adaptate and learn everything from like a night to the day,
And I mean, looking at your own performance, Palu, it's been excellent so far through the stage. Is everybody just really feeling comfortable in the team now? Do you feel like everything's clicking and you can give your best?
I think yes, like we started playing, like we aren't changing a lot like the strats, but we are preparing ourselves to play for like everything. We play counter plays. We don't like create new strategies for each game. We just play around their strats.
And I mean, looking now, you've just gone on to the top of the table. That now puts you up there ahead of Faze. Can you keep that spot after Super Week?
Of course we can. Like we just have to keep doing what we are doing, and we'll stay on the top.
As easy as that. Just keep walking in the right direction. Palu, any message for the fans tonight?
I want to thank you everyone that like follow us, that is texting us, like messaging us on Twitter, every social media. We really appreciate it. All the love you guys gave for us. And by the ace, it's beautiful, right?
That's the important bit. There's a lot of love out there for you guys. I know
sure.
that. I know that, Palu. So I'm sure all the fans will be wishing you well as well. Another good win. Thank you for joining us, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much. See you.
See you later, Palu. Well, there we have it. I mean, the interviews from Liquid are always very similar to the interviews from NIP in one way, that they're just really laid back and chilled.
I know, but in there is a big difference. Team Liquid remember to actually plug their skin. NIP
True.
don't take
That
the
is
opportunity.
the key differentiating factor
Even
now.
when asked to do it. So really, who's better?
I mean, no wonder there's a lot of confidence, right, X? They've been hitting the shots. Nesk and Palu have been going absolutely crazy this stage. That's why I wanted to get Palu's perspective on his own performance as well and how it's fitting in with the team. They really do seem to be on cruise control at this point.
Yeah, Moringa stepping in as well tonight. That was a massive performance that can't be understated. And it's just nice how they just rally around each other, and it seems like whoever is going off, it's like everything is given to them in terms of support. We saw Moringa tonight on like the Jaeger and stuff like that, and it was clear that Liquid were just playing an entirely different game because of the substitute. And it makes a lot of sense that they can just come onto a map like Coastline where you don't really need too much strategy, and you can just start counterplaying and just let the guys run wild, because that's exactly what we saw.
We really did, and we saw it in quick fashion as well. So that rounds out the night for us. We are getting towards the end of things, but before we move on, I've got a little bone to pick with the chat tonight. Now, I believe there's been a little poll about which is more... was it brighter? Was it shiny?
Brighter.
Which was brighter, the sun or Ace's head? Now, producer Simon just flashing the... I mean, the thing is, my lights are down low, right? The sun has got nothing on me if I crank these up. If I turn these up, look at that.
Look at him.
Have some of that.
He's like a deep fried meme.
I didn't even need to crank the lights up to win the poll. I mean, I'm wondering what else I could be if what else could I be brighter than? I mean, you don't really get better than the sun, do you? I've already took the top spot there. So, but the chat finally of LATAM seems to be turning against me and bringing the balls out. But it's all in good fun, just like we've had plenty of fun here tonight. We can have a look back over. Let's have a look at the schedule. We'll see exactly what's gone down. And then when we've had a look through that, we can take a look at just how the standings are finalised now. So match 1 was W7M versus NIP. NIP taking a good win, 7-4 there, and they certainly seem to have found their stride once again. And they are marching their way up towards the top end of the table, at least, getting themselves out of the bit of a hole that they dug for themselves earlier in the season. Match 2 was Faze versus Ints, the match of the night. It has to be said. What an upset. That's the perfect description, Gio. If you didn't catch that one, give us 10 minutes to finish up and then go back and watch it, because Ints 7-5, there's no mistakes there. They came out and won it. Miranda settling in fantastically to fill in for VNX. And even with, a sort of put together lineup for the match, they've come out and beat the top spot. It was brilliant to see. That's what we turn on Siege for, was that result. Results like that. Match 3, MIBR versus Santos. The start of the quick decline of the night. 7-1 to MIBR. Very solid performance from them, followed by a matching performance from Team Liquid. 7-2 against Furia. A little bit unexpected given Furia's recent form, but there we have it. We can have a look at the standings then. We'll see just how that affects the league table. We've got Team Liquid now up there at the top spot. Not only are they 2 points clear of Faze, they've also got a match in hand as well. So they've got another match to play. They could potentially be on 19 points when level on games played with Faze Clan. So that would put them 5 points clear. MIBR are in a position to be able to surpass Faze as well. Should they win their 7th match, that will put them up into 2nd. So Faze right now, I commented on it, Ollie, earlier in the season. And at the time, I thought, have I been a little bit harsh there? I commented on the overtime wins for Faze. And a win is a win and points are on the board. But are those overtime wins coming back to bite them a little bit?
It's costing, isn't it? These overtime wins, whilst it's great and it's fantastic that the team get the points, and it'd be, if we had draws, it'd be a nightmare. But they do really come back to bite you, especially when it's something like, it's only one round in overtime and you didn't really need to go there in the first place, like a 7-6 or something like that, or an 8-6. It just doesn't seem necessary to really go all the way. One of the scores that I quite like on there as well is Furia. Despite that performance today, I know we were maybe a bit harsh on them, but they're in 4th.
Oh, it's
great.
Done
really well to get there. They've still got a game in hand over Faze. For Faze's position at the moment, factoring in the fact that they've had a couple of overtime wins and they've played one more game than everyone else inside the top 4, we could very easily see Faze slip to 4th, maybe 5th at this point.
We really could, because thinking about Furia, as I said, coming into this one, obviously I looked at the stats. The first one's going to be round difference. So if that game in hand for Furia comes out a good win for them, they pick up a 7-2, 7-3, then that puts them ahead of Faze on round difference. So they'll leapfrog them. So, as you say, that puts Faze then down into 4th, which has been almost unthinkable throughout this stage. But here we are. That is the BR6 for you. Looking down towards the mid and bottom of the table then as well. Santos and Ints, the position is perilous at the minute. I mean, they're not, there's no relegation at this point in time, but obviously you've got to think across 3 stages. You come bottom every time, you're going to be fighting that. So, you need to have those improvements. Santos and Ints both played 7, so the teams above them have all got that extra game to play as well, apart from NIP. It's looking like the bottom 2 are pretty much getting locked in there for me. It's going to take a really big effort for one of those 2 to drag themselves off the bottom. But that said, Ints looked very good today, so I don't want to write them off just yet. Another 6 points for them, and it could change. They could get themselves into a little battle, but it will mean that teams above them don't pick up anymore. Round about that 6th place, we've got Black Dragons, Team 1, W7M, all fighting for it. I dare say that NIP are going to push themselves further up the table before things are done here. So there is lots to be decided yet. Now, already decided is the schedule for next Friday, and I do say Friday. Please listen, if you're an avid watcher of the LATAM stream, make sure that you're back on Friday, not Saturday. We've got a super week, 3 play days for you, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, so you don't want to miss the first of them. The lineup for games that we will have is Team 1 versus Furia. We will have MIBR versus Team 1. W7M versus Faze and Team Liquid versus Black Dragons. Yes, Team 1 are playing twice on Friday, back to back. Okay then.
That's rough.
That was the question mark on the end of it. I just like flipped across to check the original schedule as well. I was like, yep, okay. Just making sure that it wasn't a graphics
Poor
thing.
old Team 1.
Team 1, they're playing back to back. It's going to be a stretch for them. They're going to have to. These are the challenges sometimes that you have to rise to. Gio, what's taking your fancy there?
Honestly, I have to go with match 2 purely because I think the results of match 1 is going to really affect how Team 1 approach match 2. And that for me is a really interesting, it's a really interesting dimension that you add to the outcome of the game. And also the story of Team 1, who is this team that are trying to flourish as this kind of new entity. That's what I'm really looking forward to, is seeing how they manage to string both of those two games together.
Ollie, how's that one shaping up for you? Where do you think we're looking at on Friday? What's going to be the big one?
Ooh, the big one. Do we say W7M versus Faze based on Faze's performance today?
I was thinking that.
We're going to start spinning that
on.
storyline as of now. I reckon that Faze are going to be... you know when you burn your hand and you get really mad and then you don't burn your hand again for a few days? That's what Faze are going to be like in match 3. They're going to put a ton of work in this week, I'm sure. The game to watch for me could be game number 1. It really does set a tone as well, as there's a lot of pressure on Team 1 to go into game 2 with a good mentality. And if Furia are able to give them a good game in match 1, then MIBR might have a slightly easier ride. Liquid versus Black Dragons, again, kind of all depends on which Black Dragons show up, honestly. We've still not seen them play more than 11 rounds, as games do tend to be quite short for them, and that could be another one.
So that is our lineup for Friday. I'll say it again, Friday, and you've no excuses for missing the games on when, Gio?
Friday,
Gio was listening, love to see it. We will be kicking off at 5:40 CEST, which is 4:40 BST if you're in the UK. So that covers most of the UK and Europe. We should be good with the time zones, so make sure that you don't miss out. I won't actually be here myself for this one. You will have Gio and X. I will be back for the Saturday and Sunday.
You just said there's no excuse to miss it, and now you're saying you're not going to be there.
And I'm missing it, unfortunately.
What?
Yes. There's also an APAC Playday on the Friday. It's a very busy schedule at the minute. But I will be back for Saturday and Sunday. But I think that just about rounds us out for the day, and what a day it has been. We really are getting towards the spicy end of LATAM now, and these are the games that I love in this region. When you get those big upsets, it's always a lot of fun. So thank you, last of all, of course, to Ubisoft, Faceit, and all of our sponsors who make all of this possible for us to bring this action to your eyes. We really appreciate that. Producer Simon, and we've had Fraser on the replays. Great job once again from the production side of things, always doing wonderful work to keep us on your screens. Gio X, fantastic day, plenty of excitement on your side as well, and with those games it's absolutely no wonder. And most of all, thank you everybody at home who has been watching, involved in the chat. We love to hear from you all. Get on Twitter, #BR6, let us know what you thought of the games, and make sure you come back on Friday. Don't miss it. We'll see you then.
Yo no sé si fue algo más que el placer, si me amaste alguna vez, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que he visto y lo que te gusta, amor de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con mi chica. Y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres beber. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos. Y yo te resumo en el desayuno. Éramos pares, no éramos humor y un te amo. Solo había sexo, nada cariño, solo pretextos. No estaría fácil, lo sabría, y no llenarás de fantasías. Ya me dijiste diste lo que quería. No eran besos ni poesía. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay lo más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay lo más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Yo no sé, tomando por noches enteras, tratando de sacar tu amor, pero eso me desespera, me desespera. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Toda esa noche de tu amiga que ibas a estudiar, lo hicieron, te fuiste a la fija, pues nada que hablar. Cupido, gracias por la vida que me quería estar, pero mejor yo la rechazo que me va a matar. El último rey Cupido, juro que soy el que río. Trata a los otros como quiera que a ti te traten, por eso es que te trato con desprecio y pecho frío. Yo te bloqueo de todo del Insta, mamita, y te doy las gracias, pero no me llame a mí cuando te engaño. Eso es que te mato, yo no sé. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Primero fueron las rosas con un te quiero, después me dio las espinas, quería dinero. Estoy cansado, tú siempre vienes con pero, y de 100 chicas te pondría yo un 0, porque no vales la pena ni tú jugando de presa. Tú eres de la calle y actuando como una fresa. Ese clon barato también le va a dar pereza de lidiar contigo, porque tú cargas y pesa. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura,